So Jiyu Chuyue began to unreservedly share the prescription and prevention and treatment methods. Jiyu Chuyue thought to herself, I will do my best. When you come back. Soon, Yuan Shio received the news that the marriage proposal had been withdrawn. Yuan Shio thought for a moment. This was within his expectations. The next second, he discovered the Tujue people's lair. And they dared to use living people as. At the same time, General Ling Mian continued to investigate the Jiyu insects released by the Tujue people. He had no idea that his wife had already been imprisoned. Then, another clever trick. Finally, he obtained the emperor's permission to secretly accept the marriage proposal. Yuan Shio thought for a moment. This was as expected. He wouldn't marry anyone but Jiyu Chuyue. Jueisha playfully asked, Master, do you want? Yuan Shio fell silent and ordered him to stay on guard at night. Shueisha was instantly shocked. I'm a person on the front lines. How can Master do this to me? Yuan Shio glared at him. I find you extremely unpleasant. What am I supposed to do with you? Get used to it. Jusha's eyes welled up with tears. He couldn't mention Madam. Master clearly missed her already. If I mention Madam, he'll miss her even more. So he quickly changed the subject and talked about the Tujue people. These Tujue people have been lingering here for a long time. We've been here for so many days, why? Yuan Shio remained calm, waiting for concrete evidence to appear. Then, a silver light suddenly appeared in the Tujue people's lair. It was successful. Yuan Shio's spirits lifted and he immediately ordered to attack. The soldiers rushed forward and fought with the Tujue assassins. Yuan Shio then learned that these Tujue people dared to use living people for Jiyu insect experiments. When the soldiers burned the small building to ashes at the same time, a silver light rushed towards the sky. This was another group of people arriving. Soon, Jueisha arrived and reported that the mountain was full of captured Central Plains people. And they were all abused. Now they have all been rescued. Yuan Shio immediately ordered the soldiers to remove the Jiyu insects from their bodies and sprinkle lime powder on the wounds to prevent the Jiyu insects. He felt intense pain for the mutilated Central Plains people and immediately ordered each person to be given a horse and sent back to the king of the Central Plains. Just then, Anwei received news that the Tujue people had a disagreement with the Empress Dowager. Yuan Shio was furious, wishing he could immediately rush back to save his. Anwei continued, later, the Empress Dowager suddenly had a Jiyu relapse. Madam is now in the palace treating her. Yuan Shio's worried expression instantly turned into a smile. Jueisha was startled by the murderous aura. Master, is this a large-scale good? Unafraid, he asked about the Empress Dowager's condition. Anwei said, now all the imperial physicians in the palace are listening to Madam's arrangements. The emperor trusts her very much. Yuan Shio was still worried and ordered them to continue investigating to ensure Madam's safety. All the Jiyu insects in the palace were removed. Fortunately, the emperor praised Jiyu Chuyue greatly. This time, if it weren't for Madam's timely action, I'm afraid the entire palace would. There's no need to be polite. Without your majesty's support, my Jiyu removal techniques would be useless. The emperor was indeed worried. The palace had been infiltrated to such an extent, and he hadn't even noticed. Nearly people were poisoned by Jiyu. If it hadn't been discovered early, even the Empress Dowager would have been. I don't even want to think about how serious the situation is among the common people. This is simply like, Jiyu Chuyue suggested that the emperor order a thorough investigation. I want to teach all the imperial physicians how to treat Jiyu poisoning. As for quarantine and isolation, we need special personnel too. The emperor let her do as she pleased and promised to give her full support. During this period, Jiyu Chuyue mobilized the students of Bailu Academy to call on everyone to help the doctors find and treat the poisoned people, and to go to various places in the city to help the common people find and treat the poisoned. Pai is close to Professor Da and Madam. With everyone's efforts, they timely contained the spread of the Jiyu poison. Soon, the emperor received news that Madam Yuan could completely eradicate the Jiyu poison within 3 days. The emperor was overjoyed. This time, it was all thanks to Madam Yuan. He immediately ordered a thorough investigation into the source and punished the officials responsible for this incident. At the same time, General Yuan also found the source of the Jiyu poison released in the capital. The emperor deeply hated the Tujue people, and immediately handed over all matters related to the Tujue to Yuan Shio. The next day, Yuan Shio saw posters praising him and Madam Yuan posted on the streets. People were praising General Yuan. Madam Yuan is highly skilled and intelligent. Yuan Shio remained calm when others praised him, but he couldn't help but smile when he heard everyone praising Jiyu Chuyue. Then, Yuan Shio had just dismounted when he saw a familiar figure walking by. He immediately chased after her. The person in front turned around. It was indeed Jiyu Chuyue. When Jiyu Chuyue saw Yuan, she excitedly flew into his arms. The two embraced tightly. The joy of reunion and everything they had experienced during this period welled up in Jiyu Chuyue's heart, and she couldn't help sobbing as she cried, "I miss you so much. Let's never be separated again." Yuan Shio's heart felt as if it were being gently squeezed. He immediately declared, "We will never be separated again." Jueisha secretly watched and shed tears of joy. Master finally saw Madam, but Yuan Shio glared at him, warning him not to. Jueisha quickly led everyone back, but someone couldn't help but exclaim, "So sweet." Jiyu Chuyue, with tears in her eyes, stroked Yuan Shio's handsome face. No matter how she looked at it, she felt. Yuan Shio felt a pang of heartache. Jiyu Chuyue lost weight. Jiyu Chuyue pouted. "Nonsense. I've clearly been eating a lot recently." Yuan Shio immediately measured her slender waist with his hands. "You can eat more, it feels better in my hand." Jiyu Chuyue snorted softly, but the next second, she couldn't help but ask, "During the 2 months we were apart, did you miss me?" Yuan Shio smiled. "Of course I did. I missed you every moment. I missed you when I was eating. I wondered if Chuyue had eaten well. At night, I wondered if Chuyue had fallen asleep, if you slept well. Sometimes when I thought of you, I felt sad. I really wanted to know how you were doing, so when I saw you just now, I chased after you. I couldn't wait to go back to the mansion to find you. I didn't expect to miss you so much. It seems I underestimated your importance in my heart." Jiyu Chuyue was touched. Suddenly, she said, "Let's." The water girl and General Ling Mian reunited. As soon as they met, they dragged the general to their room. The general was stunned. After reacting, they held hands and quickly returned to the room and embraced. Jueisha, Yuan Shio held Jiyu Chuyue's warm body. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I want to give you a beautiful and unforgettable wedding night." "We can't." Jiyu Chuyue blushed. "This man is so damn adorable." She pretended to be troubled. "Then wait until you're ready." With that said, Yuan Shio exploded. Jiyu Chuyue had never been so proactive, even acting coquettishly. It made Jiyu Chuyue blush. She immediately started the rocking. The next morning, Yuan Shio got dressed and wanted to ride the rocking horse again. Jiyu Chuyue angrily hit him with a pillow. "No more thinking. No more." Yuan Shio immediately became dejected. Finally, he could only kiss her and quickly get dressed to go see the emperor. The emperor praised the couple profusely when he saw them. "This time, thanks to you two, the Jiyu poison has been eradicated. 3 days later, there will be a banquet in the Imperial garden to celebrate your achievements." Then he rewarded them with dozens of boxes of gold. The two calmly accepted the reward. The emperor then asked them to visit the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager wanted to thank them personally. Along the way, Jiyu Chuyue kept sighing. After all, the Empress Dowager had always disliked her. Yuan Shio comforted her secretly. "It doesn't matter whether the Empress Dowager likes you or not. Does it matter to me?" Jiyu Chuyue snorted softly, but she did feel a little better. The Empress Dowager was surprisingly amiable this time. "Thanks to Chuyue for removing the Jiyu poison from my body. And you're still so young. It must have been tiring." Jiyu Chuyue wanted to curse. Of course, it was tiring. Why wouldn't it be? It's tiring. But she could only force a smile. How could it be tiring? The Empress Dowager is like a mother to me. Jueisha felt the awkwardness in the air. That smile was so fake. Fake? The Empress Dowager's smile faded. "Now there's no one around me who truly cares about me." Jiyu Chuyue seriously suggested, "You should go out more. The smaller the world, the more narrow-minded one becomes. As long as you are still willing to accept new things, nothing can stop you. Your contributions to the country are recognized by all of us. The previous incident was just a conflict of positions between us." The Empress Dowager was stunned. "This girl is so insightful despite her young age. I come." Yuan Shio didn't say anything. "You are indeed a good match. Remember to have children soon and bring them to me." Jiyu Chuyue blushed and glared at Yuan Shio. Yuan Shio, however, thanked the Empress Dowager generously. After leaving the Empress Dowager's palace, Jiyu Chuyue snorted. "Who agreed to have children with you? Who wants to have children with you?" Yuan Shio leaned in and whispered, "If you don't have children with me, who are you waiting for?" Then he pulled her hand and walked out quickly. Jiyu Chuyue was confused. "Why are we leaving so suddenly?" Yuan Shio smirked. "Of course, we're going home to make babies." Jiyu Chuyue was so angry that smoke was coming out of her ears. She hit him, and Yuan Shio laughed heartily. "I envy you too. Lord Yuan and his wife are so loving." But Chu Linlong overheard this and was furious. He chased after them and shouted, "I'll kill you." Then the secret guards captured them and brought them back to Lei Wu, who stepped on the princess' hand. Then he stripped the princess naked. Then he whipped her. Then he cut her with a knife. Chu Linlong enjoyed torturing the princess until she bled profusely and died. The blood that flowed out formed a small and Wei appeared in time and helped the princess. Chu Linlong panicked. "Do you hate me now? I was usually so gentle, but I actually killed." And Wei immediately said, "I will never hate you, princess. You are the most important person in my heart." Chu Linlong didn't believe him. Meanwhile, Jiyu Chuyue fainted because of Yuan Shio. Yuan Shio immediately carried her into the carriage and headed towards the mansion. Jiyu Chuyue blushed shyly. There were so many people watching. Yuan Shio didn't care at all. "I can hold my wife as long as I want. Hang Ren can look all he wants, I don't care. Why are you shy? You're usually not." Wu Chuyue slapped his hand away. Yuan Mingxiu immediately pulled her into his arms. He pressed her onto the bed. Wu Chuyue was speechless. This guy has become a kissing maniac after marriage. And it's not appropriate to do this in broad daylight. We should be talking, or discussing matters of state. Yuan Mingxiu didn't care about matters of state. Those are things to deal with outside the house. Right now, he just wanted to sleep with his wife. As he spoke, he pressed her down again. Wu Chuyue struggled. "I never realized this guy was such a pervert." Yuan Mingxiu was even more aggrieved. "Do you know how much I've been longing for this? I'm going to do this every day." The next day, Jiyu Chuyue had just gotten up when Jiyu Xinrong and Shang Muan arrived. She'll pretend to be concerned and say, "We're good sisters after all, so we should." Wu Chuyue didn't believe her lies. Did she really think she was stupid? Sure enough, the next second, Jiyu Xinrong started acting. It was obvious it was fake. Outwardly, she seemed to have a good relationship with Shang Muan. It turned out it was because Jiyu Xinrong continued to act. "I never thought I'd have such a good sister. You should quickly have a child with Lord Yuan for the Yuan family." Jiyu Chuyue was stunned. How could she be so shameless? How brazen this woman is, trying to steal her sister's fiancé, and she even brought gifts and acted all friendly, while pretending to care about the Yuan family's expenses. Jiyu Chuyue was speechless. She just came to show off. So, she deliberately talked to Shang Muan, telling him to take good care of Xinrong. Shang Muan looked embarrassed, as if he had done something wrong. Jiyu Xinrong was furious. Shang Muan was still siding with Jiyu Chuyue. Then Jiyu Chuyue politely excused herself. Jiyu Xinrong was in no mood to show off anymore, saying she was unwell and turned to leave. Shang Muan was a little disapproving. "What are you doing?" "She's just being nice." Before he could finish, Jiyu Xinrong snapped, "I'm not feeling well. I'm going back. You can stay if you want." She then stormed off. Shang Muan clenched his fists, but for the sake of the child, he could only. He apologized awkwardly to Jiyu Chuyue. He kept apologizing profusely. Shang Muan admired Jiyu Chuyue even more. Back in the carriage, he didn't even want to look at Jiyu Xinrong. Jiyu Xinrong started complaining again. "Does it make you so uncomfortable to see me? If you treat me badly, I'll take your child and leave." Shang Muan couldn't stand it anymore. How could she say such a thing? Jiyu Xinrong started crying. "You're always thinking about her. You should only be thinking about me." Shang Muan thought she was being unreasonable, and could only pretend not to hear. Jiyu Xinrong bit her lip. "If you don't listen to me, I'll make you and Jiyu Chuyue regret it." She repeated this threat over and over again. Jiyu Chuyue knew it was just an empty threat. Yuan Mingxiu was furious. How dare he show off? "My lady, you should teach him a lesson." Wu Chuyue almost screamed. What was there to be proud of? "Henbai, if I have a child, you'll have to help me. You don't have any experience, do you? So you should have children before me, so you can be more experienced." Ching Feng blushed and stammered. Wu Chuyue had already seen that he and Chen Shio liked each other, so she decided to arrange their marriage. Ching Feng lowered his head. "As you wish, my lady. After the arrangements were made, Yuan Mingxiu was a little worried that Jiyu Chuyue wouldn't be his priority anymore, but Bu Chuyue understood. After all, she also prioritized Yuan Mingxiu after their marriage. Yuan Mingxiu was overjoyed. So I'm your priority. Bu Chuyue pulled his ear. Of course, Bu Chuyue always considered Qingfeng as family, so she insisted on a grand wedding. Yuan Mingxiu patted his chest, promising to arrange everything. Bu Chuyue then said she would pick up Qingsong the next day. Qingfeng had already gone home to prepare. Yuan Mingxiu instantly became dejected. You're leaving me, Bu Chuyue had to coax him. It's just for a short while. We'll be back soon. Yuan Mingxiu took the opportunity to make demands. Promise me, if you want to ride the rocking horse again. He then picked her up and carried her away. Bu Chuyue was speechless. Can you stop thinking about that all the time? But then she went along with him. The next day, Jiyu Chuyue took Chen Ju and He Dai to Qingsong's house. They had agreed to visit today, but Qingsong didn't come out to greet them. Jiyu Chuyue felt something was wrong. Qingsong wouldn't forget such an important day. The door was opened by a haughty woman. The woman refused to let them in, and said they were looking for the wrong person. She claimed that Mai Furen was very ill, and she said she didn't know where Qingsong was. He Dai was immediately unhappy. Qingsong is back to see you. What do you mean you don't know where he is? The woman's tone changed. Who knows if you general's people did something to him? Don't try to blame me. She also claimed to be Qingsong's wife. Bu Chuyue lost her patience. She ordered her men to enter. The woman started yelling. What are you doing? Just because you're generals, you think you can bully people. Bu Chuyue's face turned cold. Im Fengqi, anyone who bullies my people will pay the price. Someone tried to disrespect Yatu before, and I chopped off his hand. That man claimed to have powerful backing, so I skinned him alive. Qingfeng is my Yatu. Anyone who mistreats him will face my wrath. The woman trembled in fear. He Dai suddenly charged forward. He kicked the woman. The woman fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Then, Chen Ju brought out Qingsong, who looked weak and disoriented. Bu Chuyue was shocked. What happened? It turned out the woman demanded a large dowry, and when Qingsong refused, she locked him up. Chen Ju was furious. Qingsong had been locked up for a long time. He weakly told them not to be angry, saying it happened often, and he was used to it. Jiyu Chuyue was even angrier. This was clearly abuse. Chen Ju immediately hugged him protectively. He gently checked Qingsong for injuries. Bu Chuyue glared at the woman. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed in, carrying gifts. Who are you? How dare you touch my daughter? The woman immediately rushed into his arms. Father, they want to steal your daughter. They are bullying us. They are disrespecting General Kai. They are fighting over Yatu. And that shameless Ning Wang is here to show off. He sends gifts every day. General is furious. Yuan Mingxiu had been making Bu Chuyue's waist sore. They finally arrived at Qingsong's house, only to find Qingsong being bullied. He was being bullied by a woman. Qingfeng's father, Du Hai, was furious. Put my daughter down. You lawless thugs. I knew you wanted to steal her. He Dai punched him to the ground. Bu Chuyue was also furious. Are you trying to sell your son? Du Hai retorted, what do you mean sell? I raised him. He needs my permission to marry. Who are you, anyway? Then he pointed at Chen Ju. And you. Let him go. Qingsong tried to defend Chen Ju, saying it was his own decision to marry. Chen Ju stepped forward protectively. I am Qingsong's husband, Chen Ju. Even if you're his father, you can't treat him like this. Du Hai was even angrier. You want to take my daughter? I dare you. Bu Chuyue challenged him. Go ahead, report me. The woman whispered nervously, it's General Furen. Report her. Du Hai hesitated. He knew General Furen had power. He yelled at Jiyu Chuyue. Even if you're the emperor, you can't just take my daughter. I've already found a good family for Qingfeng. He can't marry this nobody. Chen Ju was furious, but didn't know what to say. Bu Chuyue sneered. A good family, or a good price. She gave Qingsong a choice. Stay here with your father, or come with me. Du Hai yelled, you can take my daughter. I said no. Bu Chuyue ignored him and told Qingsong to choose. Qingsong immediately chose Jiyu Chuyue. Wu Qiuyue sighed in relief and turned to leave with Qingsong and Chen Ju, ignoring Du Hai's yells. Du Hai charged forward. He Dai tripped him, sending him sprawling. Wu Qiuyue looked down at him. Qing Feng is already mine. He has nothing to do with you anymore. I'm taking him. Du Hai struggled to get up, insisting that as Qing Feng's father, he had the right to decide. Wu Qiuyue's eyes turned cold. He's no longer your son. She then left with her people. Back home, Wu Qiuyue held a wedding for Qing Feng and Chen Ju. Wu Qiuyue and Yuan Mingxiu also attended the wedding. Watching the happy couple, Yuan Mingxiu whispered to Wu Qiuyue, pulling her closer. Wu Qiuyue rolled her eyes. Can't you think of anything else? Yuan Mingxiu looked defeated. Isn't this the most important thing between us? Just then, a servant announced, Ning Wang is here. Yuan Mingxiu immediately wanted to send him away, but the servant said Ning Wang insisted on delivering the gift personally to Furen. Yuan Mingxiu was even angrier. Let him in. I want to see what he's up to. Wu Qiuyue snickered. I smell trouble, but she was also worried that Ning Wang might have real business, and it wouldn't be good if he was seen waiting at the door. Yuan Mingxiu reluctantly agreed. Let him in. Let's see what he wants. Yuan Mingxiu was fuming. Wu Qiuyue almost laughed out loud. Ning Wang entered, carrying a large box. He was clearly trying to impress her. These 1000-year mountain ginseng are for your health. If you need anything, just ask. You're welcome to come to my mansion anytime. Yuan Mingxiu's face darkened. We have everything we need. Why would we need to go to your mansion? Ning Wang smiled. My mansion has many rare treasures from the royal palace. Surely, Lord Yuan isn't afraid to admit he's envious. Yuan Mingxiu's face turned black. Don't try to provoke me. Just deliver your gift and leave. Ning Wang looked at Wu Qiuyue sympathetically. Lord Yuan is so fierce. If you're unhappy, you can come to me. Wu Qiuyue sweetly replied, my husband and I are very happy together. Yuan Mingxiu was so touched that he decided to tell Wu Qiuyue a love story later. Ning Wang was disappointed. So it's true, he could only leave. Before leaving, he told Wu Qiuyue to check the gifts carefully. Wu Qiuyue politely waved goodbye. Yuan Mingxiu glared at his retreating figure. That bastard, trying to steal my wife. After he left, Wu Qiuyue opened the box. It was filled with jewels and treasures. Yuan Mingxiu rolled his eyes. These things are useless. They have nothing to do with us. But there was a peculiar map inside. Wu Qiuyue felt something was off. It looked like a topographical map, but she couldn't tell what it was. She decided to put it aside for later. Maybe it would be useful someday. Yuan Mingxiu was jealous. Do you really need to keep that? I can get you anything you want. Wu Qiuyue laughed. Is Ning Wang trying to bribe me? Yuan Mingxiu's eyes lit up. What are you planning? Wu Qiuyue winked playfully. Yuan Mingxiu immediately hugged her tightly. But the next day at court, the Huju prince proposed to marry Wu Qiuyue. The court was in an uproar. Yuan Mingxiu was furious. How can you even consider marrying your wife to a foreign prince for 10 years of peace? The Huju prince suddenly threw a bone at Wu Qiuyue. The court was in chaos. Yuan Mingxiu roared in anger. The emperor explained, the Huju prince promised 10 years of peace if he can marry Wu Qiuyue. This is a great opportunity. Yuan Mingxiu grabbed the emperor's neck. The emperor cried out in alarm. Stop. Yuan Mingxiu finally let go. Yuan Mingxiu then requested to lead the army to attack the Huju. The emperor was hesitant to start a war. The officials urged the emperor to reconsider. Yuan Mingxiu was furious. They are all cowards. The Huju have been a threat for years. We should eliminate them. Your Majesty, please grant my request. The emperor was still hesitant. Attacking the Huju would cost countless lives and resources. He was relying on Yuan Mingxiu. He kept saying no repeatedly. Meanwhile, Li Anning was shopping for jewelry. He was about to marry Qing Feng. Wu Qiuyue wanted to give him jewelry as a wedding gift. She couldn't let the Huju get to him. Suddenly, Chu Linglong appeared, sneering. You're still dreaming of being the Huju princess, after being rejected. Li Anning asked, what are you talking about? Chu Linglong continued to mock her. The Huju prince said he only wants Wu Qiuyue. Give up. I bet your good sister, Wu Qiuyue, didn't tell you. She stole your position as the Huju princess. You have a husband, but you still want someone else's husband. Shameless. Wu Qiuyue heard everything as she walked in. She smiled and pulled Li Anning away. Let's go. Talking behind people's backs is bad. She ignored Chu Linglong. She chatted happily with Li Anning, treating Chu Linglong as heir. Chu Linglong was furious. She asked sarcastically, "Are you planning to marry him too?" Share Jiu Chiu's husband. Wu Chiyue retorted, "Weren't you the one who wanted to marry the Huju prince in the first place? Are you picking a fight with me just because of Du Ji? Do you want to sneak off to him so badly? Should I report this to His Majesty?" Chu Linglong's face turned pale, her voice trembling with fear. "His Majesty is already displeased because of the previous incident. We can't bother him again now. That excuse about aiming for peace is just a lie. You stole my man and now you're after hers. How shameless. Just you wait and see." Bao Chiyue quickly explained to Li Anning, "Prince Chijue is just trying to make things difficult for me. He deliberately proposed marriage to provoke us." Li Anning didn't doubt him, but she was still worried. She wondered what her fate would be. Wu Chiyue reassured her, "Fate is in our own hands, not someone else's. Just be brave and tell me if you want to leave." Li Anning's expression darkened. She reluctantly shook her head. Wu Chiyue patted her shoulder and laughed. "Good. That's the spirit. Just focus on recovering. I'll handle everything." With that, she hurried away. Back at Jiangjun Manor, Wu Chiyue sought out Yuan Mingxiu. She pounced on him, "You have to help us." Yuan Mingxiu flatly refused. "If you're thinking of using yourself as bait, I won't allow it." Wu Chiyue patiently coaxed him, in thinking this is a chance to eliminate the threat from Gujue once and for all. "How dare he covet you?" Yuan Mingxiu seethed. Wu Chiyue planted a kiss on his cheek. His expression softened slightly. Yuan Mingxiu coughed, trying to regain his composure. Wu Chiyue pointed at her lips suggestively. "Just one more kiss." Wu Chiyue sighed. "You're impossible, but if you agree to my plan, I'll reward you." Yuan Mingxiu chuckled. "Are you threatening me now?" He suddenly grabbed her waist. He pinned her against a pillar. "I always take what I want." Then he lowered his head and kissed her breathless. He finally pulled back, looking serious. "Even if it means using you as bait, I'll never agree." Wu Chiyue giggled. "But you already agreed." She wrapped her arms around his neck. "I knew you would. How are your lips? Are they swollen?" Yuan Mingxiu checked her lips carefully. "I didn't bite you, did I?" Wu Chiyue took advantage of his softened demeanor to explain her plan. "Now that Gujue has made unreasonable demands, we can negotiate. If the talks fail, we'll attack. This shows our willingness to negotiate." Yuan Mingxiu was skeptical. Will Prince Chijue agree? Wu Chiyue had already thought this through. Prince Kiju's health is poor, and there's unrest in his kingdom. He'll want to return and secure his position for his inheritance. We can't engage Gujue head-on. We should secretly incite further internal conflict. Then they won't be able to attack us, and we'll have to negotiate. I'm confident he'll agree to a peace treaty, and not attack us for years. Yuan Mingxiu had to admit her plan was sound. Whether he agreed or not, she would proceed. "You'll definitely agree," Wu Chiyue teased. "Because you're mine." "If you don't agree," she trailed off suggestively. Yuan Mingxiu's eyes lit up. "We'll have to see about that." Wu Chiyue decided to push her luck. "Try me." "Not yet." "Still not." The general arrived, radiating killing intent. Prince Chijue scoffed. "It's just a woman and a concubine." Yuan Mingxiu threw his teacup at him. It shattered against Prince Kiju's face, momentarily stunning him. Prince Kiju's mage quickly intervened, narrowly avoiding further injury. "How dare you attack me?" Prince Chijue roared, furious. Yuan Mingxiu sneered. "You brought this upon yourself." Kargan was shocked to see Yuan Mingxiu completely unscathed. Just then, an urgent message arrived. News of trouble back home. Kargan's heart sank. "I must return to Gujue to deal with this, or I'll lose my claim to the throne." Yuan Mingxiu grabbed him. "Let's settle this with a duel." Kargan was in no mood for games. He was desperate to leave. Yuan Mingxiu blocked his path. Kargan was trapped. "Let me go. I'll settle this with you later." Yuan Mingxiu pointed his sword at him. "Agree to a peace treaty now, or you won't leave this place." Kargan hesitated. Yuan Mingxiu was a formidable opponent. He might not even make it back to Gujue alive. He gritted his teeth and agreed. "Fine. Let's talk." Yuan Mingxiu's first condition was clear. Wu Chiyue must not be harmed. Kargan scoffed. "You care about her that much? Is she that good? I could replace her easily." His sword moved menacingly closer. Kargan's heart pounded. Last warning, Yuan Mingxiu growled. Kargan quickly backpedaled. Calm down. Let's talk. What do you have to offer? I won't negotiate without something in return. You have needs from my kingdom. Otherwise, why would you be here? Yuan Mingxiu countered. Get to the point. Show me your sincerity, or face the consequences. Kargan's heart sank. Had he discovered the unrest in Gujue? He was desperate to return and quell the rebellion. If Yuan Mingxiu attacked now, he would be fighting on two fronts. He conceded, if Gujue doesn't attack for 3 years, what will you offer? Yuan Mingxiu scoffed. Like him granting you a favor. Let's settle this with 3 duels. If Gujue wins, you return everything you've taken. If I win, Gujue stays away for 10 years. Kargan was furious. How dare you? Yuan Mingxiu remained unfazed. Take it or leave it. Kargan paced furiously. He's threatening me. This is outrageous. He had no choice but to agree to the duels. 5 years, no more. The peace treaty was signed. The emperor hosted a celebratory banquet, honoring Yuan Mingxiu and Buchiyue. Yuan Mingxiu deflected the praise. It was a team effort. Buchiyue tugged at his sleeve. Don't be so modest. The emperor laughed heartily, praising their wit and resourcefulness. He showered them with rewards. The court buzzed with speculation about Buchiyue's intelligence and the emperor's favor. Buchiyue and Yuan Mingxiu ignored the gossip, gazing at each other lovingly. Their first victory together was on the political stage, but their greatest triumph was their love. Chu Linglong watched this scene, seething with jealousy. Buchiyue is only favored because of her beauty. Let's see how she fares without it. She signaled to her servant. Buchiyue went to change her clothes, and Yuan Mingxiu accompanied her. Chu Linglong sneered, her plan in motion. A servant brought Buchiyue a fragrant balm. This balm is made with the finest ingredients. It's also an aphrodisiac. Buchiyue's suspicions were immediately aroused. She recognized the scent. She feigned delight. I love it. I'll take some more with me. She even went to choose more. Meanwhile, Buchiyue applied her own powder, which could counteract the effects of the balm. The servant returned with the balm and insisted on applying it herself. Buchiyue observed this, realizing the servant must have an antidote. She relaxed slightly. She smiled, pleased with herself. The servant, however, looked worried. Wasn't it supposed to cause a reaction? Buchiyue exclaimed, this balm is wonderful. I must tell the Empress about it. The servant panicked. She tried to stop Buchiyue. Buchiyue's demeanor changed instantly. Why not? Give me one good reason. The servant, knowing she'd been caught, confessed. The balm is laced with something that causes redness, swelling, and itching. Is there an antidote? Buchiyue asked. No, the servant lied. Then I'll apply it all over you and see what happens. Buchiyue threatened. The terrified servant revealed the antidote was with Chu Linglong. Buchiyue threatened her further. Cooperate, or you'll face consequences even if Chu Linglong protects you. Buchiyue sneered. Chu Linglong will be next. The terrified servant agreed to cooperate. Buchiyue's plan was working perfectly. Chu Linglong, blinded by jealousy, had underestimated her. Buchiyue sneered. Chu Linglong will pay for this. Buchiyue's plan worked. Chu Linglong was about to get what she deserved. Blinded by jealousy, Chu Linglong's plan backfired spectacularly. She even tried to destroy the evidence. The balm causes redness, swelling and itching, Buchiyue reiterated. Buchiyue saw through the plot and coerced the servant to help her. Chu Linglong went to the Empress with a gift, the poisoned balm. Fengyu presented the balm. This balm was specially formulated by the Imperial physicians. It makes your skin smooth and radiant. Chu Linglong boasted. The servant watched helplessly as the Empress applied the balm. Disaster was imminent. The Empress' face erupted in red welts. She screamed in pain. Her face quickly became covered in blisters and sores. The Empress attendants panicked. Chu Linglong, also horrified, grabbed the Empress' hand and called for help. What is this? The Empress shrieked at Chu Linglong. Chu Linglong's mind raced. Had the balms been mixed up, she was trapped. Revealing the antidote would expose her plot, but without it, the Empress' face would be ruined. After agonizing indecision, Chu Linglong produced the antidote. She quickly gave it to the Empress. The sores stopped spreading as soon as the Empress swallowed the pill. She sighed in relief, then turned to Chu Linglong. What was that? Why did my face react like that? Before Chu Linglong could answer, Buchiyue entered. I heard about your Majesty's face. I came to help. Chu Linglong was stunned. Why was Bu Chiyue here? And her face was fine. The Empress, mortified by her appearance, ordered everyone away. Bu Chiyue urged her to seek treatment immediately to minimize scarring. The Empress, scared, agreed, but only allowed the Imperial physicians to examine her. Bu Chiyue observed the Empress' face, secretly impressed by Chu Linglong's ruthlessness. The physicians were baffled. They knew it was poison, but not what kind. The Empress looked accusingly at Chu Linglong. I would never harm your majesty. Chu Linglong pleaded. The Empress was unsure who to believe. The head physician urged immediate treatment before the damage worsened. Bu Chiyue spoke up. The poison should be spreading, yet it stopped. Did your majesty take something? The Empress, wanting to protect Chu Linglong, snapped, none of your business. Bu Chiyue persisted. I need to know to avoid any adverse reactions with my own treatment. The Empress reluctantly admitted to taking the pill from Chu Linglong. Bu Chiyue gasped dramatically. What kind of pill was it? Chu Linglong mumbled that it was a common remedy. Bu Chiyue pressed on. I need to know the ingredients before I can treat your majesty. Chu Linglong, forced to reveal the truth, described the antidote. Bu Chiyue turned to the head physician. Are you familiar with this antidote? It's quite rare, and specifically designed for this type of poison. The head physician confirmed this was true. Bu Chiyue looked pointedly at Chu Linglong. It seems you're quite knowledgeable about poisons. Chu Linglong stammered nervously. So, you admit to poisoning me? The Empress was furious. Chu Linglong quickly tried to cover her tracks. I meant to send the balm to Bu Chiyue. I didn't know it was poisoned. Maybe she tampered with it. Bu Chiyue feigned surprise. Really? Then why did you have the antidote? I always carry medicinal pills, Chu Linglong retorted. Bu Chiyue asked the head physician to confirm the rarity of the antidote. He agreed, emphasizing its specialized use. Specifically for this type of poison, Bu Chiyue added pointedly. Chu Linglong had no choice but to admit the truth. She immediately feigned innocence. The balm was meant for Bu Chiyue, I swear. I don't know how it got poisoned. Bu Chiyue chuckled. That's rich, coming from you. Then explain the antidote, Bu Chiyue challenged. Chu Linglong insisted it was just a common remedy. Bu Chiyue appealed to the head physician, who confirmed the antidote's rarity. It's quite rare, he emphasized. Bu Chiyue drove her point home. Specifically for that particular poison. Cornered, Chu Linglong broke down. It was meant for Bu Chiyue. I swear, Bu Chiyue clutched her chest dramatically. Oh, the injustice. My heart aches. Chu Linglong was furious. This was all an act. The Empress, still hesitant to punish Chu Linglong, urged Bu Chiyue to treat her. Bu Chiyue continued her performance. But the pain, it's unbearable. The Empress was speechless. I have a delicate constitution. When falsely accused, my heart aches terribly. Perhaps someone else should treat your majesty. Chu Linglong was almost taken in by the act. Exposed, Chu Linglong still tried to deny it. Bu Chiyue repeated her performance. Oh, the pain my heart. When falsely accused, I suffer terrible heart pains. Perhaps someone else should tend to your majesty. The Empress and Chu Linglong seethed. This was all a ruse. The head physician urged the Empress to receive treatment quickly before the damage became permanent. The Empress panicked. Her position was at risk. She turned on Chu Linglong. Tell me everything. Chu Linglong continued to deny everything. Bu Chiyue's performance intensified. The pain. Someone help me. The Empress snapped. Are you trying to ruin my face? Bu Chiyue's act was too much for Chu Linglong. She finally confessed. I sent the balm to Bu Chiyue. I added an antidote in advance. But I don't know how the Empress balm got poisoned. The Empress turned to Bu Chiyue. Now are you satisfied? Bu Chiyue clutched her chest. But the culprit hasn't been punished. My heart still aches. The Empress warned her not to push it. Bu Chiyue cried out in pain. Chu Linglong screamed. Don't believe her. It's all an act. The Empress, worried about her face, finally relented. She ordered Chu Linglong imprisoned. Chu Linglong was horrified. She tried to protest, but the Empress, focused on her own well-being, ignored her pleas. With Chu Linglong imprisoned, Bu Chiyue finally agreed to treat the Empress. Empress Zhili. Even if Leng Heng fixes your makeup, don't think you'll get away unscathed. Bu Chiyue, full of confidence, took out a pen. She turned and swiftly drew lines on the Empress' face. After she finished, the Empress looked in the mirror and was stunned. Her face was covered in ugly marks. The Empress let out a piercing scream that almost deafened everyone present. The Empress cursed at Bu Chuyue. "You've ruined my face. I'll punish you." Bu Chuyue remained calm and offered a handkerchief for the Empress to wipe her face. The Empress hurriedly tried to wipe the marks off, but the marks disappeared, leaving her skin smooth and white. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The Empress, delighted, felt even more beautiful than before and wanted to reward everyone. Bu Chuyue then looked at the Empress expectantly. The Empress became wary. "You have more requests. Such greed is not a good thing," Bu Chuyue retorted. "Please, Your Majesty, punish Princess Ling Long. After all, she attacked me first." The Empress was displeased. "She's already in prison, what more do you want?" Bu Chuyue explained. "Princess Ling Long is only imprisoned, not punished. She could be released at any time." The Empress retorted. "Punishing a princess is a serious matter. Besides, you haven't been truly harmed in this alleged assassination attempt," Bu Chuyue added. "Princess Ling Long has already confessed, Your Majesty. Are you still biased?" Bu Chuyue then revealed her trump card. "What does Your Majesty think of this evidence?" "How?" The Empress' soul almost left her body. "This is a communication token with the Turkic prince." "How could it be with her?" Bu Chuyue explained. "This is evidence of Princess Ling Long conspiring with the Turkic prince. Can this be considered a real assassination attempt against me?" The Empress' face darkened. "If I don't punish Ling Long, Bu Chuyue might tell the Emperor about my connection to Prince Hongju. That would be a crime that could wipe out my entire clan." Choosing the lesser of two evils, the Empress decided, "I'll do as Bu Chuyue says." Meanwhile, Princess Ling Long, though imprisoned, wasn't afraid, expecting to be released and take revenge on Bu Chuyue. Suddenly, a eunuch arrived with an order. Princess Ling Long was to receive 40 lashes for harming Madame Yuan. Princess Ling Long was shocked. Impossible. How could the Empress? But the guards dragged her out, ignoring her struggles. They held her down and started the lashing. Chu Ling Long cursed furiously. "You'll all pay for this." Bu Chuyue appeared, watching calmly. Ling Long screamed at her. "You? I knew it was you who tricked the Empress. I'm suffering because of you." Bu Chuyue was unmoved. "You harmed me, so you must accept the consequences. Don't think you can get away easily." She gestured, and the guards continued the lashing. Seeing no other way, Ling Long grabbed the board and bit down hard on it. Princess Ling Long fainted from the pain. She was barely conscious when Bu Chuyue let them stop. Bu Chuyue warned. "You dared to harm me, so I'll just watch you get punished." The guards hesitantly looked at Bu Chuyue, wanting her to stop the punishment. But Bu Chuyue smiled coldly at them, and they understood. The guards quickly continued the lashing, raining blows down on Ling Long. Ling Long, in agony, cried. "I'll make you pay for this," Bu Chuyue coldly warned. "Think about the consequences before you act. That's my advice to you." Then, Ling Long was taken back to her cell. News of the incident quickly reached the Emperor. The Empress panicked and ordered rewards for Bu Chuyue. News spread. Princess Ling Long was punished for poisoning Madame Yuan. The Empress ordered 40 lashes for the princess. Princess Ling Long was beaten until she fainted. The guards quickly reported back. The Empress was furious. "How dare you beat a princess like that? Do you want to lose your heads?" The guards pleaded. "Your Majesty, spare us. We didn't want to, but Madame Yuan was there supervising." That Bu Chuyue again. The Empress dismissed the guards. She cried. "Ling Long is beaten so badly, I don't know when she'll recover." A woman with scars, Momo offered advice. "Your Majesty, don't worry. Make Bu Chuyue fix it. If she refuses, punish her. Besides, isn't she in charge of the welcoming ceremony for the Turkic delegation? If she makes a mistake, it's a national offense. Someone will deal with her." The Empress' eyes lit up. "Exactly. I'll help her make a mistake." The next day, everyone was busy preparing for the Turkic delegation. A servant girl approached. She took out a bottle and poured a strange liquid into the Turkic prince's cup. Then she left as if nothing had happened. She secretly reported to Momo. "It's done. The tablecloth will catch fire quickly." "Good. We can enjoy Bu Chuyue's misfortune tomorrow." The next day, the Turkic prince, Ha Meng, arrived to meet the emperor. As he sat down, Ha Meng's gaze was fixed on Bu Chuyue. He looked at Bu Chuyue with undisguised admiration. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. Ha Meng almost dropped his cup in excitement. "Beautiful," he murmured. The emperor announced the start of the banquet, and ordered the presentation of gifts. They exchanged pleasantries with the emperor. Then Meng immediately approached Bu Chiyue. Madam Yuan, may you be blessed with health and happiness. Bu Chiyue inwardly cursed. He's doing this on purpose. He wants everyone to see how I react and spread rumors about me and the Turkic prince. Yuan Mingxiu, noticing the situation, looked like he was about to explode with anger. Bu Chiyue quickly acted sweetly. Husband, help me drink this wine. Yuan Mingxiu's anger subsided. Since my wife can't handle alcohol, I shall drink it for her. He raised his cup and offered it to Meng. Meng almost choked on his wine. He thought. Why are you so protective of her? Everyone thought. This Turkic prince is clearly interested in Bu Chiyue. Thankfully, she's not interested in him, or she wouldn't be using Lord Yuan as a shield. Bu Chiyue leaned against Yuan Mingxiu. We need to put on a good show. Yuan Mingxiu chuckled. Do we need to? He picked up a piece of meat and offered it to Bu Chiyue. This is your favorite. Bu Chiyue blushed. Even if we need to put on a show, isn't this a bit too much in public? Everyone looked on enviously. Lord Yuan is so doting. Seeing Bu Chiyue hesitate, Yuan Mingxiu playfully said. If you don't eat, I'll have to feed you myself. Bu Chiyue blushed even more and quickly ate the food he offered. Yuan Mingxiu was satisfied. He gently wiped her mouth. Everyone was captivated by their display of affection. They are so loving. Meng felt a pang of jealousy, his heart heavy. The emperor called for dancers to perform for Meng. A dancer gave him a flower pot, which he thought was a token of affection. She sprinkled some powder on it. Suddenly, the table in front of Meng burst into flames. Meng was startled and quickly extinguished the flames on his sleeves. The emperor was shocked and ordered people to put out the fire. Yuan Mingxiu reacted quickly, grabbing the tablecloth and throwing it into the water. The fire was quickly extinguished. He noticed some residue on the table. Servants rushed in with water to clean up. Yuan Mingxiu stopped them, sensing something was amiss. Meng saw his chance. Shouldn't we discuss the attempted assassination of Prince Ling Guo? Yuan Mingxiu coldly replied. It's not that serious. There's no need to make a fuss. But Meng interrupted him, complaining to the emperor. Someone tried to harm me. Please, your majesty, investigate. The emperor, wanting to maintain peace, promised to investigate. Meng turned to Bu Chiyue, insisting she be in charge of the investigation. Yuan Mingxiu glared at Meng. What are you up to? Meng smirked. Nothing. I just trust Madam Yuan. He then glared at the emperor, challenging him. The emperor was furious. Bu Chiyue understood the gravity of the situation, and pulled Yuan Mingxiu aside. Yuan Mingxiu reassured her. I trust you. Meng seethed with jealousy, watching their interaction. Bu Chiyue agreed to investigate. Yuan Mingxiu squeezed her hand, offering support. They both knew that they were each other's strongest support. Meng was enraged. I was almost burned alive in your country. This is outrageous. I demand you find the culprit within 5 days, or the peace talks are off. The Turkic prince declared war. The arrogant prince falls for the cold general's wife. The general and his wife put on a grand display of affection. The prince was triggered. You're using the fire incident to cause trouble. Chiyue, you have 5 days to find the culprit, or the peace talks are over. Yuan Mingxiu's face darkened. How dare you? Meng ignored him, focusing on Bu Chiyue. Yuan Mingxiu blocked Meng's gaze, glaring at him. Meng tried to peek around Yuan Mingxiu to look at Bu Chiyue. Yuan Mingxiu scowled and blocked him again. They bickered like children. Bu Chiyue sighed. I can't deal with this. She left to investigate. She summoned everyone who had touched Meng's table. 2 people had touched the table. One served the dishes, the other poured the wine. Bu Chiyue interrogated them. Who did it? Tell the truth, or else. Both servants denied doing anything. Bu Chiyue observed them carefully, finding no clues. She suddenly remembered the dancer. She had also touched the table. She ordered a search for the dancers, but they had already left the palace. The empress was pleased. She thought Bu Chiyue wouldn't be able to find the culprit within 5 days. Bu Chiyue had to ask Yuan Mingxiu for help, but she forgot one thing. Asking her husband for help comes with a price. Yuan Mingxiu grinned. Trying to order me around without offering anything in return. Bu Chiyue slapped his hand in exasperation. Can you focus on the case? For Yuan Mingxiu, his wife's request was a command. Bu Chiyue tried to drag him away, but he pulled her back into his arms. Looks like I won't get what I want. Bu Chiyue kissed him until her legs felt weak. She tried to leave. Can we go now? Yuan Mingxiu wasn't satisfied and pulled her back for another kiss. Bu Qiuyue was almost breathless. She pushed him away. Someone might see us. Yuan Mingxiu finally relented and started talking business. I've already sent people to investigate. I noticed a strange residue on the table. It smelled like something from land Ching. Bu Qiuyue was surprised. You noticed that too. I know that black xuanwei flower can be used as a fire starter. Its powder is golden and has a unique fragrance. Yuan Mingxiu had sent people to investigate based on this clue. He discovered that most of the dancers were locals, but the dancer near the Turkic prince's table left right after the performance. He had sent people to find her, but she wouldn't confess easily. No one would admit to sabotaging international relations. But Bu Qiuyue had a plan to make her confess. The Empress received news that the dancer was captured. She had been trying to find the dancer, but someone else was also after her. The Empress panicked. Someone is trying to kill the dancer so she won't expose us. She knew it was Bu Qiuyue. With Yuan Mingxiu's help, it was easy to track anyone down. She sent assassins to kill the dancer before Bu Qiuyue could get to her. That night, the assassins found the dancer. She had a guard with her. The assassins attacked. Tell us who sent you, and we'll let you live. The dancer begged. Please, don't leave me. The guard was terrified. The dancer faced the assassins, trembling with fear. But just as they were about to strike, the dancer smirked and threw a handful of white powder. The assassins were caught off guard. They collapsed, unable to move. The dancer laughed. Can you still stand? The assassins realized she wasn't the real dancer. The woman removed her disguise, revealing herself to be Bu Qiuyue. She threatened. Tell me who sent you, and I might spare you. The assassins were shocked. They decided to confess since they were doomed anyway, but they realized they couldn't even speak. Bu Qiuyue smirked. You've been poisoned. You can't even move a finger. She knocked them out again. She chained them up. She tied them up tightly. Remember the Empress orders, she said ominously. The assassins shuddered in fear. Momo reported to the Empress. The dancer is captured. The Empress was pleased and rewarded Momo handsomely. Momo thought. Bu Qiuyue poisoned me. I had to betray her. This girl sneaked out at night. She pretended to be a dancer and an assassin. I was beaten by my husband when I told him. My husband's reaction was unexpected. He took out a silk scarf and blindfolded me. He whispered in my ear. This is your punishment. Then he carried me to bed. Don't move. He carried her away. Bu Qiuyue covered his mouth. How do I prove I was wearing black? Yuan Mingxiu started checking her body for any signs of struggle. Does my wife have any injuries? This matter of mine is endless. I wish I could stabilize it. The more beautiful the expectation, the more people will be pushed away. If you treat it as an object again, you won't be able to catch up with the Emperor's misunderstanding. When Yu Wenming was repairing the shield, a group of relatives said, this woman is really good at surfing the waves, and the atmosphere instantly. No one immediately complained dissatisfied. Who wants to go to that honest Yang soul? What kind of compensation is there for stealing? Not in July. He quickly patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Yang almost burned someone at the meeting, so he didn't need to. It's also a crime. Can Wen Mingxiu still remember the ugliness? Wei Bing, you are really breaking the case, and you are tough. This blocked their face, and you still want to. In July, when Yang happily laid down his suspicions, knowing that he felt sorry for himself. Yu Wenming was thinking about this. I'm still talking about deciding to attack first, leaving to be a man in black, and waiting for me to come back. Not in July. The conditions are not afraid of death. It depends on whether you have the ability to come. At the same time, Chulinglong finally confronted each other. When he saw the Empress, she cried aggrievedly. Her delicate little face was dirty, and she looked like she was crying. The Empress helped him up distressedly. You have suffered. The lights will lose if you don't go back. Chulinglong still has some doubts in his heart. Is it true that the Emperor has no intention of letting me out? Everything depends on whether he can see clearly. Empress Wen Yang felt a little guilty. Bu Qiuyue is investigating the case related to your sudden decision. Right now, it really depends on him. If you don't have to worry, I will take you out to Rite 1111 and turn over the book. This palace has been given the last word from the Emperor. Chu Lingmeng's face suddenly turned pale. I have to go back again. The Conservation Alliance comforted him not to worry. This is only temporary. This palace will definitely be in. He Chulinglong just couldn't swallow this breath. Prince Bujue didn't want to marry him. We must make it happen. The Empress felt that there was basically no possibility. Yuan had been in Jilagu, and even spared no effort to send troops. Confused, Chu Linglong suddenly slammed the medicine in hatred. Not in July, it's that good. Yuan is simply taken by Zhu Yongrong. A terrible thought suddenly arose in his heart. If the expectation is made dirty by many men, Yuan will still. The Empress was so frightened that she quickly persuaded him to calm down. This kind of car can't be. But Chu Linglong is not afraid at all. It doesn't matter what memory you use, as long as you care. Empress Jinzhuang felt the pain like a foot. Linglong used to be a kind and innocent child. Now because of Erbu, she has been forced to become. On the other side, Prince Harming of the just escaped from the Yang meeting, and the takeaway shoes were shining all the way. My heart is full of love and resentment. Yuan is really sad. Today at the Yuan meeting, at this time, Chu Linrong suddenly walked over, and took the initiative to greet him with Yang Xiaoyan. He dreamed that he would be ineffective all his life. Why are you again? Shouldn't you still be in the old? Chu Linglong's face instantly became entangled, and he didn't bother to greet him. I only ask if you can think of Buchiyu's team, but can you knock it down by yourself? They tuned the wolf and played the watch. This is to find Liandong. Look at what you have. Chu Linglong refused to say anything, only told him to go to a white boy who was picking up his feet at midnight tonight. Their expressions immediately turned cold, and they grabbed his wrist and warned, if you feel sad that Bu Chuyue has not repaired enough. Polite, Chu Linglong bites the bullet and keeps asking, what's so good about Wu Qi? Why do men all? I don't know him, but on the other side, Jiu Chuyue is taking Qingfeng to the nearby dim sum shop to deliver the risk. Who knows when walking to a small, like a big net falling from the sky. The two unsuspecting people were trapped in Lao Lao, and the two desperately. Wu Chuyue suddenly reminded Qingfeng to quickly help him breathe. There is something on this net. It's a pity that I still have to change the powder. Xinfeng is already married. In the past, Wu Chuyue Jinchuang had to pretend to be nothing. I don't know, it's obviously worrying. Soon the two men couldn't get out, and the two went to different places. Fu Chuyue was tied up to a room in Wuhua. Not long after, King Ning walked in and touched his little face. These people really don't know how to connect to the western regions. Is this king staging a hero to save the beauty? Or is it a direct comrade in arms who asks you more? Speaking of which, King Ning couldn't help but lean down. This was the first time he was so close to Jiu Chuyue, and he was about to get what he wanted. Otherwise, the door was knocked empty, and someone wanted him to make trouble. Open the door, don't you open the door. What are you going to do inside that can't be seen? Is it Yin Wangdun's period of fiery cat, who dares to disturb King Duan? Guys, the door was opened well in the next second. Fei Chushu, directly Hameng Dayao Dabai entered the venue, hugged his arms coldly and hotly, and looked at His Royal Highness Ning Wang with dignity, and supported what he was going to do. You forgot to blush and lower your speed. This guy always. In the future, only Henmen is dissatisfied, but he is not Chiyu. The domineering Khan is just this. Number of people, greet when Yang Juo Chixiao. If Yu Wenming knew that you said that, she would not. He curiously reflected the camera. If Yu Wenming knew that you were going to bully this woman, he would definitely be a fool first. King Ning shook his teeth. Since it's just to kill Meng. I have a good idea, skills can let you get it, and I can dig out and solve it with Ning Shio. Next, King Ning heard the shocking news. God, a girl was poisoned by the vicious princess. Give it to a dozen men. Still want to bring all faming to do. Your Majesty came to Jiu Chuyue for the first time. Gang Xianda factory is willing to release. Who knows that Prince Tuju suddenly gasped. The woman who called and laughed. The two refused to give in to each other. No, Harming suddenly thought of a good principle. Skills can let you get him, and can disintegrate you when Minxius. I can let you wait for it to return quickly, and then I will take it away. Your Majesty when Yang was both refined and entered, and the people who turned their backs were indeed shameless. Harming was scolded unhappy. Why on earth? Isn't this the military love that both of us are happy about? I don't remember you approaching her first. The more they talk, the more they feel themselves. King Ning had a headache when he saw him. You are not good today. He went out, and Harming was almost blown away. Why not use a good method? One dislikes the other for not knowing the chain of knowledge, and the other angrily scolds the other for talking about people. No one would accept it. Wu Chuyue could hardly pretend anymore. These two bastards treat me as something, and they are still here. Instead, He took advantage of the two people's fight to quietly investigate the incident. At this moment, Ning Wang suddenly opened Shan Jingyi Hui. The white powder was very. Their speed was so fast that they were climbed for a mile, and they immediately felt like they were going back. I was so weak that I collapsed on the ground, remembering to scold Ling Wang Pobi, presumptuous. How dare you treat me like this? You. King Ning really smiled and raised his eyebrows. The person this king likes is something you feel. This king will let you see how to let someone steal. At this time, Jiyu Chuyue had quietly untied it, but he continued to pretend to be a military advance. Let's see how my mother will collect it later. It's not you, King Ning is still talking big there. As long as this king puts the wind on Jiyu Chuyue, he will listen to me and arrive at you. Fortunately, Harming Meng Yang Qinglei chuckled. You use this hand for your favorite name, do you think he will? King Ning really didn't care. Does it matter whether you like it or not? The important thing is that he will never be with anyone else. But together, I didn't know that Jiyu Chuyue had already been behind him, not just playing with his hands. The camp certificate in his hand was already pure, especially after hearing such shameless words. Bu Chiyu's face darkened and she raised her hand high. Linjin, they saw it in their eyes and took advantage of the opportunity to make a splash for him, and began to talk to Ning Wang. Otherwise, if you insist on this, let me see how Bu Chi will throw himself into his arms. I'm really curious. Suddenly, Bu Chuyue appeared in front of him, quickly slapped his fan away, and then quickly stabbed him in the neck with a needle. King Ning was caught off guard and kicked away, and he became a unified decline. On the ground, Wu Chiyuechi was so angry that she cursed, Bold Huang Tu, how dare you pretend to be King Ning? Wang Tu Jing, National Affairs Xuan Wang Sheng's shoulders do. What is this woman talking about? Eyes, Harming immediately understood. You really think about Yuan Wen Mingxiu. You still think about not being with King Minute. Wu Chiyu's eyes were very close. Jian Cheng Ning Wang is, the real King Ning is so noble, how could he get along with you here? He wants to bully others, Your Majesty. Wen Yang laughed. Jiyu Chiyu, you are indeed a smart and wonderful person. This king has never seen, but before he finished speaking, he was killed by Jiyu Chuyue. He was so angry that he immediately changed his words wisely. Don't forget to spend your king's love for you. Wu Chuyue rolled her eyes angrily, and please hold your hand. Not to mention that Harming had already seen his eyes. These two people are in front of me. Is this Jiyu Chuyue knocking on Orang's leg or something? Tell me, who is blocking the family's way? And who told you to come here? King Ning and Harming both had the same choice. Harmingdun was aggrieved and peeled off the bottom. What's there to say? It's all failure. Who knew that a cloud treasure suddenly stabbed over in the next second, watching it stop at a distance without any intention, and it almost died if it was a little bit worse. He broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Chuyue turned her head and looked at Shuni again. King Zun suddenly felt a sharp pain, so painful that Wu Chuyue threatened viciously, this is really only stuck in you for more than a prick. The place where you were pricked will not move in the future. He Meng has. You dare not destroy Yin Wang's relationship, and you dare to confront Tuju's prince. Later, I wanted to look at him like a fool. I can also say that you are pretending to be Prince Tuju, and then make it up. Harming was instantly struck by lightning, and he had no idea. King Ning was very ignorant and directly confessed that it was Lord Lin Longjun who reported that you were in. Although Kameng was very unconvinced, he still shared everything honestly. 5 July when Yang Yijian didn't feel surprised, she knew it was this one again. Now I'll give you a familiar opportunity to act in a play with me and let Chu Linlong admit what he did. Is Harming doing what she thinks? How could Chu Linlong admit it in front of the Emperor and Empress? Isn't that asking for trouble? King Ning did find it interesting and wondered what he wanted. Wu Chuyue didn't say anything clearly, but smiled evasively. It's very simple, as long as you two are obedient. It's fine. Banquet belongs to Linlong Juxing's full fight. I heard that Bu Chuyue, Ning Wang and Tuju's prince are all. He immediately showed Xinzai's happy effect. When the queen and the others arrive, let them immediately see how Jiyu Shi Yuingdang. At that time, Yuan must have repaired Bu Chuyue, then I can take the place I wish. Dealing with agricultural side jobs. It's okay, Dang Jikwai is full of. He peeked through the door outside the room and shouted when I saw 3 people on that bed. He almost laughed out loud at the right time. It's really not open. The time was almost up, and Chu Linlong's auspicious people brought the queen and them, bringing ghosts, red shapes and court secrets from the harem. As soon as you move to the door, you can hear all kinds of preferential treatment coming from inside. Everyone felt like they had taken a dose in an instant. This sound is too reminiscent. The vicious princess actually harmed a girl and 2 men at the same time. He also ordered people to inform the empress that this empress husband is here. Zhongren stopped as soon as they arrived outside the door. There were all kinds of memories coming from inside. This voice, where do you need to touch? Hurry up and send it to others. Zhongren was instantly shocked. Wu Qiuyue was actually hiding in Ernan. This is too much. It was really too much to fight against the queen's ecstasy, and she pretended to be furious and ordered someone to preach. Anman, Momo Dangji reported in unison, asking what everyone was doing. Then he kicked the door open, and everyone rushed in hula-la. It's a momentary economic goal. Directly above Chu Linlong's eyes, Shan Linrun was lying on the bed. Prince Huju, Ha Neng, was pressing on him. Seeing the visitor, he smiled and said hello. Greetings, the points are all clear. It turned out to be Lord Lin Longjun, who was messing with Ren Go. Didn't there be another man just now? Fang Ku Jin's fingers were all deleted, and his voice was a little hesitant. Why are you here? Ha Meng admitted it generously. As you can see, that's it. That's not it. They instantly dispersed. Lin Longjun's Huo and 2 Ju prince had an affair. Didn't he like Yuan? My lord, the empress gritted her teeth and reported angrily, unbearably. I must, although I don't speak anymore. And the trendy wind effects of some kind are indeed eye-catching. I couldn't help it. The empress grabbed Chu Linglong anxiously and said, why don't you get up and explain clearly? Half an hour ago, Chu Linglong asked the maid to hide the queen and they came. While he stayed at the door and looked through the door suddenly opened, and Chu Linlong was caught off guard. Jiu Qiuyue pinched her neck and sneered, Zhu wants to see me. What is it? Chu Linglong is not afraid of him, grabbing his hand and trying hard. Wu Qiri immediately placed a silver needle under his unclear understanding. If I mess around again, I can't guarantee it. I'll stab you. Chu Linlong threatened you with fear. If you hurt me, it's Miazu. Wu Qiuyue was amused. Good guy, then I want to try it even more. I said it's Izhen Zhong. Carrying him down, Chu Linlong instantly felt his head dizzy and weak all over. Due to the war, we are now starting. He can only obey the expiration date. Wu Qiuyue grabbed someone back to the bed with her backhand. How you treat me, I will. How do you treat you? Ha Meng pointed at her forehead angrily. Now I can finally remove his needle. Your Majesty also hurriedly reminded. Wu Qiuyue cautiously reminded them that there is effort on Jun, but it will not happen immediately. After you listen to my arrangement and finish the things in front of you, I will naturally give it to you. Afterwards, he arranged for Ha Meng to sit by the bed and tease. While Ning Wang was in charge of being born and pretending that Chu Linglong had an affair with 2 men, when the Empress and the others came in, you could jump out of the window and fall down. You forgot when Yang and immediately felt excited. You were actually worried about getting out of class. Ha Meng felt wronged and hid against the wall. Why do I have to use this method? I don't care what they think. I just don't want my husband to be. As for Ha Meng, a Lin countryman, no one will blame him for being a supervisor. Of course, Ha Meng was instantly hit by the word Jianfu. Even if he wanted to be Jianfu, he only wanted to be Jiu Qiyu's Jianfu. Wu Qiuyue clapped her hands happily. It will soon be more than just freeing up. Only the people at this table will arrive, and at this time Chu Linglong didn't know. The first time he woke up, he asked, did Qiuyue transfer? Arrived. The queen screamed, open your dog eyes and see clearly. What is this? Now that you have been arrested, why don't you explain clearly? Chu Linglong was caught by the queen for a while. The urine turned out to be completely awake, and the whole person was instantly awake. It was only then that I realized that everyone was looking at him, and his mouth was secretly. Why am I like this? Why is it me and not? Chu Linglong turned to the queen and changed the alarm. This is not right. I must have been, framed the queen, and then she was able to get in. As he said, tell me how you were killed. Xiaohan Chu Linglong just wanted to explain, but Zhongzhu Jiesu didn't know how to say it for a while. Do you want to start by saying how I planned to design Jiu Qiyu? If it is copied by those venues, it will not be suitable to take it. But he quickly figured out what to say. I heard that Bu Qiuyue is having a tryst with Prince Tuju again, so I fought him here. I didn't expect him to control me with a silver needle and make me into a success. This way, Chu Linglong hugged the queen's bones and slipped up. Madam, you have to do it for me. Ping Fei didn't believe it. This is all the princess one-sided statement. We didn't see Jiu Chuyue there, we only saw you here. The third party, Chulinglong Dunchmashchenglong, framed me and ran away. ISNT this, but Ping, we are not fools either. Anyone can talk nonsense. The key is, Chulingming Dunchiyugu is speechless. It was he who framed others. The evidence is well-founded, and the evidence will naturally grow to the next door Jian. Ping Fei immediately looked at the other party present. Then let this supervisor tell me, who he was with just now and who he met. Xingyan Harming smiled like a mushroom. You see what is what. Do you still need this? Chulingyong broke his mouth and cursed. They were a little funny. What are the benefits of concealing female objects? Everyone knows that I like not being in July. It would be better to conceal not being in July. It's a pity that I, this person, always, exposed. The queen also threatened horizontally, speak carefully. This responsibility, Tang Tang Junzu is Uni has this kind of relationship, you must follow the country. Shinji Junzu Min Yuan gave the girl to 2 men. The girl also has to fight back so that she can be treated as a leader. Network and harem are all in. Even Prince Tujue is willing to act as, to prove that he was indeed with Chulinglu. Queen witnessed the audible threat. Be careful what you, Tang Tang Junzu, Luo Shiyun, after having this kind of intimate relationship, you must follow the Buddhist. Chulinglong, worried, quickly pleaded with the queen. He didn't want to marry Ju's prince. The queen looked at him curiously. What this time, if he doesn't want to go, you will speak out. Chulinglong finally reacted, following his father and forcing himself to break free from Harming. Irresponsible. Harming laughed loudly, as if he had heard something. The queen and Chulinglong suddenly had a bad feeling. What's so funny about this kind of thing? Shouldn't he be? Who knew Harming would sarcastically say, if I had taken the initiative to do such a thing with him, I naturally. But who made him take the initiative to seduce me? And I personally. Pingming's words eat small ripe raw. Eyebrows and eyes are full of mourning after cleaning. Tang Tang Junzu climbs into someone else's bed. No more. Harming, seeing the mission was completed, didn't bother to waste time with them here. He immediately turned. Chulinglong grabbed him and wouldn't let him go. Don't leave. Explain clearly. How can you reverse? He has no intention of having any dramatic thoughts. He easily threw him away. Just by you also want to fight. Chulinglong was thrown to the ground and could only watch Harming leave. He was dumbfounded. Now he was truly afraid. Now the queen was very clear that this matter must not be spread. She immediately warned everyone sternly, no one is allowed to leave today. All the officials readily agreed, but the looks of amusement in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Unable to hold back, I immediately told the emperor. The emperor was so angry that he wanted to abolish. Holding both of them, he cursed, you have disgraced the royal family. How dare you? The queen added, this is the royal family's face. I thought you were the best choice. Please, your majesty. In fact, what the emperor was more angry about was that the matter couldn't be hidden now. I'll beat you to death. The queen had no other choice, but to keep kowtowing and begging, please, your majesty, consider that Linglong was framed. The emperor didn't believe her explanation at all and kept blaming Chulinglong. It's because of him that things have become like this. He immediately ordered Chulinglong to be confined to his house without trial. The queen and Chulinglong were shocked. What was the difference between this and house arrest? The queen wanted to plead again, but the emperor left without a word, his expression unreadable. The queen could only swallow her pleas unwillingly. I can't keep kowtowing, or no one will be able to save him. Who knew the emperor hadn't let her off? The queen's failure to educate her son properly results in 3 months of confinement. This is a slap in the face of the royal family. The queen could only accept her punishment. Later, Harming found Bu Chuyue. I've helped you so much. How do you plan to thank me? Bu Chuyue replied unceremoniously, you should thank me for leading the emperor here. Otherwise, they wouldn't let you off, and you would be driven out. Harming grumbled, you just don't want to admit that I helped you. I'm angry. Then in the final negotiation, I won't go easy on you. Bu Chuyue smiled dangerously. Then I'll make Tuju unable to enter for 10 years. Harming stomped his foot angrily. I'm going to tell everyone about you and your. Bu Chuyue wasn't afraid of him. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Let's see if anyone. Harming suddenly lost his temper. What? Just as you said. Bu Chuyue punched him in the face angrily. Is that all you have in your mind? Harming lay on the ground pitifully. Such a ruthless woman, can't you see my sincerity? Wu Qiuyue kicked him again. Do you still want to continue the negotiation? Ming instantly perked up. You're going to make a bet. Wu Qiuyue had already made up her mind. A 10-year peace with my brother is enough time for you to. Ming laughed. 10 years of peace. This woman is really, but he did need this time. Then tell me, how to bet. Wu Qiuyue proposed 3 trials. If I win all 3, there will be 10 years of peace. Ming didn't believe his country would lose. What if we win all 3 trials? Wu Qiuyue smiled slyly. Then there will be 5 years of peace. Ming was dissatisfied. You're never at a disadvantage. Wu Qiuyue said confidently, you can also refuse. Then he'll go and stir up some internal strife in Tuju. He did have this ability. Internal strife in Tuju, not to mention peace, even Tuju itself, might be taken advantage of by Yuan Mingxiu. Under this threat, Ming agreed to the bet. The two reached an agreement. Wu Qiuyue threatened, if you dare to cheat, you know what it'll do. Ming pretended to be busy. Okay, I know. Wu Qiuyue smiled devilishly. Think about Chu Linglong, and you should know that no one can escape from me. Ming instantly turned pale. The next day, the queen tried to offer Chu Linglong to Yuan Mingxiu as a peace offering. However, Yuan Mingxiu said he was feeling unwell and couldn't attend the meeting. The queen was furious. He must know my intentions and is deliberately avoiding me. I've already humbled myself so much, and he still ignores me. Momo also felt injustice for the queen. For Yuan Mingxiu to ask Zhu Linglong to be his concubine is already a great honor. It's all because of Bu Qiyu's interference. The queen devised a vicious plan. If during the trials, Yuan Mingxiu needs help, we'll offer Linglong as a condition for our assistance. The icy maiden general led the army to fight against the enemy. The prince wanted a 10-year peace between the two countries, but the queen was determined to ruin the general's plans. Taking advantage of Linglong's situation, she offered Zhu as a concubine. Just now, the queen had tried several times to offer Chu Linglong to Yuan Mingxiu. Yuan Mingxiu refused again. Stop dreaming. This matter doesn't need to be reported to me. Wu Qiuyue heard these words as soon as she returned home, and immediately became jealous. Yuan's ambitions are truly insatiable. He even wants Chu Linglong as a concubine. What an honor! Yuan Mingxiu immediately defended himself in front of Wu Qiuyue, and asked about Chu Linglong's punishment. Wu Qiuyue became even more jealous. You even asked about him. Why do you care so much? Zhu Sha quickly lowered his head. This light is too dazzling. Yuan Mingxiu coaxed her, you're just jealous. How could I care about anyone other than you? Wu Qiuyue refused to let him off. Then you can't even care about our daughter in the future. Yuan Mingxiu swore, of course I'll dote on our daughter, but she will never surpass you in my heart. Wu Qiuyue was stunned. She didn't expect to be so important to him. Now it was Yuan Mingxiu's turn to ask how Chu Linglong had been punished for framing her. Seeing Bu Qiyu's angry look, Yuan Mingxiu couldn't help but scold the queen's men. Chu Linglong is so audacious. That useless prince and the queen are not good people either. I won't spare anyone who bullies you. I've already sent them a gift. Wu Qiuyue was curious. What is it? But Yuan Mingxiu mysteriously refused to tell her. Wu Qiuyue became even more curious. Since it's so mysterious, we must discuss it properly. The next day was the start of the trials. Wu Qiuyue and Yuan Mingxiu prepared their troops. The first trial was in a deep mountain forest. The area was full of swamps, making it easy to. The two had just entered the arena, when Wu Qiuyue almost fell into a trap. Yuan Mingxiu quickly caught her and flew up. Nearby, Wu Qiuyue was furious. Tuju actually set up an ambush in advance. Yuan Mingxiu didn't have time to be angry and checked her carefully for injuries. Wu Qiuyue was also worried about him. Are you hurt? Yuan Mingxiu took the opportunity to tease her. If you kiss me, then everything will be fine. Wu Qiuyue rolled her eyes. Can't you be serious at a time like this? Your mind is full of dirty thoughts. Yuan Mingxiu insisted mischievously. I need you to check every part of my body carefully. Wu Qiuyue was speechless. This man is getting more and more. Just then, Yuan Mingxiu suddenly crouched down with her in his arms. Don't move. Soon, they saw two Tuju soldiers appear where they had just walked, checking carefully. Where are they? Did they all fall into the trap? How useless. What great god of war. He doesn't even know our two Jew traps. Wu Qiuyue and Yuan Mingxiu exchanged glances, silently communicating. Yuan Mingxiu suddenly flew up and knocked the two soldiers down. The unprepared two Jew soldiers fell into the swamp, but they were prepared and quickly searched for something in the water before starting to pull. Wu Qiuyue kept observing and was more certain that there was a mechanism in the swamp. Every time a two Jew soldier pulled something, the water level of the swamp would quickly. The two soldiers in the pit were confused, not knowing why they suddenly sank. They only suspected an ambush. Just now, it felt like we were hit by something. Let's go up and investigate, then kill the attacker. Just then, Wu Qiuyue and Yuan Mingxiu appeared above them, looking down. You just said you wanted to kill someone. Then I won't hold back. Wu Qiuyue lifted a heavy stone threateningly. Tell me how to use the swamp's mechanism. The terrified two Jew soldiers quickly confessed. The mechanism is usually on the eastern side, a protruding piece of soil. Just step on it. Seeing their honesty, Wu Qiuyue decided to spare them. You'll stay in the pit for the night and come out tomorrow. Before leaving, she threatened with a smile, if you come out as soon as we leave, I'll say you two tried to murder us. Then, for the sake of peace between our countries, your prince will definitely kill you. The two soldiers were scared out of their wits and quickly promised they wouldn't dare to move. Wu Qiuyue pressed them further. What other traps are there ahead? If you don't tell me, I'll turn you into. She held out a handful of needles with a fierce expression. Yuan Mingxiu watched, impressed. My wife is truly the best in the world. After some questioning, Wu Qiuyue had learned about many traps. Yuan Mingxiu was also amazed. Knowing oneself and one's enemy makes one invincible. This allows us to be prepared. Meanwhile, a subordinate reported to Prince Harming of Tuju, we haven't seen Yuan Mingxiu's troops yet. They are still stuck here. Should we go? Harming sneered. Wouldn't it be better if he's dead? As long as Wu Qiuyue is brought back, everything will be fine. But then Harming became angry again. Is Wu Qiuyue that stupid? She can't even overcome such simple traps. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to report. Our scouts are all missing. None of them have returned. All the scouts are gone. Harming immediately led his men into the trial grounds to search. They found their scouts, tied up in their own traps. There was a note hanging on a nearby branch. Serves you right. Harming was furious. Wu Qiuyue, you've gone too far. He immediately sent someone to tell Wu Qiuyue, the first trial is over. Let's see if she can get out of this mess. I want to see how the maiden and her husband can fight against my empire. On the first day, they almost fell into a trap. Wu Qiuyue immediately started making hot air balloons. She led her troops over the mountains and dropped explosives on two Jews' traps as they passed by, temporarily trapping the soldiers in the pits. The explosions cleared all the traps. Harming had never seen anything that could carry people into the sky. All his efforts were ruined. He exploded in rage, and immediately ordered his men to shoot down the hot air balloons. He took the lead, aiming directly at the hot air balloon Wu Qiuyue was in. His men followed closely behind, but Wu Qiuyue was prepared and immediately ordered. In an instant, countless steel nets unfolded in front of the hot air balloon. Any arrows that hit the nets were broken. Harming was shocked. How is this possible? Don't think this is the end. I've prepared a backup plan. Harming put his finger on a whistle and blew softly. Instantly, two giant eagles swooped down from the sky. They easily attacked the hot air balloons. The soldiers quickly panicked, and even Wu Qiuyue couldn't defend herself. She was about to. Yuan Mingxiu, who remained on the ground, shouted, Qiuyue, grab the net. Wu Qiuyue didn't hesitate and grabbed the steel net, jumping down. Yuan Mingxiu reached out his arms on the ground, ready to catch her. But Harming suddenly swooped down from the sky and attacked Wu Qiuyue. Yuan Mingxiu was shocked and couldn't do anything from the ground. Wu Qiuyue reacted quickly and punched him. But Harming caught her punch and whispered, my future wife, you need to control yourself. Wu Qiuyue was furious. What is this guy doing? The two were now being carried by the eagles. Harming threatened with a smirk, if you don't agree to marry me, I'll drop you right now. Do you want to become a meat patty or my princess? A pragmatic person like you should choose wisely. Wu Qiuyue kicked Harming was caught off guard and bled profusely. He was furious that she dared to. Before he could react, Bu Chuyue stabbed him in the shoulder with a needle. Harming instantly felt weak and dizzy. The needle was clearly poisoned. Bu Chuyue laughed triumphantly. Think carefully. I won't let you go. Harming wasn't worried. My eagles won't. Bu Chuyue tried several times, but the eagles wouldn't listen to her and continued to fly. Yuan Mingxiu, watching from the ground, was worried. He immediately mounted his fastest horse and ordered, "Track the eagles." We must. Zhu Sha had a terrible guess. I wonder if the eagles will take Madame directly to the Tuju Palace. That would be difficult. Yuan Mingxiu was furious. How dare they kidnap my wife during peace talks? Zhu Sha's heart sank. If Madame doesn't return, Master will definitely go to war. Meanwhile, the eagles did indeed take Bu Chuyue to the Tuju Palace. This was the residence of the third prince of Tuju. Bu Chuyue couldn't stay. She searched the courtyard, and finally found a rope. She tied up Harming and used him as. Bu Chuyue didn't hesitate to use the needle she had prepared, and stabbed the eagle, knocking it unconscious along with its master. Bu Chuyue sighed regretfully. If only this big bird would listen to me, but luckily, she was prepared. She immediately released a signal flare. Yuan Mingxiu, who was searching nearby, noticed it and immediately ordered his men to follow the signal at full speed. Sai Shi, who had been following behind, ordered his men to follow. Find Jiyu Chuyue and bring her back immediately. As Yuan Mingxiu and Chulinglong rode through the forest, large objects suddenly sprung up around them, blocking their view of the distant surroundings. Mysterious figures, seemingly planted by Yuan Mingxiu, began to emerge slowly from all directions. The order was given to temporarily disperse, and the figures slowly revealed Yao Meng, the mastermind behind the densely packed secret operation. Even on foot, it would be difficult to navigate, let alone on horseback. Yuan Mingxiu cursed under his breath. At that moment, the stone dragon suddenly came to life. A golden light flashed. Yuan Mingxiu was extremely annoyed at the sight of him, and didn't bother to listen. He directly ordered him to be silenced. Chulinglong, still, said, "There's a fire in the tree spirit, we can't let it spread to the soldiers." Annoyed, Yuan Mingxiu ordered his men to abandon the mission and secure their position. Turning to Chulinglong, his expression turned cold. "Aren't you supposed to be under house arrest? Why are you here?" Chulinglong put on a pitiful expression. "I heard about the emergency and couldn't worry about you and Gij, so I." Yuan Mingxiu chuckled. "You can even escape house arrest ordered by the emperor. You're quite capable." "I had to," Chulinglong retorted, stamping her foot. "For you and Gij, I'd even climb mountains and cross rivers. I'm here for you." Unmoved, Yuan Mingxiu gave her a cold look. "I don't want to see this kind of drama again." Chulinglong's eyes instantly filled with tears. She tried to plead her case again. Yuan Mingxiu cut her off directly. "There's a fire in the forest. How did you know? Were you with the attackers?" Chulinglong panicked and stammered, I just happened to." "There are also traps in this forest. I can save you and Gij's life." The idle girl forced to play the villainous role. The cold-faced husband's substitute. The arrival of the new prince. "This forest is full of traps. I can save your brother." They used spiritual energy to create these traps, and then killed. That person's son happened to be captured, and he told me everything. Yuan Mingxiu was taken aback. "What a coincidence." Chulinglong quickly pressed on. "Yuan Gij, please believe me, if I can't help or cause any trouble, I will never appear before you again." Yuan Mingxiu was unwilling to miss any chance to save his wife. He ordered his men to tie Chulinglong up and have her lead the way. Chulinglong was shocked. "Yuan Gij, how can you do this to me?" Yuan Mingxiu didn't even look at her. He ruthlessly threw Chulinglong onto the horse-drawn carriage. The carriage dragged her forward. Chulinglong cried as her resentment grew. Meanwhile, the Turkic prince, Harming, was captured. He struggled against the ropes. He cursed and thrashed about wildly. "Let me go. Come out and release me." Jiyu Chuyue appeared, looking smug. "How does it feel to be captured?" Harming snarled, "Even if I'm captured, I, Harming, will not surrender." Jiyu Chuyue ignored his bluster. "Tell me what other ambushes and traps you've set around here, and I might consider letting you go." Harming burst out laughing. "Come closer, and I'll tell you." Jiyu Chuyue raised her sword. "Speak." Harming hesitated. "Your biggest rival should already be by your father's side." Jiyu Chuyue laughed. "Do I even have any rivals? Besides Yuan Mingxiu, who else can catch my eye?" Ming sneered. So arrogant. But you have to admit, the rival I mentioned, Jiu Chiyue pressed further. Why did you bring Chu Linglong here? Ming laughed. Just wait and see. Maybe you'll have a new sister soon. Jiu Chiyue was surprised. The Empress wants to bring Chu Linglong into the palace. Who knows, Ming said slyly. Maybe she wants Chu Linglong to become Yuan Minxia's woman. Then you'll lose. He laughed triumphantly, enjoying Jiu Chiyue's unease. Jiu Chiyue kicked him. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Ming continued to provoke her. Your husband is about to become someone else's. You're all alone now. Meanwhile, Yuan Mingxiu was following Chu Linglong's directions. Suddenly, Chu Linglong exclaimed, Yuan Gij, Chiyu's body might be over there. That Turkic prince killed her and buried her in the bushes. Yuan Mingxiu was shocked. He immediately rushed in that direction, but then he stopped, realizing it could be a trap. He ordered his men to untie Chu Linglong and let her go find the body. Yuan Mingxiu was extremely worried. He watched Chu Linglong intently as she walked forward. Suddenly, she stepped on a trap. She screamed and grabbed onto a nearby branch. Yuan Mingxiu was pulled down with her. They both fell heavily to the ground. Chu Linglong quickly reassured him, Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Yuan Mingxiu glared at her. This is the help you were talking about. Chu Linglong panicked. I really didn't know. I fell accidentally too. Yuan Mingxiu didn't believe her. You knew there were traps and brought Huajizi with you. You dare to lie. Chu Linglong dropped the act. If it weren't for Qiyu, I wouldn't have to do this. They landed heavily at the bottom. Yuan Mingxiu felt deceived. This is the help you promised. Chu Linglong was momentarily speechless. I really didn't know. Falling with you was an accident. Yuan Mingxiu wasn't fooled. You knew about the traps and brought Huajizi, and you still dare to say you didn't know. Chu Linglong dropped the pretense. If it wasn't for Qiyu, I wouldn't have to do this. Yuan Mingxia's face darkened. Tell me how to get out of here. Before he finished speaking, Chu Linglong revealed a crazed look. Yuan Gij, ever since you got together with Jiu Qiyu, you've been threatening me. I'm very unhappy about that. She moved closer to Yuan Mingxiu. With a wave of her hand, she scattered something. Yuan Mingxiu was caught off guard. The feeling was too familiar. He immediately realized what it was. He cursed angrily. You dare to use such despicable methods. You call yourself a princess. Chu Linglong crawled onto him, oblivious to his anger. She whispered, It's all because of you and Jiu Qiyu. This time, it's just us. No one else will bother us. Finally, I can be with Yuan Gij. Yuan Mingxiu averted his gaze. Even if you succeed today, I will never let you. Chu Linglong didn't seem to care. She pressed herself against him. Even if I can't have your heart, having your body is enough. As long as I can make Jiu Qiyu suffer, you'll be happy. She tore at Yuan Mingxia's clothes. Meanwhile, Jiu Qiyu was dragging Ming along, but he kept stalling. He continued to taunt her. Why are you so scared of your husband becoming someone else's? Jiu Qiyu looked at him calmly. If it's that unbearable, I can just leave him. Ming was shocked. No way. I'm doing all this for you. He deliberately led Jiu Qiyu in the wrong direction. Ming deliberately led Jiu Qiyu down the wrong path. The new prince wants to force himself on the cold-faced general. The general and his little wife. Instead, he kept stalling, prodding and taunting. Scared. So scared that your husband will become someone else's. The Turkic prince, Ming, was almost killed along the way, and he looked as though he couldn't hold on much longer. Jiu Qiyu kept urging him to hurry up, but the Turkic prince, Ming, not only stalled, but also kept provoking her, scared. So scared that your husband will become. Jiu Qiyu smiled faintly. If it's too unbearable, I can just leave him. I'm doing all this for you. Ming refused to believe her. You're just trying to trick me into leading you the wrong way. Jiu Qiyu warned him, if something happens to Yuan Mingxiu, you'll be responsible. Can you handle his wrath? Ming paled. Yuan Mingxiu's temper was indeed fearsome. He might attack the Turks in his rage. He quickly led Jiu Qiyu in the right direction, claiming he had made a mistake earlier. This time, Jiu Qiyu was not in a hurry. She complained of being tired and sat down to rest. Ming was about to scream. If you don't go, your husband will be someone else's. Why aren't you worried? Jiu Qiyu simply smiled. At worst, you'll just lose a husband. Is my loss greater than yours? Ming was furious. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You like seeing me anxious. I'm starting to think you have feelings for me. Chiyu laughed. Is my loss greater than yours? Harming became even more agitated. Chiyu kicked him. Stop being so dramatic. Harming obediently led the way, and soon arrived at the place where Yuan Mingxiu had fallen. Chiyu cried out in concern. Harming laughed. Weren't you so calm before? You said you could handle it, so you do care. Chiyu ignored him, and jumped into the deep ravine. Harming was both shocked and angry. You do care. Chiyu searched frantically in the darkness. She kept calling Yuan Mingxiu's name, but there was no response. She demanded to know where Yuan Mingxiu was. Chu Linglong sneered. Yuan Gige is with me. He's too embarrassed to see you after hearing what you did. Chiyu didn't fall for it. If that were true, you would have bragged about it. Why would you hide it? Chu Linglong insisted. That's because Yuan Gige is considerate. He wants to tell the Empress himself. Chiyu slapped her. Chu Linglong was stunned and about to protest. Chiyu slapped her repeatedly. Chu Linglong's face was red and swollen. How dare you treat me, a princess, like this? Chiyu slapped her again. I'll show you what happens when you anger me. Chu Linglong was helpless. What can you do to me? You wouldn't dare kill me. Chiyu was enraged. She took out a silver needle and stabbed Chu Linglong's acupoint. Chu Linglong screamed in pain. Although in pain, she still tried to resist. Chiyu took the opportunity to interrogate her. Where is Yuan Mingxiu? Chu Linglong gritted her teeth in pain. Remove the needles. Or I'll never tell you. Chiyu stabbed another needle into her head. Chu Linglong screamed. Don't you care about Yuan Gige? Chiyu didn't stop. I can find him with or without you. I'm just saving time. She stabbed several more needles. Chu Linglong writhed in agony. Chiyu added, every day, you'll experience an hour of this pain. Chu Linglong threatened, if you don't remove the needles, the Empress will. Chiyu laughed. You still think about the Empress? Are you stupid? If you die here, I can blame it on the Turks. What does it have to do with me? Chu Linglong realized Chiyu was serious. Tears welled up in her eyes. Chiyu continued to torment her. She punched Chu Linglong repeatedly until she cried. Unable to bear it any longer, Chu Linglong confessed. Yuan Mingxiu, he was drugged. But he refused to touch me. He even knocked me unconscious. To stay awake, he stabbed himself. He'd rather hurt himself than touch me. He hates me that much. Chu Linglong cried. Chiyu felt a pang of worry. Where is he now? She turned and left. Lead the way. Remove the needles, or you'll suffer every day. Chiyu left, ignoring Chu Linglong's pleas. Chu Linglong could only curl up on the ground in pain. Meanwhile, Yuan Mingxiu managed to escape, but he didn't go far. The drug was potent. He was afraid he would lose control. He felt a wave of dizziness. Am I going to die here? His last thoughts were of Chiyu. Just then, a pair of soft hands touched him. A woman throwing herself at him. He would rather hurt himself than touch her. Chiyu followed the clues and caught up. She immediately attacked Chu Linglong, beating her until she was bruised and crying. She used acupuncture to inflict pain, promising an hour of agony every day. Meanwhile, Yuan Mingxiu collapsed, the drug's effects overwhelming him. Just as he was about to lose control, Chiyu arrived. She rushed into his arms. Yuan Mingxiu embraced her, all his resistance melting away. He was losing control. Chiyu blushed. We can't do it here. Yuan Mingxiu didn't care. What does it matter if we're outside? Chiyu realized the drug was still affecting him. She quickly took out a silver needle to treat him. Yuan Mingxiu stopped her, kissing her instead. You're the antidote. Yuan Mingxiu kissed her passionately. Chiyu tapped his forehead. Yuan Mingxiu opened his eyes, burning with desire. He lost consciousness, collapsing into Chiyu's arms. Chiyu sighed in relief. Thank goodness I know how to treat you. Back at the camp, Chiyu took care of him. Chiyu asked him gently, why are you sulking? Yuan Mingxiu complained, you could have just, but you didn't do it the way I wanted. Yuan Mingxiu remained sullen. You didn't do it my way. Chiyu was exasperated. How could I do it your way in the wilderness? Be reasonable, Yuan Mingxiu said innocently. I can't be reasonable around you. Chiyu sighed, unable to resist his charm. If you take your medicine, I'll do it your way. Yuan Mingxia's eyes lit up. How? Chiyu kissed him. A little reward first. If you're obedient, I'll do it the way you want. Yuan Mingxiu hugged her tightly. Chiyu giggled. An hour later, they were finally done. Chiyu urged him to take his medicine. Yuan Mingxiu was reluctant. Later. I need to get used to this. Chiyu couldn't resist his charm and fed him the medicine. Xia was anxious to report, but hesitated to interrupt them. Yuan Mingxiu had already noticed him. He called out to him. Xia reported, Princess Linglong has been captured. Please instruct. Yuan Mingxiu was furious upon hearing the woman's name. He said he would kill her. After all, she was. Yuan Mingxiu was truly angry. He felt he had been drugged by the woman. Even if she was a princess, Chiyu couldn't help but be amused. This man is really straightforward. Xia is surrounded. Even if we rescue the princess, killing her directly will cause major trouble. So Chiyu could only plead for her. There's a better use for Chu Linlong. There's no need to kill her now. Trust me, leave this matter to me. Yuan Mingxiu was confused. He's cunning and treacherous, but Chiyu already had a plan. She clung to his neck and coaxed, leave it to me, and don't worry about it. Yuan Mingxiu stopped questioning. As long as you're safe, do as you please. So, Chiyu had Harming arrested. Harming cursed angrily. How dare you treat me like this? It's outrageous. The next second, Chu Linlong was thrown in. Harming was stunned. He quickly realized something and looked at Xia warily. You're trying to frame me with this woman. We might as well perish together, Xia responded coldly. Chiyu immediately changed her tone. Your Highness, perhaps you should first explain your presence here. Harming squirmed and screamed on the ground, his cries piercing the air. Chiyu and Yuan Mingxiu seized the opportunity to announce his capture. This allowed them to weaken Tuju and accuse them of harming a Daxia royal. Yuan Mingxiu also sent someone to watch Harming closely, preventing him from causing any trouble. He was surrounded by weapons and felt like a captured beast. He was caught by them, powerless against their forces. Chiyu drove a chariot, scattering the Tuju soldiers. Not only soldiers, but also your prince is in our hands. Chiyu taunted. Your prince isn't thinking about you right now. He's busy enjoying the company of Princess Linrong. The Jun soldiers were shocked. Our prince is infatuated with a woman. Our prince wouldn't fancy that princess. He likes. Yuan Mingxiu emanated a murderous aura. Spare none. The Jun soldiers, demoralized, retreated. Furious, Yuan Mingxiu ordered his men to attack. Xia's forces were unstoppable. The Tuju soldiers were routed. They constantly switched hands. Yuan Mingxiu, for Chiyu's sake, reluctantly stopped the pursuit. He let the Tuju soldiers retreat. Chiyu suddenly had an idea. In that case, do me a favor. The Princess Linrong. Lock them up together. Just lock them up directly, and spread the news in the city. Soon, everyone knew about Chu Linlong and Prince Harming. Not long after, Harming tried to sneak out. He was stunned as he exited the tent. Rows of warships were pointed at him. Chiyu smirked. To prevent you from causing trouble, I've made these preparations. Harming was displeased. Are you trying to frame me? I have nothing to do with that princess. Chiyu told him it was useless. The whole city knows. The emperor fears you'll escape and abandon the princess. He ordered me to watch you. If you try to escape, I'll have to kill you, Harming threatened. If you kill me, our nations will go to war. Undeterred, Chiyu placed a knife at his throat. Tuju often assassinates their own. This is justified. Besides, there's unrest in Tuju. If you escape, I'll withdraw our support. He instantly went cold. This concerned the future of Tuju. He obediently returned to the tent. I won't escape. Chiyu was surprised. He actually learned his lesson. Suddenly, Harming helped Chu Linlong escape. Chu Linlong was wary. He didn't believe Harming would be so kind. I'll help you escape, but you must marry me after. Everyone thinks we're involved. Chu Linlong was furious. He only loved Yuan, not this man. Harming showed him an escape route. It's less likely to be discovered. You're a princess, no one dares kill you. Chu Linlong hesitated. If he didn't leave, he might be forced to marry Harming. So he fled, not seeing Harming's sinister smile. My dear princess, death isn't so scary. He summoned 2 giant eagles. The eagles chased Chu Linlong relentlessly. Terrified, Chu Linlong ran until he reached a cliff. The eagles attacked, pushing him off the cliff. The next morning, Jiyu Chuyue discovered Chu Linlong was gone. He escaped. I don't know anything. Jiyu Chuyue saw through his act. He helped Chu Linlong escape to avoid marrying him. It's just a princess. I can find another one. Jiyu Chuyue ordered a search, but Chu Linlong was nowhere to be found. Harmon gloated. Isn't it good has gone? Why are you so anxious? A princess disappeared under your watch. You're definitely responsible. Jiyu Chuyue threatened him. So what? I'm not afraid. Neither I nor Yuan Mingxiu can be touched. Well, blame it on you. You better find Chu Linlong. Even if he's dead, I'll hold you responsible. Harming shuddered. He knew this woman was capable of anything. Jiyu Chuyue ignored him. I'll find out what you're up to. Jiyu Chuyue and Yuan Mingxiu received news. Princess Linrong's body has been found. They were shocked. The body was brought back. The queen was devastated. She adored Chu Linlong. She never expected to lose her. She didn't investigate. She immediately blamed Jiyu Chuyue. No one else would harm Chu Linlong. Seeing Chu Linlong's wounds, she imagined her suffering. The queen was heartbroken. She summoned everyone and ordered Jiyu Chuyue's arrest. Jiyu Chuyue was attacked. Who's there? An arrow flew towards her. She narrowly dodged it. She avoided the fatal blow. Jiyu Chuyue saw the arrow was poisoned. She quickly escaped the tent, certain she was being targeted. Arrows rained down on the tent, all poisoned. Jiyu Chuyue ordered everyone to search. She had an idea to expose the culprit. The emperor learned of Jiyu Chuyue's injury. She was seriously injured. The emperor was furious. The 2 Jew had gone too far, but it was unclear who was responsible. He ordered the imperial physicians to treat Jiyu Chuyue. He Anwei reported Yuan Mingxiu's rage. The emperor was stunned. He suspected the queen. No, the queen wouldn't do this. Meanwhile, Yuan Mingxiu stormed into the queen's palace. How dare you harm my wife? The divine doctor was assassinated by the queen. He charged in with his men. You're audacious. How dare you harm my wife? Yuan Mingxiu was furious. He would avenge his wife. My wife was fine just now. The queen screamed as he cut her arm. The queen was losing. What can you do? You have no proof. Yuan Mingxiu's rage exploded. I'll give you 3 days to confess. The queen was terrified. Give me the antidote. Yuan Mingxiu ignored her. The emperor arrived and saw the blood on his sword. I'll take responsibility, but I won't bow my head. The emperor was anxious. You shouldn't have hurt the queen. This is a serious crime. I'll protect you. Well, perish together. The emperor was shocked. He was crazy for a woman. The queen cried. She's a demon. You must avenge me. The emperor watched them silently. Everyone was silent. Everyone saw him attack me. Are you going to let him go? The emperor spoke softly. Jiyu Chuyue's injury isn't serious. The queen was shocked by his calmness. He glanced at the surroundings. He ordered everyone to leave. Will you confess, or do I have to force you? The queen hesitated. Linlong is dead. Why didn't Jiyu Chuyue die with him? The emperor was furious. We're negotiating with 2 Jew. What do you think Yuan Mingxiu will do if something happens to Jiyu Chuyue? The queen was resentful. You don't care about me. The emperor lost his patience. You've gone too far. He left without another glance. The queen collapsed, defeated. Meanwhile, the imperial physicians were struggling to treat Jiyu Chuyue. They were panicking. Jiyu Chuyue was amused. They can't figure it out. Yuan Mingxiu arrived. He rushed to Jiyu Chuyue's side. Why are you back so soon? Yuan Mingxiu threw his sword, narrowly missing a physician. If you can't cure her, you'll all die. The physicians were terrified. They had never seen this poison. Yuan Mingxiu was impatient. Cure her, or you'll all pay. He gave them an hour. The physicians rushed out. Jiyu Chuyue was worried. What if they discover him faking? Yuan Mingxiu held her hand. I'll find a cure. His devotion touched her heart. He caressed her face. Chuyue, can you hear me? Jiyu Chuyue couldn't keep up the act. She opened her eyes. I'm fine. Yuan Mingxiu didn't believe her. There must be a cure. I've poisoned the queen too. Jiyu Chuyue sat up abruptly. He actually did it. Yuan Mingxiu was startled. She covered his mouth. Why did you do that? She tried to kill me, so I retaliated. But you weren't supposed to be poisoned yet. Yuan Mingxiu was speechless. Jiyu Chuyue felt guilty. I didn't do it on purpose. I just didn't know Yao'd send someone to poison me. Yuan Mingxiu pulled her into his arms. I was so worried. Fine. He finally calmed down. But Ji Yuchuyue was anxious. You offended the queen for me. I can't keep faking it. The divine doctor faked being poisoned and poisoned the queen. He threatened her for the antidote. Ji Yuchuyue had to continue faking. Tu Ju attacked Daxia. Yuan Mingxiu had to release Harming. Harming laughed. You're releasing me now. You killed Chu Linlong. The queen poisoned Shuyue in revenge. Harming was stunned. Yuan Mingxiu threatened him. Don't say that again. He was relieved she was still alive. What kind of poison is it? You're here to ask for my help, right? Tu Ju has many skilled poison masters. Yuan Mingxiu scoffed. I'll cure my wife myself. I'm releasing you to continue the competition. Harming was relieved Ji Yuchuyue was alive. Our people are upset with your emperor because of the competition. They are just pretending. Tu Ju is audacious. Harming was furious. This man was infuriating. Do you really not need my help? The final round is in 10 days. Go prepare. Harming had a bad feeling. What are you planning? Yuan Mingxiu ignored him. Meanwhile, Empress Huanghu was still grieving over Chu Lingnong's death. Your Majesty's grief is immense. We must urge her to mourn with restraint. I heard that even Ji Yuchuyue shed tears of ice. It can be considered as revenge for the princess. Huanghu wept with a burning heart, silently thinking, my poor Lingnong, my only daughter. But I cannot let anyone know this. Huanghu harbored vicious thoughts. Your Majesty, may you rest in peace. I will definitely avenge you on that treacherous villain. Overcome with grief, Huanghu once again coughed up blood. The unbearable pain in her chest stemmed from the demonic curse she had exchanged with Yuan Mingxiu that day. It's not worth sacrificing yourself for a mere Ji Yuchuyue. But Huanghu was resolute. Even if I die, I will drag that villain down with me. Since Yuan Mingxiu protected Ji Yuchuyue from death, he won't be able to protect himself from death. I'll just wait for him to come and beg me. These words were overheard by the emperor, who had just arrived. He immediately ordered her to take the antidote, and do it now. The competition is more important than anything else. No matter what, peace is crucial for the future of the dynasty. The emperor expected Huanghu to refuse hysterically, but she calmly agreed. Your Majesty, rest assured, Xinxia knows the priorities. The emperor was surprised. He had just heard her vow to avenge Chuyue. Huanghu, don't be rash. Huanghu sighed sadly, pretending to be heartbroken. The emperor no longer believed her. Her words reminded him of their beautiful past. Years ago, when they were young, Huanghu asked him, Your Majesty, do you believe? The emperor vowed, of course. The empress in my heart will always be. The beautiful past seemed to have evaporated, disappearing into the relentless passage of time. They had indeed shared a time of mutual trust, but it was gone now. The emperor's heart softened. Since Huanghu said she would obey, he would trust her again. As the emperor left, everyone thought Huanghu would order Jiang's execution. But Huanghu smiled strangely. It's also called sending, but this time it's obviously different. Meanwhile, Ji Yuchuyue received the antidote sent by Huanghu. She recognized at a glance that Huanghu was up to no good. The antidote alone seemed harmless, but after consumption, it would actually trigger the poison in her body. Yuan Mingxiu was furious, knowing Huanghu couldn't be so kind. That incident that day still weighed heavily on his mind. Ji Yuchuyue had originally faked being poisoned to help the emperor deal with Huanghu, but now she was no longer willing. After all, you have offended Huanghu repeatedly. The emperor asking her to send the antidote is probably an attempt to balance things between you two. Yuan Mingxiu was very unwilling. Prince Fuju, the final competition will give me a chance to gain power, which will be convenient for you to deal with her. This grudge must be avenged. Anyone who offends my wife offends me, Yuan Mingxiu. Although Ji Yuchuyue also wanted revenge, with Chu Lingnong dead and Huanghu increasingly agitated, she had to be cautious. Yuan Mingxiu's expression darkened. So, we're just going to let this go. I'm not that easy to bully. If someone hits me once, I'll hit them back 10 times. Yuan Mingxiu was finally satisfied. That's what I want to hear. Ji Yuchuyue had already planned it out. Since Huanghu has sent the medicine, I will use it to my advantage. She tried to kill me. Yuan Mingxiu's heart tightened. He immediately warned her not to risk her own life. Ji Yuchuyue quickly smiled reassuringly. With you here, even if I wanted to joke like that, I wouldn't have the chance. Yuan Mingxiu finally relaxed. Good. But what's your plan? Be clear. Ji Yuchuyue told him her plan. In the final competition, you must play your part well. Huang House medicine will come in handy. Yuan Mingxiu instantly understood. She planned to use the medicine to kill Prince Tuju and then frame Huang Hu. Jiyu Chuyue considered herself kind. The medicine was sent by Huang Hu, and it was Prince Tuju who killed Chuling Nong. I'm just making things right. Yuan Mingxiu reminded her, the situation between Tuju and our court is tense. The timing of the poison's activation shouldn't be rushed. Jiyu Chuyue had naturally considered this. Huang House request is to trigger this poison is not fatal to ordinary people, but it will make them experience a fate worse than death. Jiyu Chuyue thought, Huang Hu poisoned the princess out of jealousy, causing her death, and even sent a fake antidote, but she doesn't know that this girl is not so easily fooled. Jiyu Chuyue had seen through the antidote at a glance. She had switched it out, intending to use it on Prince Tuju to avenge herself. Meanwhile, Huang Hu was still grieving over Chuling Nong's death. She held a piece of Liu Yun Fei Feng silk in her hand. We have prepared the funeral arrangements according to her status. Huang Hu stressed again, make sure to use Liu Yun Fei Feng silk for Chuling Nong's burial. Even her favorite clothes were made of this silk. Miao Miao was puzzled. She had never seen the princess particularly fond of Liu Yun Fei Feng silk. Why was the empress insistent on using it? Unbeknownst to her, this was a precaution taken by Huang Hu when she sent her daughter away. She had intentionally used Liu Yun Fei Feng silk and left traces on her daughter's body, fearing they would replace her with another child and prevent her from finding her true daughter. At that time, Huang Hu wept inconsolably for her daughter. She took advantage of a moment of inattention and marked her daughter's arm with Liu Yun Fei Feng silk. Now, her own daughter was finally back. The more Huang Hu thought about it, the more. Wu Qi Ren, you will soon be buried with my daughter. Not long after, the emperor received the news. Jiyu Chuyue had passed away. The emperor was overjoyed and sent a large number of precious funeral items. He was also quite satisfied with Huang Hu. It seems I still. With that settled, Jiyu Chuyue continued to interact with Prince Tuju. They were surrounded by poisonous traps, but Jiyu Chuyue was secretly setting up her own plan. This bit of danger was nothing to her. Yuan Mingxiu suddenly became affectionate, leaning on her softly. Everything will be all right. Jiyu Chuyue immediately took out 2 antidote pills and gave them to him. This will protect you. Then, Jiyu Chuyue noticed that the smoke actually contained. She felt a pang of fear. Fortunately, she had taken the antidote in advance and wouldn't be affected. She scattered the prepared medicinal powder, and the smoke quickly dissipated. But before they could catch their breath, their hearts sank again. The ground was covered with poisonous insects crawling towards them. Jiyu Chuyue screamed and jumped into Yuan Mingxiu's arms, shouting, "Run! Run!" Yuan Mingxiu didn't expect his fearless wife to be afraid of these small insects. He found it amusing. Jiyu Chuyue closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look. She whispered, "Are they gone?" Yuan Mingxiu enjoyed teasing her. He deliberately said, "No, they are not gone, and they are getting closer." Jiyu Chuyue screamed again, urging him to run faster. Yuan Mingxiu held her and comforted her softly, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm here." The two ran through a dense forest. Jiyu Chuyue's sleeve was accidentally torn, revealing the Liu Yun Fei Feng mark on her arm. Fortunately, no one noticed. Yuan Mingxiu was worried that she would be recognized, so he quickly tore off a piece of cloth and wrapped it around her arm. Jiyu Chuyue then quickly asked someone to sprinkle repellent. Yuan Mingxiu felt distressed. "Change your clothes and eat something first. Don't enter the competition area yet. The periphery is already troublesome enough." Jiyu Chuyue felt a warmth in her heart and urged him to go too. Yuan Mingxiu smiled mischievously. "How about my wife helps me change?" Jiyu Chuyue's head almost exploded. With so many people around, how could he say such things? But everyone tactfully left. Yuan Mingxiu smiled triumphantly. "Now, my wife has no choice." Blushing, he pulled her into a small grove and they helped each other change clothes. Xia wanted to. Watching their master act so boldly, Jin was afraid they would be caught. Hong Mao could only close her eyes and warn them, "Someone is coming." Soon, a messenger arrived. Harming had sent him to inquire why the two hadn't moved forward yet. "If you don't move, you'll lose." His smug smile was provocative. Jiyu Chuyue retorted sarcastically, "Is your prince afraid that we'll break through too many levels?" The messenger said bluntly, "His Highness asked me to tell Lady Yuan, if Lord Yuan dies, His Highness is willing to admit defeat directly." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flashed past. Yuan Mingxiu grabbed the messenger by the throat and pinned him to the ground. The messenger screamed in terror. "We are at war. How dare you?" Yuan Mingxiu sneered. "When you come to provoke, you should be prepared to be beaten." Jiyu Chuyue was calmly drinking tea beside them, even fanning the flames. "The messenger is in danger. Hurry and report to your master." Yuan Mingxiu threatened fiercely. "Go back and tell your prince to stop playing tricks. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to take his head." The messenger was terrified, but could only force a smile. Jiyu Chuyue saw through it all. "Your prince deliberately sent you to provoke us, probably to distract us." The messenger's face changed, confirming Jiyu Chuyue's suspicion. She smiled slyly, keeping the messenger captive. "Harming doesn't know about this yet. It's a good opportunity to kill him." Meanwhile, Harming was getting impatient. "Why isn't Jiyu Chuyue here yet? If only I could capture her, then my future days would be." Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted his thoughts. "What are you doing? Those insects are so strange." Could it be? He turned around abruptly. It was Jiyu Chuyue, and she was alone. Harming was overjoyed. "So you don't want your husband anymore? What's your true identity?" She had the mark of the Ghost Eye clan. Jiyu Chuyue had come alone, because she knew that with Harming present, the poisonous traps would be deactivated. But Harming said, "Even if you kill me, you can't control them. They are mechanical. But if you kiss me, I'll tell you how to control them." Everyone expected Jiyu Chuyue to refuse, but she surprisingly agreed, even playfully asking him to close his eyes first. Harming was stunned. Although his mind told him it must be a trap, he couldn't help but close his eyes and lean in. The next moment, a soft touch landed on his. Harming was instantly ecstatic. "Jiyu Chuyue actually kissed me. This feeling is..." But Jiyu Chuyue couldn't help but laugh and bite him. Harming opened his eyes curiously, only to find his face covered in. He tried to wipe it off, but it wouldn't come off. He almost exploded on the spot. "Jiyu Chuyue, you're heartless. I fed you so many supplements." Harming was truly furious. He directly pulled the pin on a grenade and threw it. With a loud bang, the grenade exploded, releasing countless insects that rained down on them. Jiyu Chuyue was covered in insects, and she frantically brushed them off, but to no avail. Harming laughed triumphantly. "I won't hold back in the final competition. Even if you use insect repellent, it's useless. Enjoy your time with them." With that, he walked into the cave. Jiyu Chuyue cursed angrily, "Damn you, Harming. Just you wait." But the insects were getting more and more numerous. Jiyu Chuyue quickly followed, silently praying for Yuan Mingxiu to come and save her. As soon as she entered the cave, she found the entrance completely sealed. Meanwhile, Yuan Mingxiu was still clearing out the Jiyu insects, using the medicine given by Huang Hu. Jusha found that the medicine only slightly stunned the Jiyu insects. They soon recovered and became even more aggressive. Yuan Mingxiu slapped his forehead, letting everyone see the effect of Huang House medicine, making the situation even more suspicious. It would definitely make people wonder what was in it. So he pretended to be angry. How can Huang House medicine only slightly stun the Jiyu insects? Huang Ang was also puzzled. "I heard that only Lishing medicine can trigger the Jiyu insects' frenzy. How could Huang House medicine, isn't Huang House medicine meant for madam? This effect clearly suggests something is wrong." Yuan Mingxiu immediately ordered someone to send the medicine to the Imperial physician for examination. His heart was filled with anxiety for Chuyue. "Chuyue, wait for me. You must stay safe." Meanwhile, Jiyu Chuyue was trapped in the cave and couldn't find Tuju, and she had also been poisoned, with strange marks appearing on her hand. She could only temporarily take the antidote and see what happened. She didn't know if Yuan Mingxiu would come to rescue her. Her head was spinning. Then she saw a strange pattern appear on her neck. It was clearly the mark of the Ghost Eye clan. Only those with Ghost Eye blood could have this mark. Jiyu Chuyue was just an ordinary girl. How could she be connected to the Ghost Eye clan? The Jiyu insects she used earlier had been enhanced with the clan's special ingredients, resulting in their powerful effect. Unexpectedly, this had triggered the unique Ghost Eye clan's reaction. The clan had said that anyone who used their blood in talismans could not attack them, and would instead attract the clan's attention. Harming was suddenly delighted. If Jiyu Chuyue was a descendant of the Ghost Eye clan, she was even more. Meanwhile, the emperor received a letter from the Ghost Eye clan's ruler, requesting to establish diplomatic relations with Daxia. This was originally good news, but everyone was worried about the Ghost Eye clan's intentions. The Emperor had fought with the Ghost Eye clan's ruler many years ago, when they were still young. During that conflict, he had also offended Huang Hu, causing a big fuss. No wonder the Ghost Eye clan had sent 100 boxes of gifts. 50 of them were specifically for Huang Hu, probably as an apology for the past. The Emperor immediately ordered the boxes belonging to Huang Hu to be delivered to her, but Huang Hu didn't seem happy with the gifts. Didn't they say they would never interact with us again? Sending gifts so openly is too ostentatious. Huang Hu didn't even look at the gifts and directly ordered them to be taken away. But Gang Yu suddenly noticed that one of the boxes was labeled Empress Huang Hu. Huang Hu took a closer look at the label, which was in her own handwriting, and the attached Liu Yun Fei Feng silk. She gasped. This is... She immediately dismissed everyone, and personally opened the small box. Inside were Yunus clothes, toys, and a lock of hair, along with a letter. Hand over my child, or you know the consequences. Huang Hu was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. She felt both aggrieved and furious. My daughter is already dead. How can I hand her over? If you're so capable, go avenge her yourself. The next moment, she had a sudden realization. It's all because of that treacherous villain. But you can definitely help. So Huang Hu immediately replied, and sent the message to Jiyu Chuyue. On the other hand, Jiyu Chuyue followed the secret passage in the cave, looking for a way out, but the color of the river water was strange. She curiously touched it, and discovered that it was indeed. At that moment, the river water suddenly rose, trapping Jiyu Chuyue. Jiyu Chuyue panicked. Am I going to? Harming suddenly appeared, smiling slyly. Don't worry, you won't die. He secretly thought, if you're really a descendant of the Ghost Eye clan, this poison is nothing to you. It'll just have some side effects. Jiyu Chuyue quickly shot a needle. That hit Harming's shoulder. Harming was surprised. You actually dare to hurt me. You can't bear to. If I die here, you'll never. Jiyu Chuyue became even more worried. Did you trap me here to deal with Yuan Mingxiu? Harming immediately denied it. I just want more women. Why do you think? Jiyu Chuyue was speechless and didn't bother listening to him. She continued to search for an exit, but didn't notice the change in her face. Harming smiled slyly. Now, even if Yuan Mingxiu comes, he won't recognize you. Who just touched the woman? But unexpectedly, she turned into someone else. Even the Lingmian army couldn't recognize her. Wu Qiyu was knocked unconscious by the Turkic prince. It was hard to move, and escaping wasn't easy. She waited for Yuan Mingxiu to come and rescue her, secretly delighted. But Yuan Mingxiu came in with a stern face and questioned, Who are you? How dare you impersonate my wife? This question left Jiyu Qiyu speechless. What are you talking about? You don't recognize me? Yuan Mingxiu said with an icy tone, impersonating my wife, and you don't even bother with a decent disguise. Truly, Jiyu Qiyu was now truly bewildered. Yuan Mingxiu, are you doing this on purpose? Even if I wanted to. Silence. Yuan Mingxiu pointed his sword at her and scolded, Stop your nonsense. Where is Jiyu Qiyu? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jiyu Qiyu's anger flared. I'm the one talking nonsense. What's wrong with you? You're actually pointing a sword at. Qian Harming chimed in from the side, fanning the flames. Don't pretend, Madam Yuan. Actually, you can. Fool me. I thought the light was dim here and your voice is somewhat similar to Madam Yuan's, so Master Yuan would. Jiyu Qiyu was so anxious she almost exploded. Stop talking nonsense. Yuan Mingxiu seemed to believe him, and immediately ordered the surrounding area to be searched. Find my wife. No exceptions. Jiyu Qiyu looked at him with increasing despair. He really didn't recognize her. How could this be? But Jiyu Qiyu turned to Harming. You gave Yuan Mingxiu that potion, and now he doesn't even recognize me. I've been standing here the whole time. I haven't done anything. Don't wrongly accuse me. The next second, a piece of the building fell heavily on Harming, knocking him to the ground. Yuan Mingxiu threatened him menacingly, if you don't find my wife, you won't have to. Harming laughed nonchalantly, then keep looking. I also want to find her and ask where she's been hiding. While they were talking, Bu Qiyu quietly approached Yuan Mingxiu, but he noticed her. Yuan Mingxiu immediately shot a warning glance. Stay away. Don't think I won't hurt you. Bu Qiyu was about to die from anger. Yuan Mingxiu, you better be truly stupid, otherwise I'll never talk to you again. Yuan Mingxiu chuckled, too lazy to even look. Too troublesome. Jiu Qiyu was about to explode. She thought anxiously, is this really Jiu Qiyu? But I didn't see the Turkic prince. Then she remembered that Yuan Mingxiu had mentioned a human skin mask, and suddenly suspected it was her own face. She rushed over and hugged Yuan Mingxiu's leg. Find me a mirror. Yuan Mingxiu shook her off in disgust. Why should I listen to you? Get lost. Wu Qiyu whispered, last night, when you were asking for Ching Wu, I pinched your lips. Remember? Yuan Mingxiu's expression changed drastically. How does this woman know such a private thing? Could it be you hid Qiyu away? Seeing him overthinking, Wu Qiyu quickly explained, I guess I don't look like myself anymore. Someone must have tampered with my appearance, but I am your wife. Yuan Mingxiu's expression was complicated. He couldn't believe such a thing could happen. Wu Qiyu jumped up anxiously. If you don't believe me, then, Meng added fuel to the fire from the side. You think changing appearances is that easy? Finally, Wu Qiyu got a mirror. She saw that her appearance had indeed changed. Yuan Mingxiu also reacted. Is this a disguise, or is she really? Wu Qiyu was about to explode with anger. She yelled at Meng, what potion did you give me? It actually changed my appearance. Meng feigned innocence. I didn't do anything. There's no such powerful potion. Wu Qiyu didn't believe his lies at all. She really couldn't find any clues. Just then, a guard came to report, we haven't found Madam. Wu Qiyu wanted to scream. Isn't that obvious? I'm right here. How could you find me? Yuan Mingxiu lost his patience and ordered, bring him here. A dark guard then grabbed Meng and forced him to drink a strange potion. What is this? Don't force me to drink it. Meng screamed in horror. Yuan Mingxiu coldly stated, it's just the potion you used on my wife. How does it taste? Meng's soul almost flew out of his body. He yelled, untie me. This is poisonous. Yuan Mingxiu didn't make things difficult for him, and ordered someone to untie him. He wanted to see what he would do. Meng immediately started drawing a strange symbol on his arm. Symbol on his arm. Wu Qiyu watched carefully, but the pattern was too complicated to memorize. Besides, only Meng's blood would work. Even if she memorized it, it wouldn't be. Then, the symbol on Meng's arm started emitting a golden light. He tore open his shirt, revealing the symbol on his chest. He was about to apply it to his chest, but Jiu Qiyu and Yuan Mingxiu grabbed his hands, stopping him. Yuan Mingxiu looked at Jiu Qiyu, thinking, only my wife knows this pattern. Could she really be? Meng struggled desperately. Don't stop me. If I die here, it'll be your fault. Wu Qiyu and Yuan Mingxiu said in unison with an evil smirk, wouldn't it be better if you're half dead? Meng was on the verge of tears. He could only watch helplessly as they took his blood. Meng cursed inwardly. The next second, Yuan Mingxiu applied Wu Qiyu's blood to the symbol and chuckled. Don't think a little bit of understanding makes you know everything. He applied it to the symbol. Wu Qiyu was instantly anxious again. Meng, hurry up and undo it. Yuan Mingxiu looked at him coldly. He then ordered someone to take the Turkic prince away. As for Jiu Qiyu, he would deal with her himself. Wu Qiyu yelled angrily, Yuan Mingxiu, you'll regret this. Eventually, Meng was tied up in a carriage, cursing Jiu Qiyu in his heart. This woman is vicious. She won't let me die immediately, but she won't let me recover either. Yuan Mingxiu is too ruthless. My life doesn't matter to him at all. Tell me where my wife is, and I'll let you go. Meng smirked. Tell your master, if he doesn't let me go, he'll never find her. Meanwhile, Jiu Qiyu was tied up and thrown onto the bed. She cursed incessantly, Yuan Mingxiu, you bastard. Just because my appearance changed, you don't recognize. Yuan Mingxiu then calmly walked over and sat down. Wu Qiyu angrily turned her head away. The next second, Yuan Mingxiu touched her rope. Wu Qiyu struggled slightly. Is this a change of heart? Are you finally going to untie me? But Yuan Mingxiu started massaging her wrists. Wu Qiyu blushed. What are you doing? Yuan Mingxiu said with a gentle smile, of course I'm massaging my wife's wrists. Wu Qiyu was shocked. You know Jiu Qi. Yuan Mingxiu sighed. Of course. I can't even recognize my own wife. Wu Qiyu kicked him. Then why don't you untie me? Yuan Mingxiu wasn't angry. He patiently explained, the potion can't be removed yet. The effects haven't. Wu Qiyu finally understood. Everything was an act for the Turkic prince. You acted so well that I thought you really didn't recognize me. Even saying it now, she felt. Yuan Mingxiu gently caressed her reddened wrists, his heart filled with guilt. He pulled her into his arms and apologized. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I made you scared. Yu Qiyu struggled to break free. Let go of me. Is the mission more important than my safety? Actually, Yuan Mingxiu was initially a bit unsure if it was really her. He was also anxious to confirm her identity. After confirming it was her, he regretted what he had done. Yu Qiyu was still a bit angry, so Yuan Mingxiu immediately kissed her, saying repeatedly, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yu Qiyu's anger melted away in this kiss, but remembering what had just happened, she reminded herself not to let Ha Meng see through their act. She bit Yuan Mingxiu's lip. Blood immediately filled their mouths. Yuan Mingxiu quickly let go, wiping the bloodstains. He wasn't angry, but he complained about her biting. He gently held her arms and looked at her. Yuan Mingxiu could only smile and explain, let's deal with the current situation first. We can talk about this later. A sly glint flashed in Bu Qiyu's eyes. Will you really agree to anything? Yuan Mingxiu nodded seriously. Of course, I'll do anything for you, Wu Qiyu said calmly, then let's get a divorce. Yuan Mingxiu's face paled instantly. He said sternly, no way. Wu Qiyu pouted. Didn't you say you'd agree to anything? Yuan Mingxiu said anxiously, divorce is absolutely impossible. Wu Qiyu's anger flared up again. She didn't care about Ha Meng's life or death. Yuan Mingxiu cupped her face and kissed her deeply. He wanted to kiss away the coldness and hatred that always emanated from her. Wu Qiyu struggled at first, but gradually melted into the gentle kiss. After a long while, Yuan Mingxiu finally let go, and warned her seriously, never mention divorce again. Understood. Wu Qiyu protested unobediently, no way. I want a divorce, I want. Before she could finish, she was kissed again. Her lips were reddened. She protested unhappily, how can you be like this? You're not even letting me speak. As soon as she opened her mouth, Yuan Mingxiu kissed her again, leaving her speechless. Yu Qiyu hit his chest in frustration. You're too much. I don't dare mention divorce anymore. Afterwards, Yuan Mingxiu was worried that his subordinates wouldn't recognize Bu Qiyu's current appearance. Would it be too inconvenient for her to go out? He gave her his personal jade pendant, which was like a symbol of authority. Wu Qiyu was worried, won't your subordinates think I stole it? Yuan Mingxiu chuckled. Do you think anyone can easily steal something so important from your husband? Wu Qiyu was still a bit uneasy. She didn't mind her changed appearance. Yuan Mingxiu thought she looked quite good this way. After all, appearance was just superficial. What if I lost my current appearance? Would you leave me? Wu Qiyu shook her head. Never. Yuan Mingxiu chuckled. Then why are you still worried? Wu Qiyu's heart settled down. This man could always easily reassure her. Yuan Mingxiu then put the potion back on her. To make Ha Meng cooperate, he had to wrong Qiyu for a while. Ha Meng was taken to a deserted wilderness. This place had an advantage. It was where his beloved Jiu worms flew. Ha Meng was terrified. Does Yuan Mingxiu want me to die here? The next moment, Yuan Mingxiu ordered someone to bring Yu Qiyu up to the stage. Yu Qiyu was beaten until she was badly injured. Ha Meng immediately panicked. Lingmian General, in order to get information from the Turkic prince, you're actually beating this delicate woman to a pulp, badly injured. The Turkic prince was also shocked. How could this man be so ruthless? He didn't know about Yu Qiyu's changed appearance. Yuan Mingxiu had her thrown into the wilderness to force Ha Meng to use the Jiu king to save her. Ha Meng was terrified. Yuan Mingxiu will do anything to get the Jiu king. If I die, you'll never find your wife. Don't you care? Yuan Mingxiu's face darkened. I'll make sure Ha Meng suffers for this. The next moment, a dagger was placed against his neck. Ha Meng finally realized his predicament, but he still stubbornly insisted, such an important thing like the Jiu King is of course in the Turkic lands. How could it be, with me? Yuan Mingxiu didn't believe him at all. Would something so important be left in the Turkic lands waiting to be stolen? Meng retorted, if you have the guts, then cut me open inch by inch. If you can find it, ill. Yuan Mingxiu didn't want to get his hands dirty. He would make Meng talk. Seeing his determination, Meng suddenly had a bad feeling. Don't tell me you're going to torture me. Do something inhumane. Yuan Mingxiu said coldly, the woman who was with you underground is already being tortured. I believe she'll talk soon. Meng was stunned. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and threatened with a ghostly smile, you better not kill her, or you'll. Yuan Mingxiu just ignored him. She's being tortured, and she keeps saying you'll regret this. Did you two plan this? Meng refused to say anything more. He wouldn't talk until he got news of Bu Qiyu. Yuan Mingxiu simply gestured slightly. Then Jiu Qiyu was brought to him. She was covered in injuries and unconscious, clearly having been severely tortured. Meng was shocked. He didn't expect Yuan Mingxiu to be so ruthless. Panicked, he rushed over and blurted out, Bu Qiyu, are you all right? Wake up. Bu Qiyu didn't respond at all. Her breathing was so weak it was almost undetectable. Although he knew it was an act, seeing Jiu Qiyu's miserable state, Yuan Mingxiu couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Meng anxiously shook him. This is your wife, Bu Qiyu. Save her. Yuan Mingxiu pretended to be disbelieving. You're talking nonsense. You even instantly removed the potion's effect. It seems you care a lot about her. Meng anxiously said, you don't believe me. I'll believe you when I see the results. He started trying to untie the ropes on her hands with his teeth. He wanted to give Bu Qiyu his blood, but he realized he didn't have anything to cut himself with. He looked anxiously at Yuan Mingxiu. Aren't you going to save her? Yuan Mingxiu calmly said, he won't tell me where Jiu Qiyu is. Why should I save her? I would even give up my throne for her. Meng jumped anxiously. I really don't want you to do that. Yuan Mingxiu said impatiently, do you think him a fool? Meng had no choice but to take out the appearance restoration Jiu. He showed him Jiu Qiyu's true appearance. He used a small silver-white tool to manipulate the Jiu, spreading the powder on Jiu Qiyu. Jiu Qiyu's face slowly returned to its original state. Yuan Mingxiu stared nervously, but Jiu Qiyu's face only changed halfway before Meng suddenly grabbed the Jiu back and stopped the treatment. Now you believe she's Bu Qiyu, right? Hurry up and, Yuan Mingxiu continued to doubt. How do I know if you didn't use that Jiu to transform her into Bu Qi? You? Meng explained patiently, the appearance restoration Jiu can only restore someone's original appearance. I can't transform Jiu Qiyu into someone with a different appearance. Yuan Mingxiu was still unconvinced. Unless she completely transforms back to Jiu Qiyu, I won't believe it. I'll consider saving her since she has that face. Meng wasn't stupid. He guessed that Yuan Mingxiu had already recognized Jiu Qiyu. He squatted down and touched the potion on Jiu Qiyu's face. He knew immediately that it wasn't real. Meng immediately made his demands. Let me remove the potion myself, otherwise, you'll never see Jiu Qiyu's real face again. The next second, he was immobilized. Bu Qiyu immediately searched him and found the appearance restoration Jiu. Meng threatened loudly, this Jiu is useless without knowing how to control it. Don't. Bu Qiyu looked at his anxiousness and became even more certain about the matter he was talking about. Such a cute little fellow can play the role well. So saying, she put the Shirongguo into Shao. In his name, Kamingja reminded him, this twin was just. Bu Qiyu didn't believe his nonsense at all. Besides, he naturally had a way to guarantee the Shirongguo. He can ruin Shui's Hengchang. He wants to impersonate Jiu Qiyu, but you don't even help. However, Yuan Mingxiu directly hugged Bu Qiyu, completely ignoring his provocation. My face. Bu Qiyu still complained with dissatisfaction, my face is too. Yuan Mingxiu quickly put on a smiling face and coaxed, next time, you'll be more careful. It's not that bad. Seeing him being so sickeningly sweet, Shinshin felt like vomiting. Yuan Mingxiu's possessiveness reached its limit. He glared at the two who were flirting and acting cute. Bu Qi's mission price. I heard that as long as there's a test, the Jiu King will be unable to bear the heat and run away. It's what the witch wants to obtain. She actually dared to capture the two Jiu prince. I also heard that as long as there's a test, the Jiyu king will be unable to bear the heat and run away. Suddenly, Temengji broke out in curses. Yuan Mingxiu and Jiyu Chuyue didn't know. Afterwards, Yuan Mingxiu took Jiyu Jing. After the 2 rounds of competition, they returned to the capital. The citizens lined the streets, but looking at Bu Chuyue, who had completely changed in the carriage, everyone was surprised. Yuan Mingxiu actually brought back a strange woman. Is Yuan Furen ugly? Isn't General Yuan the most infatuated with? But that woman looks a bit like. Bu Chuyue hid in the carriage and snickered. Being mistaken for Yuan Mingxiu's new lover was quite interesting. The news quickly reached the Empress, who hated Jiyu Chuyue. Does Yuan Mingxiu love Jiyu Chuyue that much? Even his new lover has to look like her. But soon she realized it must be because Jiyu Chuyue is dead that Yuan Mingxiu found someone who looks like her. This is good. It wouldn't be difficult to plant someone by his side. Even that new lover can. Although it's a pity that I couldn't kill Jiyu Chuyue myself, being able to send Yuan Mingxiu to accompany Jiyu Qi is this palace's merit. As for Jiyu Chuyue, even if the Demon King won't let you go, he will definitely avenge his daughter. The next day, Momo went to the general's mansion to see Bu Chuyue. Upon meeting her, she revealed she was the Empress' personal maid. She even addressed Jiyu Chuyue as princess. Bu Chuyue knew she hadn't recognized her at all. This face really fooled a lot of people. Bu Chuyue changed her approach and claimed to be Yuan Mingxiu's new lover. Then, Momo looked at Bu Chuyue carefully and pressed. She mentioned the deceased Jiyu Chuyue and said they looked somewhat alike. Master Yuan must have taken her in because of this face. Bu Chuyue immediately became unhappy and asked, "Are you saying I'm a substitute? What are you here for?" "I don't have time for this." Momo wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and invited her to help the Empress with a small matter. Master Yuan's every move, our Empress wants to. Bu Chuyue showed a reluctant expression. "Why should I help? It doesn't benefit me at all." Momo immediately began to persuade. "Just think about it. When Master Yuan finds someone who looks more like Jiyu Qing, will he still care about you? Maybe there's already someone out there who looks exactly like Jiyu Chuyue." Bu Chiyu's heart skipped a beat. Would Yuan Mingxiu really look for someone more like Jiyu Chuyue? What should I do? Momo held her hand and advised, all men are like this. Jiyu Chuyue hasn't been dead for long, and has already. The Empress is very resourceful. If Master Yuan makes any moves to find a new lover, she will immediately inform you, and even help you. Bu Chuyue was still worried. Who knows if hell fall for Yuan Mingxiu? The Empress has to give me some kind of proof. Otherwise, what if something happens and I need to find someone? We've already anticipated that. Take this to the highest watchtower in the city, and you'll naturally find someone to deliver the message. Bu Chuyue casually asked, why does the Empress want to know about Master Yuan's movements? As expected, we cannot. Bu Chuyue immediately wanted to withdraw her hand. Such a shady deal. What if one day the Empress and Master Yuan become enemies and use the information I provide against him? I can't afford to offend Master Yuan. Will the Empress save me then? Although Momo said of course, even she didn't believe it herself. Bu Chuyue took the opportunity to poach her. Why don't you work for me, Momo? Tell me about any movements from the Empress. Momo's eyes widened. This lady is really something. Since you've said so, Bu Chuyue clearly began to coax. Aren't you afraid that she'll find someone who looks exactly like me? When things go wrong, to clear her name, wouldn't the Empress say it was your own doing? You must know a lot of the Empress secrets. Think it over carefully. Once you've decided, Momo was persuaded and agreed on the spot. To show her sincerity, she even offered a piece of information. This information is only known to 3 people, and the Ghost Eye Kingdom. Bu Chuyue was confused, not understanding what it meant, but Momo refused to elaborate, just telling her to figure it out herself. Then she told Bu Chuyue to think carefully. What does the Empress have to do with the Ghost Eye Kingdom? Was Momo just lying? But she seemed to really think of herself as another person. Just thinking about it was interesting. Meanwhile, Yuan Mingxiu was competing with the Emperor, trying to find a way to take out the Jiyu King. This was equivalent to controlling 2 Ju. Although they hadn't obtained the Jiyu King yet, the 2 Ju prince was in their hands, so obtaining the Jiyu King was only a matter of time. The Emperor was very pleased with his achievements. Back at the general's mansion, Jiyu Chuyue explained everything that had happened. It still depends on the score in hand. Yuan Mingxiu recognized that it was indeed something Shou Hu used to carry. Jiyu Chuyue couldn't help but sigh. It seems the Empress really wants you dead. Even if she thinks him dead, she won't let me go. Forget about you. Yuan Mingxiu chuckled. That's a rich person's perspective. All the schemes to kill me are the best things this Empress can do. Jiyu Chuyue knew immediately that he was avenging Chu Lingmeng. How sentimental. Yuan Mingxiu also found it strange. The Empress is indeed too good to Chu Lingmeng, better than her own children. Then they discussed the matter of the Jiyu king. The witch Shenisheng V was brought back, being treated as one's own promotion. The Empress even sent someone to recruit, wanting him to be an inside man to monitor the cold-faced general's movements. Who knew that Jiyu Chuyue was so resourceful? She actually turned the Empress maid, Momo. She even reported everything about me too. At the same time, Jiyu Chuyue also told about the whereabouts of the two Ju prince. Well, report back to, immediately, Prince Wang Hao. The Empress immediately sent people to rescue Tu. That night, the two Ju prince was being held. Juetia had already been notified. Tonight, someone would come to forcibly take the Ju prince. They had to cooperate and put on a show. 3 dark-clad figures sneaked in at midnight. Seeing the bound Ju, they were shocked. The 3 men looked at each other in confusion. What's the meaning of this? Is the 2 Ju people's meat more delicious? Juetia then realized they didn't know about the Jiyu king, and simply wanted to rescue Ju, the Ju prince. Sure enough, when the Jiyu king disguised as an ordinary ancient city appeared, the 3 men's faces changed. They only thought it was an ordinary ancient. Juetia immediately jumped out and shouted, "Someone is stealing the Jiyu king. Come quickly. Catch them. Don't let them escape." The dark-clad men were shocked. That thing is the Jiyu king. The legendary one that can control all the ancient cities of Tuju. By now, the guards had surrounded them. Juetia anxiously warned everyone, no one touch the Jiyu king. If you touch it, the dark-clad men became even more greedy. This thing must be very powerful. As long as we bring the Jiyu king back. The 3 immediately took out their weapons to grab the Jiyu king. Juetia shouted from behind them, "They'll catch you even if you grab it. It's impossible for you to take the Jiyu king away. Leave the Jiyu king, and he'll spare your lives." So saying, he attacked. The dark-clad men immediately threw a smoke bomb, and escaped under the cover of the smoke, no longer caring about rescuing Ju, the Ju prince. The Empress was overjoyed to obtain the Jiyu king. This is truly an unexpected gain. With the Jiyu king, when Yuan Mingxiu makes any move, it will be useful. It's just a pity that the 2 Ju prince wasn't rescued. It seems Yuan Mingxiu won this round. The Empress gloated, He's already so favored by the Emperor. He still wants to advance further. I'll let Jiyu replace him when He's injured. If he loses control, let's see how he can advance further. But anyone this palace dislikes must be eliminated. On the other hand, the Emperor happily announced in court, the final victory in this competition with Tuju is all thanks to the Yuan couple. This time, let the 2 of them go to Tuju for the final negotiations. Yuan Mingxiu calmly accepted the decree. Looking at this outstanding man, the Emperor was filled with pride. Truly a man of valor. Ching slyly said, I heard that Yuan Furen has passed away. The person beside Master Yuan now is a substitute. I wonder if this is true. Yuan Mingxiu's expression darkened. Does this concern you? Ching quickly said, Jiyu Chuyue is the princess of Tuju. We are naturally concerned about her safety. Yuan Mingxiu retorted mercilessly, my wife is my own concern. You need not worry. Ching still wanted to say something, but Yuan Mingxiu immediately glared at him with a murderous look. Ching trembled in fear and dared not speak any further. The Emperor almost burst out laughing, pretending not to see Yuan Mingxiu glaring at Ching. He directly announced the end of the court session and left nonchalantly. Ching gritted his teeth after he left. The Emperor really favors Yuan Mingxiu. Harming, who had been unconscious for a whole night, finally woke up and immediately asked about Yuan. How is Yuan? Juetia said Yuan was in the hands of the main wife, and he didn't know the details. Harming immediately cursed, what a waste. If you don't feed him properly, Yuan will die. Juetia remained unmoved. The main wife is wise. She definitely knows how to feed him. Harming said enviously, the main wife must want to taste his flesh. Are you sure she wouldn't? Juetia didn't believe his nonsense. He must be up to something again. He continued seriously, if you don't feed him properly, he will be devoured by the Jiu king. He also knows this. Dowager was shocked. He actually dared to threaten the main wife. Could it be? Ming said seriously, of course it's true. Why would I harm someone I like? Dowager broke out in a cold sweat. If my master hears this, you'll be. Ming was not afraid at all. Let him hear it. Let him kill me. Keeping me locked up like this, what kind of hero is he? Dowager immediately told him seriously, tomorrow is the day for the two countries to make peace. Without your highness, how can it make peace? Who allowed this to happen? I haven't agreed. Dowager threatened darkly, but hasn't your highness forgotten the internal strife in the two royal court? If it weren't for our master and mistress, your highness would already be. So stop complaining. Your best option now is to cooperate with our master and mistress to hold the ceremony. Besides that, don't ask any questions. Ming was speechless. His eyes clearly revealed. The next day's negotiation ceremony was attended by Yuan Shio and Ming, representing the two sides. It was a peace treaty between the two countries. Exchange of cups. But when it was Ming's turn to go up, as his fingertips dipped into the wine, secretly, Ming made a hand gesture behind his back. In an instant, the blood in the cup began to churn and bubble. Ming immediately pretended to scream in horror. Yuan Shio, what did you do? Yuan Shio calmly fooled him. This bug is really disgusting. I should ask you, a master of ancient arts. Ming immediately put on a mournful expression. My Jiu king has been taken away by you. What can I do? You just want to sabotage the peace talks. Swearing an oath under the snow was the condition for rescuing the two Jiu prince. Ming pretended to be surprised. You actually put something in the wine. You just want to sabotage the peace talks. You want to kill me. Dowager punched him directly in the face. He covered his head and cried loudly, accusing her of shameless violence. Dowager took the opportunity to shout, don't tell me you didn't know that the Jiu king was stolen. Everyone from both countries heard this. Ming didn't believe it at all. Someone more skilled than you. Impossible. Not everyone can control the Jiu king. If it devours me, I won't be responsible. Dowager was not worried at all. At worst, he'll cut your flesh into 100 pieces, and use it as bait to lure the Jiu king out. Yuan Shio saw them acting like no one was around. He was instantly unhappy, and coldly urged him to quickly produce the Jiu king. Ming started to play dumb. I don't have the Jiu king. What can I do? Dowager was amused. If you want the Jiu king, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Did you steal it and now want me to? Ming laughed slyly. Do you have any evidence? Dowager immediately picked up. Yuan Shio also tacitly grabbed. The couple worked together to force-feed Ming. Ming fell to the ground in pain. But the Jiu had already entered his stomach and he couldn't vomit it out. He angrily cursed the two, you despicable. Then he collapsed in pain, on the ground. Dowager quickly went to check on him. Who knew that as she reached out, was suddenly grabbed. Ming was already looking at her with his fingers hooked. Yuan Shio was immediately. Ming timidly hid behind Dowager, calling her. Dowager was immediately stunned. This guy actually called her. Ming acted cute and said coquettishly, Sister Jiu. Everyone present was shocked. The two Jiu prince seemed to have become a child, staring blankly at Ming sitting obediently at the table, drooling. He looked no older than 2 years old. The two were a little taken aback. If Yuan Shio had drunk that wine just now, wouldn't he be the one regressed now? Dowager curiously looked Yuan Shio up and down, and couldn't help but imagine him at 2 years old, cute and smart. Ming's heart almost melted. Yuan Shio felt a chill and quickly pulled Dowager away. What are you thinking? He protectively stood in front of Dowager. I won't let you, sister. Yuan Shio looked at him strangely. Hes not, he pointed at them angrily. Hes sister. You're bullying sister. Bad guy. Dowager was amused and quickly coaxed him to eat cake. Then she pulled. She wanted to take Yuan Shio outside to talk. She felt this was a good opportunity. Ming only listened to her now, so she could use him to resolve the. But Yuan Shio refused. Then you'll have to play with him all the time. Let him. Dowager was speechless. I assent that how you play with children. What else can you do? Yuan Mingxiu pinned her against the wall. Have you forgotten? No matter how immature he is, he's still. Wu Qiuyue corrected him seriously. In my eyes, there's nothing difficult. Yuan Mingxiu was. Without a word, he kissed her until her heart raced. Then what am I? Wu Qiuyue asked curiously. But then she realized. This guy couldn't be. Wu Qiuyue burst out laughing. How can you even be jealous of a 2-year-old? Yuan Mingxiu blushed. Don't call him that. He's not a 2-year-old. Wu Qiuyue quickly hugged him and coaxed him. We need to finish this quickly so we can send this little troublemaker away. Don't bully my wife. Yuan Mingxiu's anger subsided a little, but the next second, Harming looked at them innocently. Wu Qiuyue ran away without a word. You deal with him. Where are the results? Yuan Mingxiu instantly regretted it. What was he thinking? If this continued, he would be driven crazy by Harming. Soon, the snow oath ceremony continued. Harming cried and refused to. Wu Qiuyue could only coax impatiently, be good and participate in the ceremony. Later, sister will play with you. It might hurt a little, but you're a man. You're not afraid, right? He could immediately chase Wu Qiuyue to earn his inheritance, wronging Baba's space. Zijian, how could you leave me? I want to watch the comments with Zijian. Otherwise, Qiuyue can only hold hands with him. Go back, and the teeth of the civilized receive a swing. Therefore, Jusha's bail for understanding grievances can help. With my Ming Zuwen's eloquent words, no need, I will give birth personally when the time is over. But until the evening, Wu Qiuyue did not return, and Wen Mingxiu instantly cheated, even if his heart was skinned. But he would talk, but late at night, he still lived in my wife's city hall. I will tell him to rush over to find him when the machine is on. Who knew that when I walked to the door, I heard Harming say, I'm fine alone. I want my sister to sleep with me. Yuan Mingxiu's nerves instantly. Prince Zhonggu pushes Hua Cheng, pure maiden's hand. I have to be with him at night. The cold-faced general's string. Jiang Buqiyu violently swore an oath to Bailishuan. Backhand a batch of elephants. Harming, just now. This work can make you die 1,000 times. Harming's tears streamed down his face, containing a few days. Wu Qiuyue nervously separated the two naive valleys. It's getting late, let's start. Harming, you are a little man. How can you be afraid to sleep alone? Harming can only nod for Baba. Only then did Wu Qiuyue pull Yuan Mingxiu back to herself. You let Yuan Mingxiu go for a while. Are you afraid that I will really take him? Wu Qiuyue hurriedly accompanied a smiling face and the smell of sweat. But for the sake of the overall situation, he will definitely not do this. He and Yuan Mingxiu really wanted to kill Hama just now. As for my wife, he was originally. Wu Qiuyue immediately flew over to appease this big man. Yuan Mingxiu immediately called the police. Wu Qiuyue deepened this couple's. On the other side, Harming secretly slipped out. He was afraid of being alone and wanted to find. Who knew that he saw a black man acting suspiciously, so he immediately rushed up happily and grabbed him. Is this hide and seek? The black man turned around and slapped him. He easily dodged. If you get caught, you should admit defeat. Then it's your turn to be it. How could the black man obediently listen? The two immediately started a big fight. When Yuan Mingxiu and Wu Qiuyue received the news and arrived, this was what they saw. The black man immediately turned around. They weren't done having fun yet. How could they let him go? So in the next second, the flying man was frozen. On the ground, Harming proudly declared, I gave it to him. Wu Qiuyue saw a good man's physique. It turned out that the outstanding person had been, since childhood. Jueisha stepped forward and dragged the man down. He earned this in human territory, but found a strange on his back. Don't be too busy. It looks like there's a trial on that person's back. I just don't know if it's the totem of the Nei tribe. The person behind him is pretty good. He scratched his head thoughtfully. He felt like he had seen this person before, but he couldn't remember. He could only be sure that he definitely had. Yuan Mingxiu immediately ordered the secret guards to restrain the man. Just as the guards were about to take him away, Fei Yan suddenly threw out a handful of powder. Jueisha reacted too late to the poison. The black man suddenly jumped up, and a group of miscellaneous items rushed towards. The front army fired. Yuan Mingxiu instinctively shielded Wu Qiuyue, blocking the fatal blow for her. Then, with a backhand, he cut the hamstring of the black man's phone. Amidst the black man's cries of pain, the truth and evidence were revealed, revealing the mastermind behind the scenes. Identity, and the black man had sharp teeth. The official also. The next day, Yuan Mingxiu went to Qinguming as agreed. The place was bustling with activity, and even dignitaries from the city had arrived. Even Harming pestered Jiyu Chuyue to come along. Suddenly, a man on the stage announced that the Wu King had already completed his mission. I thought the master had heard that there is a tradition in Tujue. The person chosen by the Wu King is the divinely chosen leader of Tujue. Of course, it's not that easy to find a replacement, but the man directly summoned Jiyu Lan and boldly declared, I just want to eliminate the 5 kings. I am the one chosen by the 5 kings. I am the divinely chosen leader of Tujue. The more Jiyu Chuyue watched, the more interesting it became. It was a pity that she forgot to bring today. Huazi, the Turkic people say that it's not about sweating profusely. It's about how quickly you move. Wang likes to possess people. Perhaps he is only temporarily possessing you. The man first tested me with the blood of my Xingu king. The Jiyu king first lingered at the wound, and then directly entered through the wound. Responsible person, they said it wrong. The Wu king is selective. Not just anyone's blood is acceptable. You have to eat it continuously for many days, which is extremely bitter. Then, use medicinal herbs to jade the entire body. After the whole body is marinated with medicinal herbs, then you eat the splashing stone. I wonder who it is. Jiyu Chuyue immediately stood up and exposed the man. She even deliberately showed the token given by the Empress. The man was shocked and immediately recognized her. But he didn't know what tricks the Empress had up her sleeve. Today, the Empress aura is strong. He declared, the Wu King is right here. Am I even able to sit on the Wu King? Who knew that Harming would directly snatch the Jiyu King, and recognized that it was not just a grooming. The man insisted that it was the king. Yuan Mingxue looked at the doctor. Jueisha could cut the confession into 2 parts. The facts were already very clear. How could something so easily killed be? Jiyu Chuyue came 3 times to confirm that this was Xio. What was this man doing pretending to be pressing the fake supplementary king to clear his name? Seeing that things were going badly, the man immediately turned to run. Without a word, Jueisha chased after him. Unexpectedly, the man directly threw out a handful of powder. The crowd was caught off guard and coughed. I have Jueisha to protect me, so I won't be affected. With his protection, I think Mingxue will be safe. With a backhand, he threw the taro over. The man was immediately hit. On the ground, Yuan Mingxue immediately had the secret guards take the man away. Then, he pulled Jiyu Chuyue over. Yi Kai. Harming cried out loudly, chasing after them. Jiyu Chuyue patted his little head. There was nothing there. He stopped, his heart skipping a beat. Could it be that he had already? After returning home, Jiyu Chuyue wrote a letter and sent it out. Yuan Mingxue couldn't help but bleed. He was about to start. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The 2 were instantly startled. Then, Jueisha came in and reported, that man also has power. At the same time, the Empress people also came looking for. A young girl was assassinated 3 times in one day, and the assassins all had a strange. It didn't hurt, but once caught, they would explode on the spot. The cause of death was, Jiyu Chuyue couldn't help, but suspect the Tongjue network. All of this was heard by Harming, who was hiding under the bed. He felt wronged and mumbled, when did I? It's all that damn guy's fault. It was supposed to make Yuan Mingxue a fool, but I ended up hurting myself. My mind is regressing, so I shouldn't be able to give people any. Jueisha, who was secretly monitoring, was speechless. This Tujue prince was probably not really. The next day, Jiyu Chuyue went to find. Harming continued to pretend to be weak. Sister, I don't want to go out today. Without a word, Jiyu Chuyue grabbed him. Your Highness, no need to. You've already been poisoned countless times, but it's not very effective. With your level, the poison can only last 4. Then you pretended for 3 more days. Your acting is quite good. Harming wanted to find a chance to escape. He had always known, but she watched me act without saying anything. This woman is really. Who knew that Jiyu Chuyue would suddenly say something surprising, asking him to continue pretending. He immediately flew into a rage. You want to watch me pretend for a few more days? Jiyu Chuyue wasn't that bored. This is all for Tujue. Don't you want to know who was behind that fake Jiyu King yesterday? Harming looked confused. What did this have to do with him acting like a child? At this moment, the Empress personal attendant arrived. Without hesitation, Jiyu Chuyue took Harming along. We're building a darkroom here. The relationship between this girl and the Tujue prince is really. No wonder there are rumors that after the Tujue prince became silly, he only just say it. Has the prince privately revealed anything about, I'm not interested in ginning you. His Highness doesn't like me being single either. She then winked at Harming. Harming instantly understood and said foolishly, those aren't good looking. Jie wears our clothes and uses our gestures. Not bad either. Jiu Chuyue immediately said, you see, the prince doesn't like me. What a good pretender. Didn't you say there should be many special? We immediately understood that he wanted to use this method to continue inquiring about. My forces aren't afraid of Gui Yang either. So I agreed to give him a yellow. Jiu Chuyue then said, the prince said no. The Jiu King uses unusual methods for nourishment and likes to eat big. Maybe we can lure the ambassador to our country. Momo was finally satisfied. One black Harming was filled with complaints. Originally, there was nothing wrong with pretending to be. The ambassador is interested in the Jiu King, not. Jiu Chuyue wasn't afraid of being exposed. It's the new prince drawn by Zinzitui. His Highness, he doesn't know the truth. He was shocked. This woman is really, obviously, Jiu Chuyue was too lazy to explain. She only reminded him not to reveal. There might be other actors in this play. After saying that, she turned and left. Harming immediately chased after her. Since he had to act like a child, he would naturally continue to pester. Jiu Chuyue. If Yuan Mingxie wasn't happy, he would be happy. As expected, Yuan Mingxie's face was so gloomy that he could lower his head. Harming pulled Jiu Chuyue and kept calling, Sister, Barber. Jiu Chuyue said impatiently, stop pretending. Everyone here knows you're against. Harming was instantly embarrassed. This was the most embarrassing moment of his life. This time, Jueisha brought the assassin's body. After they put the assassin in the dungeon, he personally inspected it. Xia Wang. Jiu Chuyue immediately called Harming over to look. Harming took one look and knew it wasn't. After his death, Jiu enters the body, it will. So after death, there will be little bleeding. The assassin looks more like he was poisoned. I'm just not sure if it's. Jiu Chuyue immediately wanted to dissect the body to see what kind of poison it was. She then ordered Harming to help turn the body over. Harming was disgusted. Yuan Mingxie is also here. Why don't you ask him for help? I'm a prince. He still obediently went to help. Then, he saw the same Jiu Yanbo totem on the back of the body. Jiu Yangguo only had the Huang clan and the Huang clan's inner circle. The Huang clan's birthmark was naturally present in their blood, while the birthmark on this person was given by the royal family. It was to ensure the loyalty of their subordinates. Once they had any disloyal thoughts, the Jiu would automatically. This person must have died from this kind of Jiu. Yuan Mingxie didn't fully believe his words. Your Highness, please stay in the residence for a while. After we have a conclusion, we will. After saying that, he left with Jiu Chuyue. Harming instantly felt a sense of loss and rushed over to the person who was pretending to be the Jiu King. He wouldn't leave before the investigation was clear. Besides, staying here was the safest option. On the other side, Jiu Chuyue and Yuan Mingxie met. The person holding the fake Jiu King wanted to see Jiu Chuyue. To be precise, he wanted to see Liangzi. Unexpectedly, the random identity Jiu Chuyue made up was quite useful. As soon as the man saw Jiu Chuyue, he asked her where she got the bracelet on her hand. Jiu Chuyue immediately said proudly, this was given to me by the Empress. I not only have the favor of Lord Yuan, but also the Empress support. I advise you not to mess with me. It was hard to stop when asked, what benefits did the Empress give you? Jiu Chuyue was a little confused. Why did he keep asking about the Empress? Could he also be working for the Empress? Just then, the man suddenly turned black. In the next second, a large cloud of black smoke erupted from his body. The man took the opportunity to grab Jiu Chuyue. Yuan Mingxie immediately rushed forward and pulled Jiu Chuyue away. Jueisha also made his move immediately, but because he was affected by the black smoke, he let the man escape. Jueisha was a little terrified. He clearly remembered catching. By now, the man had already reached the gate of the general's mansion. Your Majesty wants to find someone. He's good at calculations. Who knew that the girl was almost? Everyone was affected by the assassins. It runs from behind. He didn't care. He almost lost Jiu Chuyue. However, Jiu Chuyue discovered something. Does the two Jue prince have anything to do with the man? They are talking about Gianbo. Does Harming have anything to do with? To be honest, they were both punching fiercely at the same time. I don't know who was behind scolding him. Meng sent a message. Although it would take about 5 or 6 days to reach the destination, it was the safest way for now. He didn't know what the situation was like within Tujue now. And why did Guyanbo send people to kill? Could it be that they discovered Jiu Chiu's secret? He originally wanted to use this information to exchange with Guyanbo. At this moment, Yuan Mingxiu suddenly barged in. Meng was startled and roared angrily, "What are you doing here? Didn't you say?" I said. Meng was speechless. Then, Yuan Mingxiu told him, "I don't think we can keep this a secret any longer. I suddenly feel that it's related to you guys." Meng was instantly furious. This is clearly not a play. Yuan Mingxiu didn't want to be a gentleman. Since His Highness is acquainted with the Guiyang Kingdom's royal family, why not exchange information? He could only reveal what he knew. There is a sea between Guiyang Kingdom and Tujue. It's said that Guiyang Kingdom is hidden in the deep sea beyond the lost. Yuan Mingxiu was a little surprised. Even you haven't been there. I can't see. Meng was instantly frustrated. I can't swim, but the people of Guiyang Kingdom have been to Tujue. I've always been. I'm the one who has the closest relationship with them, so I'm the one who knows the most about. Yuan Mingxiu pretended to understand and urged him with his eyes. He continued. Meng immediately continued, the Guiyang royal family is divided into. One faction is the current. The other faction is his younger brother, Wu Wang. The Guiyang king has some health problems and often loses control of his emotions. Because his methods are too bloody, so many people secretly support his brother. But I don't know who Jiu Chiu is related to. But even if she is Wu Wang's daughter, with Yuan Mingxiu's help, she's still a member of the Guiyang Kingdom's royal family. In short, no matter what the outcome is, I will fight alongside them. And now, with the internal strife in Tujue, if they attack Tujue from both sides, it'll be over. So Meng refused to reveal anything about Jiu Chiu. But Tujue is so far away from Guiyang Kingdom. How is the queen connected to them? Back in the room, Yuan Mingxiu was helping Jiu Chiu with her, and discussing what happened today. When he was deep in thought, suddenly, the same Jiu Yanbo totem appeared on Jiu Chiu. On the other hand, the Empress met with Guyanbo's spy again. The spy told her that the Jiu King was with Yuan Mingxiu, and he needed the Empress' help to get the Jiu. He gave her a packet of medicine. This will make the Jiu King excited. If Yuan Mingxiu takes this, the Jiu King will automatically. The Empress suddenly remembered that there would be a banquet in the palace in a few days. She could use this opportunity. At the same time, the Jiu Chiu family. He noticed the drawing behind Jiu Chiu had disappeared. Before he could figure out what was going on, Meng pretended to be foolish and came up to her. Sister, why are you walking so fast? I've been waiting for you for. You haven't gained 11 pounds in July. You were just a little strange when you were eating. Now you're deliberately acting like a child. Meng naturally saw through her thoughts. If it wasn't for that Momo showing up again, he wouldn't have come. But the two of them being so close looked very intimate. Yuan Mingxiu came to her home and saw this. This scene instantly made his jaw drop. He directly grabbed Meng and threw him. Jueisha mistakenly thought he was saving her life. Meng angrily pointed at him and accused, "What are you doing? Throwing me? What do you think you are doing?" Yuan Mingxiu gently declared his sovereignty to Jiu Chiu. "My wife, why are you so close to him?" "What?" They were about to die of anger. "If you have the ability, then you accompany him to the meeting later." Yuan Mingxiu certainly wouldn't refuse and directly dragged Jiu Chiu to meet the elders. Meng was left stunned. It seemed that Yuan Mingxiu was already suspicious of Ling Yangzi. Before, he was secretly observing, but now he was doing it openly. So he silently smiled at Feng Shangwu, only saying it was the Empress. Yuan Mingxiu was furious, daring to seduce someone I fancy right in front of me. Someone I fancy. You think you can get information about my residence by pulling strings with him? If it wasn't for the Turkic prince, I would have thrown you out long ago. Just a substitute, yet daring to have such wild ambitions. Truly shameless. After finishing his words, he left angrily. Before leaving, he threw down a sentence, "Just you wait." Then turned back and reminded, "Empress, don't overeat yourself." Wu Chiu cried and shouted, "It's all your fault. Otherwise, my lord wouldn't look at me like that. He usually loves me very much. There's nothing more similar between him and Jiu Chiu. If it wasn't for you, I would be the next Yuan madam." Momo seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Today, all of this is just Lord Yuan testing you. Actually, it's because Madam Yuan is back. That woman is narrow-minded and won't tolerate a rival. If you still want to keep your current position, I do have an idea. Bu Chiyu's eyes lit up. She couldn't wait to show that she would do anything. The next day, Yuan Mingxiu took Bu Chiyue to a banquet. Bu Chiyue apologized to him with a smiling face. This was what she had discussed with Momo yesterday. She would take the opportunity to drug Yuan Mingxiu and get pregnant. Even if the real Madam Yuan returned, she could stay because of the child. Soon, Yuan Mingxiu became drunk and went to rest. The Empress, watching this scene, revealed a sinister smile. My, the Empress giving a love potion to the cold general, wanting to extract the antidote from him. Later, she deliberately pretended to have a stomachache, making the already drunk Yuan Mingxiu even drunker. Guianbo's spy pretended to come to check on the antidote. These two medicines, when combined, would make Jiyu. Therefore, as soon as he entered the bedroom, he saw Jiyu Tingting lying motionless in bed, showing a slightly wicked smile. But to his surprise, there was only Jiyu Chuyue inside. Yuan Mingxiu suddenly appeared beside him and asked sternly, "You're not the physician, who are you?" Knowing things had gone wrong, the spy threw out a handful of the same drug that had nearly killed Jueisha last time. Then, the spy turned and ran, but Yuan Mingxiu grabbed his clothes, revealing the Guiyang mark on his back. No different. He thought to himself, as expected, it was Guiyang again. He captured him, then tied him up tightly. Jiyu Chuyue looked at him worriedly. What happened? Did something flash? Yuan Mingxiu directly laid down on her lap, acting playfully. "Ow, I'm not feeling well, I need to lie down and rest." Jiyu Chuyue was speechless. "Get up, there are other people in the room, and it's not appropriate in broad daylight. This is the Imperial Palace." Yuan Mingxiu wasn't afraid at all. "The Empress gave it to you. She probably wants this kind of separation. If we can't do this, then I can do whatever I want, right?" Jiyu Chiyu's face flushed crimson. How could he say such shameless things? She decided to call his bluff. "Since you said so, then he'll be unceremonious." Saying that, she reached out and helped him wipe the water on his face. Yuan Mingxiu's face was burning. Just as she was about to wipe him, Jiyu Chuyue suddenly jumped up and ran away. She ran as fast as she could. This made Yuan Mingxiu laugh. He quickly grabbed her and pinned her down. "That's not enough to trick me." At the same time, Gong Li came to report, the Emperor's plan was successful. "Next, as long as we get the Buwang, Guianbo's people will never again." At this moment, the Turkic envoy came to report to the Emperor. A few days ago, a prince claimed to have obtained the Buwang, and gathered many court officials. Fortunately, Lord Yuan exposed him before he could cause any real trouble. Now, Lord Yuan has helped us find the Guiwang. The Buwang is currently on the prince. The Empress was shocked. Wasn't the Buwang with Yuan Mingxiu? The Emperor also noticed her shocked expression, and was slightly surprised. "Why are you dressed like this?" The Empress quickly laughed it off. "I heard the Buwang was under Gus' name. I didn't expect to be unable to find it." "How did you find it? Are you sure it's real?" After all, with the previous prince's example, one can't help but be cautious. Inwardly, she was furious. He clearly said the Buwang was with Yuan Mingxiu. How did it end up on the wrong person? The Turkic envoy was very certain, because the prince has a way to distinguish the real Buwang. The Empress' smile almost cracked. "If we don't get the Buwang, Guiyangguo's people won't. Every day they stay, the risk of my exposure increases. If those Fengzi people find out about my dealings with Wulingguo." Meanwhile, Yuan Mingxiu and Bu Chuyue entered the palace together, and Jiyu Chuyue directly removed her mask, revealing her true face. The Empress' jaw almost dropped. "Jiyu Chuyue. That outfit is clearly Ling Niangzi's." She dared to impersonate Ling Niangzi too. The Emperor was also surprised. "Isn't Madam Yuan supposed to be? My face was previously injured, so I've been wearing a mask. I don't know how it became known that It just so happens that Lord Yuan said the person who attacked hasn't been found yet, so he asked me to continue pretending." Yuan Mingxiu also stepped forward and said, "The attacker has now been found. He's from Guiyang." The Emperor frowned. Guiyangguo has always kept to themselves. Why would they attack? Yuan Mingxiu, however, felt that it was precisely because of this that they might have other intentions. "These past few days, I've captured many Guiyang spies. No matter how much I interrogate them, I can't get them to reveal their reason for illegally entering the country. This suggests something more. The emperor immediately handed the matter over to him with full authority. If Guyanbo truly has other intentions, then we must make preparations in advance. In the carriage on the way back, Jiyu Chuyue leaned against Yuan Mingxiu. Seeing the Empress' expression just now, her jealousy was almost tangible, truly. Yuan Mingxiu looked at her affectionately. You deliberately revealed yourself at the banquet, wasn't it just to enjoy her performance? Jiyu Chuyue naturally admitted it with satisfaction, and there's another. Harvest. I poisoned the spy and sealed his meridians. Now, the spy doesn't even have the strength to. We can keep him and interrogate him slowly. Jiyu Chuyue also placed a strange drug on the spy, a drug that amplifies the effects of torture. And Jueisha, following Jiyu Chuyue's instructions, interrogated him while using. Although the spy gritted his teeth and refused to confess, under the influence of the drug, he involuntarily said, "We want to incite internal strife in the Turkic kingdom." Ha Meng was shocked when he heard the news. Aren't they allies? Yuan Mingxiu sneered. It seems your alliance isn't very strong. One side pretends to surrender, and the other side wants to seize the Buwang. Simply, Ha Meng, though unhappy about being scolded, had to admit it was his fault. He had to admit it was all Yuan. So he decided that after he settled the Turkic internal strife and returned, he would definitely properly thank. The more Ha Meng thought about it, the more agitated he became. He immediately decided to return to Guiyang, but Yuan Mingxiu suddenly stopped him and made a suggestion. The next day, Yuan Mingxiu and Jiyu Chuyue disguised themselves as Turks and followed the Turkic prince. Jiyu Chuyue touched Yuan Mingxiu's face, suddenly feeling that he looked quite heroic like this, a different kind of. Yuan Mingxiu gently patted her hand, reminding her to be careful. Then, the two leaned their heads together and whispered they were going to launch a surprise attack, giving the other side no time to prepare, so as to easily gain control. Suddenly, Ha Meng walked in and saw the two of them whispering intimately. He immediately rolled his eyes. You guys are in my carriage, Jiyu Chuyue said with a straight face. In preparing medicine for you. Ha Meng didn't believe her lies. That expression clearly means you want to poison me. But he was still worried. Just following your emperor like this wouldn't. Yuan Mingxiu smiled confidently. He has already made arrangements. And the most important thing is that there's a traitor in the Turkic royal court. Ha Meng was immediately shocked. The people around me are all carefully selected and loyal. How could there be? That night, while they were camping outdoors, an assassin suddenly appeared. Trying to assassinate the Turkic prince. Along the way, the maid had been flirting with the cold-faced general. The Turkic prince was immediately enraged. Since you want to use the Shio Rong Jiyu to transform into my servant, then I will put you to good use. He ordered Yuan Mingxiu to pitch the tent, and ordered Jiyu Chuyue to massage him. Jiyu Chuyue angrily cracked her knuckles, wanting to pinch this guy until he cried. Just then, an assassin suddenly jumped out from the grass. Finally found you. He threw a dagger at them. Both were caught off guard and almost. Fortunately, someone reacted in time and blocked the dagger, knocking the dagger away. The assassin took the opportunity to turn and flee. Ha Meng immediately ordered his capture, but unexpectedly, more assassins emerged and fought with his guards. Ha Meng was shocked to find that the assassins were. Even his most trusted guard attacked him. Ha Meng felt a chill in his heart. He never thought that his childhood friend would. He watched in fury as the guards fought with the assassins. Damn traitors. Prince, I will never harm you. It's that woman behind you. I've never seen her before. She's the real. I'll capture her and find out. He reached out to grab Jiyu Chuyue. Just then, a sword blocked his way. Don't even think about it. Yuan Mingxiu appeared at some point, staring at him with a murderous look. With so many people dead, do you think anyone will help you? Where are the assassins outside? He finished speaking and kicked him, sending the guard tumbling to the ground, coughing up blood. Then, Yuan Mingxiu pushed aside the concerned Ha Meng and anxiously checked if Jiyu Chuyue was injured. Jiyu Chuyue noticed the small portrait in his hand. Is this specially drawn for me? Yuan Mingxiu nodded affectionately. I'll draw it later. Ha Meng felt extremely jealous. Can't you show affection somewhere else? There are so many unmarried guards in the team. Even now, he still couldn't believe. They were clearly childhood friends. How could he treat him like this? Yuan Mingxiu had already investigated. Someone didn't want him to return. As long as Ha Meng died along with the Buwang, the Turkic internal strife would escalate. When the Turkic royal family fought amongst themselves for the throne, it would be easier to conquer the Turkic kingdom. Meng was suddenly touched, so you already knew. You came along to protect me? Yuan Mingxue mercilessly retorted, don't flatter yourself. In protecting the stability of the Ling Kingdom, and my beloved, although he didn't know why Bu Yang wanted to harm Chuyue, he wouldn't let them succeed. Jiyu Chuyue was truly confused. The Turkic kingdom, whether in terms of geographical location, environment, system, or resources, was clearly inferior to Guangguo. Guangguo, relying solely on fishing and farming, was richer than the Turkic kingdom. Moreover, they also produced rare treasures. What benefit was there for them to conquer the Turkic kingdom? Meng was almost furious. Our Turkic kingdom isn't as bad as you say. Liu Yang came to report, I've found Liula's whereabouts. I heard His Majesty's men want to harm the madam, and they were even stopped. Prince Buling sighed helplessly. Why doesn't my brother believe that child from back then? He made a decisive decision. He had to find her before his brother's men, then he could use her or kill her. He had to choose between these two options. Meanwhile, Jiyu Chuyue and Yuan Mingxue returned to the Turkic palace with Meng. Because the rebellion had been quelled, they were now treated as honored guests. Yuan Mingxue was worried that Jiyu Chuyue wouldn't be able to adapt to the Turkic food. But Jiyu Chuyue had long heard about the delicious beef and mutton here, and had been pestering. Yuan Mingxue fondly flicked her forehead, scolding her playfully. Meng, however, felt a sense of unease for some reason. Soon, the group was ready to enter. Meng worriedly reminded Jiyu Chuyue, after entering, you must remember to. Jiyu Chuyue looked at him disdainfully. I didn't expect you to have such moments of clarity. Meng was about to explode. Are you looking down on me? Yuan Mingxue, however, felt that being close to him was more dangerous. After all, the people who launched the rebellion least wanted him to return. But Meng had to return. His people were still waiting. Jiyu Chuyue suddenly had an idea. Then, she said something to Meng, making him furious. This prince will not do such a thing. Yuan Mingxue smiled mischievously. I think this plan is not bad. Meng was about to scream, weren't you very? But for the sake of the overall situation, Yuan Mingxue felt he could endure it. Although it was very, but Meng unexpectedly enjoyed the food. So, when the Turkic grand ceremony arrived, Tuat had brought people to welcome him grandly. What he saw was a 5-year-old foolish fox. Everyone was shocked. Prince has been hit by the buwang. Not only did he like playing with birds, but he also clung to Jiyu. Huwali and his men seized the opportunity. Prince, after a trip to, how did he become like this? It must be your people who harmed him. Yuan Mingxue admitted it directly. Indeed, someone harmed the prince. We followed the prince precisely for this. He pinched Meng hard, as if trying to test his intelligence. Then, he turned and questioned Tuwa, my lord, how can you guarantee that the prince won't be affected by the buwang since his buwang is missing? You knew the prince's buwang was missing long ago. Tuwa and the others were speechless. At this moment, as soon as they entered the palace, they were attacked by rebellious soldiers. The young maid's nose was broken, and she cursed loudly. The Turkic prince, Meng, immediately stood in front of the maid and shouted, I won't let you hurt my dear sister. Yuan Mingxue rolled his eyes. He's really good at acting. Tuwaja smiled and started his deception. Prince, don't you remember me? Imyor. Meng immediately wrinkled his nose and backed away. I don't know you. You haven't bathed in ages. You stink. Sister, why are we here? These people are so smelly, let's go home. Jiyu Chuyue then said she would take him to. Tuwa immediately stopped them, but Khan is ill now, and the queen is taking care of him, so it's inconvenient for others. Jiyu Chuyue was speechless. Wasn't this house arrest? The king and queen were absent, that's why they could. Jiyu Chuyue immediately said, I have medicine that can help Khan recover. I'll take care of the prince. Leave him to me. Tuwa wanted to refuse and take over, but Meng recoiled from him. I don't know you, don't touch me. Jiyu Chuyue also added pressure. We will take good care of the prince. If anything happens to him while he's in your care, we will hold you responsible. Huwali understood the implied threat. They could use this as an excuse to invade the Turkic kingdom. After dealing with them, they could let Khan die of illness. And the Turkic kingdom would be destroyed. So, Meng couldn't die yet, and they needed a reliable person to take care of him. So, I'll leave Tuwata to you. Meng repeated to his half-sister. Jiu Chue pretended to be worried and personally escorted her to his residence. But as soon as they entered the palace, they saw a fierce-looking woman beating and scolding Mila. Faster! After you finish these chores, the woman saw Yuan Mingxiu, and her eyes lit up instantly. Do you want to stay and be a servant? She reached out to touch Yuan Mingxiu. Your skin looks as good as I expected. As long as you behave, I can make you a. Yuan Mingxiu slapped her hand away without hesitation. The woman immediately flew into a rage. She reached for a weapon. Someone, throw him to the young Yuan to work hard. Lila quickly stepped forward to dissuade them. They were able to follow Gij back. Their identities are definitely not simple. If it causes a war, Aguya directly slapped him across the face. Stupid thing, be quiet. Your brother is already a fool, you still think you can rely on him to ask for favors from me. Liang Wei Ma. Lila's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Wu Qiyu quickly stepped forward to help. Aguya became even angrier. Who are you? This princess is talking to you, is it him? Jiu Qiyu chuckled. Only the queen's daughter is called a princess. As far as I know, in the entire Tuju, there is only one person who can be called a princess. May I ask, who are you? What is this thing? Haman was instantly shocked. These women brought her antidote, used to deal with the enemy. Aguya was about to explode with rage, screaming to throw all these people, kill them. All the soldiers rushed forward. After giving the order, Aguya triumphantly ordered the most beautiful men to be brought to her. After having fun, I'll send them back. As for that woman, so unruly, cut out her tongue. All right, everyone, go. As soon as she finished speaking, the soldiers rushed forward. Yuan Mingxiu didn't move. He didn't move at all. In the next second, Zhu Sha struck like lightning, swiftly taking down everyone with just 2 moves. He immediately rushed to his younger sister. Seeing the lightning burn marks on his arm, he was instantly heartbroken. But Kemala wasn't sad at all. As long as Gij is back, it's good that he's back. But Jiu Qiyu wasn't so forgiving. If someone is stupid, they must be taught a lesson. How dare she bully my man? Usually, for this kind of woman, I would make her swell up from her eyes, until she turns into a water bag. She quickly covered her sister's eyes. Children shouldn't see this. Then she turned to the woman, Mingxiu, you're bullying me in front of my husband, and you don't care at all. Yuan Mingxiu smiled faintly. My wife is just declaring her sovereignty, and she never does anything useless. Just watch. That's all. Just as Jiu Qiyu was about to take out the silver needles and use them on Aguya, Aguya's eyes suddenly became fierce and frantic. As Jiu Qiyu chanted, she suddenly started crying while holding her head. It was Xiaobu who harmed me. He told me that Mila would have no worries, that I was the only princess of Tuju. The only one with royal blood, and that I could crush Mila under my feet. After she confessed about the queen, Jiu Qiyu inserted the needles. Aguya instantly screamed. One of the forces he provoked to start the internal strife was. Mila's eyes shone with admiration. He also wanted to become. Haman's face was almost red. One of these terrifying women is enough. Jiu Qiyu immediately pricked him with a silver needle. Do you have any objections to me? Haman's alliance. Then everyone started talking about the official business. Lila said that after the news of Jiu Wang's disappearance came back, father and Tua had a quarrel. Then not long after, he got sick. Mother found something was wrong and went to visit father. Then mother also. Later, Aguya came and seized my palace and she mi. She also said that from now on, only she ruled Tuju. Yuan Mingxiu wanted to know more about Ghost Eye. My situation. Unfortunately, Aguya has been locked up in the palace and knows nothing. I just didn't hear them leave. Wu Qiyu immediately understood that the people from the Ghost Eye sect hadn't left, and were still hiding in the dark, observing. Now that the Khan has returned as a fool, they will definitely choose to control the prince first, then return. The two quickly agreed on a plan. On the other side, 2 Jews. Aguya looked at Yuan Mingxiu's back and left someone to stay. Stay behind. Xiaobu hurriedly went to find. As expected, as soon as he entered the door, he saw in bed, entangled in an indescribable embrace. Together. The vicious princess immediately wanted to take him as her male consort. The news spread like wildfire. Upon hearing the news, Fu Ju Xiaobu immediately. As soon as he entered the door, Zhu Sha came over. Xiaobu still wanted to resist. Xia backhandedly unleashed a Lila looked at Xia with admiration. If he could become so powerful, he could protect. Yuan Ming Shio overturned the vinegar jar. Sure enough, these siblings are both annoying, always trying to steal from him. Just then, Xiaobu suddenly turned over and reached for Xia's. Yuan Ming Shio immediately kicked. Seeing understood. It seemed this fool wasn't really foolish. Xiaobu was still shouting incessantly. Where is Aguya? This has nothing to do with Aguya. If you dare to hurt her, I will definitely not let you off. Xia wanted to applaud his acting. If you really cared about her so much, why didn't you? Mouth kept shouting about Aguya, but his eyes kept staring at the prince. Actually, you're here for the prince. Even if your father's rebellion succeeds, he may not pass the throne to you. After all, you have too many brothers. So you plan to control the mentally unstable prince. You already knew that the Fox King was on him. By the way, who told you? Just as they were about to get the answer, suddenly, instantly ignited a blaze. It's on fire. Yuan Ming Shio immediately went to save, but there was no one there. Xiaobu laughed triumphantly. My rescuers, how could the 20 or 30 people you brought deal with them? If you let me go now, you might still live. Now Yuan Ming Shio was even more certain. So it was him colluding with the Ghost Eye sect. But are you sure they will come for you? Xiaobu thought that as partners, they would certainly come. Xia was speechless. Are all the people of Tuju so naive? Haemon's face was furious. He turned and glared fiercely at. Xiaobu also realized he wasn't a fool and felt a bit sympathetic. If you were a fool, you could still live. Now, just then, Mila brought their companions. There's a side door here. No one will find us. Just as they were about to leave, several long hairs turned into thorns. Fortunately, Haemon reacted quickly and immediately pulled his younger sister behind him, narrowly avoiding the fatal. Finally saw the soldier's appearance clearly. Recognized him. He was a close aide of Wuling Junwang. He was a little surprised. Wuling was actually afraid of him. Came over. Wu Yuan looked intently at. Is this little girl the bloodline of the king? I wonder which woman he sired her with. The king's bloodline is always misunderstood by these people. Xia immediately. Yuan Ming Shio immediately protected Xia. My wife is. Xia could only patiently explain. We are here on behalf of Jun Zhu to serve the country. You are Wuling Junwang's daughter. We are from Gui Yangguo. Xia was amused. Is your Gui Yangguo short of people? Just seeing someone on the street and claiming they are the wife of the king. I have a father and a mother. What do I have to do with Wuling? Relationship. Wu Yuan suggested they return to Gui Yangguo. Returning to the royal family, there are ways to verify identity. Xia refused. If I'm tricked into your territory, won't I be at your mercy? Besides, how can you prove your identity by killing your own people? Junzu Wu Yuan lost her patience and directly ordered the soldiers to attack. Capture them. Yuan Ming Shio snorted coldly. Truly overestimating yourselves. Then he struck out, swiftly defeating the opponents. Xia took advantage of, rushed over to grab Xia. Although she couldn't attack the royal bloodline, taking Ming Hun away was still. However, Xia reacted faster, first releasing a cloud of miasma. Taking advantage of Wu Yuan's reaction, kicked Wu Yuan, sending her flying. Only then did she steady herself. Then she saw that her hand had been pierced by a poisonous needle, and the poison was spreading rapidly through her body. She immediately tried to pull out the needle. Take it out. Xia threatened faintly, take it out, and you'll lose this hand. If the poison isn't forced out within an hour, it will reach your heart. Anyway, I won't go with you. Don't even think about it. Wu Yuan had never suffered such a great loss. She glared at Xia with hatred, gritted her teeth. She backhandedly threw a smoke bomb, taking the opportunity to. Yuan Ming Shio shouted. Let them go. Haemon was about to take people to chase them. He knew where the Ghost Eye sect people lived. If they chased now, Xia rolled her eyes. Just the few of us, it's already good if we don't get captured. Yuan Ming Shio just said that to scare them, made him look like a fool. Haemon was so angry he couldn't speak. Furious. He turned and vented his anger on Puwa and the other officials. These people colluded with the Ghost Eye sect. Without their backing, they were easily overthrown. The matter was finally over. Jiyu Qiyu was planning to travel around Tuju, but Yuan Mingxiu was a little worried. Don't you really want to go to Gui Yangguo to investigate your background mystery? He had investigated. All those who delivered Du Furen's baby were dead. The person behind it was thorough. Those people either died in accidents, were killed by bandits, or even died from infectious diseases. But this result itself, Jiyu Qiyu's face darkened. It seems this matter is indeed very suspicious. The true identity of the divine doctor girl, Leng Mian Fujun lovingly took her sightseeing, but as soon as the girl hit the streets, she stared at handsome men, drooling and gushing. Young master is so handsome, his muscles are so well defined. A different style indeed. Yuan Mingxiu instantly dragged Jiyu Qiyu back to investigate politics. Little did he know, Jiyu Qiyu just wanted to know how many handsome men Tuju had. Soon, the group returned to the Xia Dynasty's capital. As soon as they entered, Jiyu Qiyu sneaked into the house furtively. He never left the house on ordinary days. He immediately had someone follow and watch carefully. At the same time, in the Xiao families, Jiyu Shenrong was lying in bed, weeping in pain. Xiao Muan asked beside her, "Don't be sad. This child simply wasn't fated to be with us. Your body is most important." Jiyu Shenrong turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Xiao Muan could only. Jiyu Shenrong then revealed a resentful look. The child was perfectly healthy, how could it not be fated? Her child was clearly murdered. It turned out that on the day she gave birth, she heard the baby's cries. But then a dark figure broke in and immediately strangled. Then the person punched her. When Jiyu Shenrong woke up again, Xiao Muan told her that the child was a stillbirth because of. Jiyu Shenrong was shocked and immediately told everyone, but no one believed her. Xiao Muan also said the child didn't. Jiyu Shenrong cried and demanded to see the child. Everyone thought she had gone mad. Fearing it would bring shame to the Xiao family, they arranged for her to stay in this remote courtyard. Jiyu Shenrong, without the hope of having a son to elevate her status, thought every day, who killed my child? I will definitely not let them off. Meanwhile, Yuan Mingxiu's investigation also yielded results. It turned out that Jing Zulian went to that alley every day to have a secret rendezvous with a man. Jing Zulian went there for 1 or 2 hours every day. Occasionally, there would be. Jiyu Qiyu was shocked. Jing Zulian was actually cuckolding Jiyu Yangqing, and even went to meet a man every day. She was so obvious, didn't Jiyu Yangqing? Yuan Mingxiu said Jing Zulian used the excuse off with other wives. Moreover, Jiyu Yangqing recently took in a new concubine, and was completely preoccupied with her. Jiyu Qiyu didn't expect her family's life to be so chaotic, and immediately decided to return to her maiden home. As soon as she entered, she saw Jiyu Yangqing fawning over a beautiful woman, a picture of. Jiyu Qiyu had to admit that Jiyu Yangqing had good taste. Each concubine was more. However, she noticed that Xiyinyang looked mixed race. Her facial features were quite different from those of the Xia Dynasty. Jiyu Qiyu asked about this along the way. However, Xiyinyang's expression turned awkward. She only said that she was sold as a child and didn't remember. Jiyu Yangqing thought Xiyinyang was being difficult, and immediately started cursing at Jiyu Qiyu, telling her to get lost. Just then, Yuan Mingxiu walked in aggressively. "You want my wife to get lost? Where to?" Jiyu Yangqing's face paled. This god of slaughter. He quickly put on a fawning smile and smoothed things over, calling for servants to prepare a feast. Jiyu Qiyu suddenly felt something was strange. Isn't Jiyu Shenrong coming back today? Usually, when she knew I was coming back, she'd be more eager than anyone. And Jinbu also. Jiyu Yangqing said they weren't coming back. Then Jiyu Qiyu whispered to Yuan Mingxiu, that Xiyinyang. Yuan Mingxiu decided the entire Jiyu family was problematic. At the table, Yuan Mingxiu questioned Jiyu Yangqing about the Jiyu family matters, not even eating. Jiyu Yangqing was about to be driven mad. What are these two doing back here? Xiyinyang gently soothed him. The two acted as if no one else was present. Just then, Jing Zulian stormed in aggressively, demanding to know why they didn't inform. Don't think that just because I'm not here, some people can. Jiyu Yangqing couldn't bear to see his beloved wronged, and immediately started arguing with Jing Zulian, using incredibly vulgar language. Jiyu Qiyu watched speechlessly. This scene was really eye-catching. Later, she found out that Xia Dynasty was already pregnant. Watching the two of them, already old, still acting so passionately, Xia suddenly felt old and decided to leave. But before that, she still had to go to the study to find. In this place, Xia suddenly remembered. They met here for the first time. At that time, she was almost killed by Ning Wang Shio. Killed. Yuan Ming Shio flipped her over and pinned her. Under him, fiercely he wanted to correct Xia's impression. He wanted her to remember that the first time they met, he wanted to kill her, not. The two were passionately, when they accidentally touched a mechanism on the wall. A hidden compartment opened. Inside was a baby's jade pendant, engraved with the character U. This was likely left by Du Furen for Xia. Before they could think further, they heard noises outside. Xia quickly ran out, and saw Ching and Jing Zulian fighting. Jing Zulian's affair was already exposed. Xia kindly stepped forward to stop them. She couldn't just watch. However, Jing Zulian turned and attacked her. Don't pretend to be kind. It's you who came back to expose me. You family members are all no good. The divine doctor returned home to visit, only to discover her Xia Dai had taken a foreigner as Jimu even had a secret rendezvous with a man every day, giving Xia Dai hats. The matter, Jing Zulian pointed at Xia and cursed. I knew it was you who told. You family are all. As she said that, she pushed Xia. Caught off guard, the jade pendant in Xia's hand was knocked out. Xia quickly went to pick it up. Fortunately, the jade pendant, Yuan Ming Shio angrily, Ching was a little unhappy. This is my family matter. Does General Yuan also? Yuan Ming Shio sneered. Daren's way of handling family matters is to just hit people. Ching suppressed his anger. Ching glared fiercely, but could only have someone take her back to her room. Xia and Yuan Ming Shio looked at each other. Sure enough, the Xia family. Finally, Ching started, but then he noticed the jade pendant in Xia's hand. His expression suddenly changed. He clearly recognized. It turned out that before Xia was born, Du Furen had someone carve a jade pendant and engrave Xia's name on it. Ching felt sorry for her for suffering such misfortune as soon as she was born, so he gave her a piece of good jade as a gift, which left a deep impression. The problem was that before Xia was born, Du Furen said this jade pendant. This jade pendant was specially hidden by mother. Could there be something special about it? Back home, Yuan Ming Shio couldn't see anything special. It just looked like a piece of the color and texture were considered high quality, but nothing else. Suddenly, someone delivered a letter to Ching. It said Jing Zulian was having an affair. Xia was shocked. The handwriting was clearly hers, but she knew she hadn't written it. Xia immediately knew who the most likely suspect was. On the other side, Xia deliberately brought food and came to see Jing Xuelian. Jing Xuelian was very wary of her. After all, if she died, Xia would. Although Ching was soft, she had already taken care of him. She couldn't let others take advantage. So Xia tasted all the dishes herself. She didn't poison it. Only after seeing Jing Xuelian eat did she feel relieved. She started to eat. But the next second, it turned out that Xia had put medicine in the dishes and then took the opportunity to force it from Jing Xuelian's mouth. Only then did she know that her master was Prince Ning. His purpose was to control the Xia family. As for why Prince Ning valued the Xia family, Jing Xuelian didn't dare to say. Obviously, it involved a matter of life and death. Xia then asked about Ching. She waited with wide eyes. As a result, Jing Xuelian's first words were a bombshell. He and I killed Madame Du together. Xia was shocked. Ching looked like an honest scholar, but unexpectedly, he was more ruthless than them. They killed Madame Du just for money. If it weren't for Madame Du's dowry, the Xia family would have collapsed long ago. When asked about this, Jing Xuelian's expression changed slightly. It was torture. Xia was a little surprised. It wasn't time yet. Before Jing Xuelian was brought here, she was often tortured, and her body was already weak. Xia was about to leave when she heard a strange noise outside. She immediately rushed out to check. But outside was empty. Only a rat poisoned with bone toxin was twitching on the ground, foaming at the mouth before dying. After checking the surroundings, Su Inyang finally relaxed. Little did she know that Juetia, who had gone to chase and investigate Su Inyang, had returned, and suddenly fell to the ground in pain. Jiyu Chuyue saw at a glance that he had been poisoned and quickly used silver needles to treat him. Juetia had an accident while investigating Su Inyang. They immediately understood that Su Inyang had poisoned him. It seemed that this person's identity was definitely not simple. Jiyu Chuyue and Yuan Mingxiu found that every time someone was poisoned, it was Juetia who was hit. His physique seemed to be particularly susceptible to bone toxin. But he was also very resilient. Yuan Mingxiu quickly thought of the reason. Because Juetia used to be a poison tester. Before being rescued by Yuan Mingxiu, Juetia was specifically used to test poisons for someone. After being rescued by him, Juetia decided to dedicate his life to Yuan Mingxiu. Such cases were all cultivated from childhood. He didn't persuade him and refused him on the spot, only wanting him to go back and live a good life. Who knew Juetia was extremely stubborn, turning around and entering the military camp. Due to his special constitution, his martial arts progressed rapidly, and he quickly distinguished himself in the military camp, establishing himself and finally becoming Yuan Mingxiu's subordinate. Later, Yuan Mingxiu learned that his entire family had been poisoned by a rival. Only he, with his special constitution, survived. The rest of his family died in day after day of torment. So he regarded Yuan Mingxiu as his benefactor. Only then did Yuan Mingxiu keep him by his side. Jiyu Chuyue couldn't help but admire Jushi's tenacity. Ordinary people, whose bodies were ravaged by poison, would have long been poisoned to death or burst. Juetia actually managed to survive until he met Yuan Mingxiu. Only a susceptibility to poison was left. Jiyu Chuyue's eyes lit up. She was deeply interested in Juetia, wishing she could immediately dissect him. Yuan Mingxiu glared at her jealously. Don't look at other people with that look. Here's my man. Then he turned to Jiyu Chuyue with a wronged expression. Didn't you say before that in the Turks, you only looked at those handsome young men for a few days? Your jealousy is even stronger than mine. Yuan Mingxiu leaned his head over. Do you think I don't know? The look in your eyes when you look at them is as if you want to dissect them. You look at me the same way. Jiyu Chuyue immediately corrected him seriously. Of course, you're different. I look at you with the eyes of looking at the best dissection object. Yuan Mingxiu was instantly speechless. On the other side, Su Inyang led a group of poison testers everywhere, but couldn't find the divine doctor's family. This divine doctor's family had a custom. Every day, they had to do one good deed. However, the Du family suffered a tragic fate. The head of the family, Du Shini, suddenly died of illness. After that, the family fell into decline. Future generations also suffered misfortune. Madame Du was harmed by Nan Zhangfu and Xiao Jian, causing the entire family to be destroyed. Her granddaughter, Jiyu Chuyue, suffered greatly from childhood. Now, Jiyu Chuyue returned to the Du family's home to look for divine medicine. She found the place dilapidated, but faintly emitting a genuine medicinal fragrance. Without hesitation, she rushed to the medicine room, only to find the room empty. The medicinal fragrance seemed to be coming from behind the medicine cabinet, and there were also strange sounds. Jiyu Chuyue immediately began searching, and opened the medicine cabinet. The cabinet moved to both sides, revealing a hidden secret room. Sounds were coming from inside. Jiyu Chuyue immediately rushed in, only to find someone sneaking around inside. Yuan Mingxiu quickly subdued the intruder. It turned out to be a 10-year-old boy. He broke free from Yuan Mingxiu's grasp and ran outside, only to bump into Jiyu Chuyue. The boy looked at her in panic, but when the boy saw the silver needles, he instantly burst into tears, crying towards Jiyu Chuyue, "Cousin, your cousin." Jiyu Chuyue was stunned. She didn't know this boy at all. The boy then explained. His name was Du Nanxing, Du Shenyi's grandson. Yuan Mingxiu was puzzled. Du Shenyi's grandson should be years old. Why does he look so young? Du Nanxing proudly explained. Who's young? You're young. It turned out that in order not to be found, he drank a special medicine every day. Yuan Mingxiu asked who was looking for him. Du Nanxing firmly refused to answer. I can't tell you. This is our Du family's Secret. Jiyu Chuyue immediately told him, "This is your brother-in-law. Has also considered one of our Du family." Although he was years old, his body was like that of a 7 or 8-year-old child because he drank this medicine every day, which could keep him young. He also knew that his cousin had married Yuan Mingxiu. He had heard the news of the emperor's marriage on the street that day. "Otherwise, I would have gone to find you." Du Nanxing said indignantly, "The emperor gave you a title and also gave a title to that Jun Chong, letting you both marry him. Such a greedy man, no matter how handsome he is, isn't he a good thing? If the Du family were still around, cousin, you wouldn't be bullied like this." Yuan Mingxiu almost burst out laughing. The other party was telling the truth, but he couldn't refute it. Jiyu Chuyue quickly changed the subject to talk about the Du family. What exactly happened to the Du family? Yuan Mingxiu was clearly here, why didn't he go to them? Yuan Mingxiu's expression darkened. In fact, he didn't know what happened, either. "When I was born, my mother fled to the countryside with me while she was pregnant. At that time, only my mother and I were left in the Du family. When he was young, he was always forced by his mother to learn how to distinguish herbs. He couldn't be like other children, because this was the Du family's curse. He had to inherit it. Later, a group of men in black came looking for him. They asked me to stay and make amends for the Du family's mistakes. He took the blame. While Du Nanxing was sent away by his mother, he only carried a small bag containing his mother's letter. He took medicine every day according to the instructions in the letter and returned to the Du family's home. The letter said that his presence would endanger Jiyu Chuyue, so Du Nanxing could only silently endure. Jiyu Chuyue quickly asked about the characteristics of those men in black, but Du Nanxing was too young and had forgotten. He only said that their weapons were a bit strange, thinner than ordinary knives. Yuan Mingxiu immediately recognized them as Miaojiang scimitars. Miaojiang people were skilled with scimitars. But why would they hunt down Du Nanxing? He suspected there was something special in Du Nanxing's bag. Du Nanxing guarded it vigilantly and scolded, "It has nothing to do with you. This is our Du family's business." Jiyu Chuyue wanted to confess that she might not be Madame Du's daughter, but Yuan Mingxiu grabbed her hand, signaling her not to say anything yet. Du Nanxing became even angrier. "What are you doing? Flirting in front of a child?" Yuan Mingxiu was about to give him a lesson when he suddenly heard a noise outside. Du Nanxing immediately hid. Jiyu Chuyue decided to take him away. After all, this place was no longer safe. Du Nanxing obediently nodded. He was willing to go with his cousin. After returning home, Du Nanxing put on new clothes and looked much more lively. Jueisha, just getting out of bed, saw a little boy at home, and he looked so much like Madame. He was shocked. Could this be Madame's long-lost child? Yuan Mingxiu walked over angrily. "Are you very free? Have you finished today's task?" Jueisha's mind was racing. But Du Nanxing's identity was special, even Jueisha had to temporarily conceal it. Du Nanxing kept treating him as a servant, always ordering him around. Yuan Mingxiu was about to explode. He had just sent away one annoying brat. How come another annoying child came? Jiyu Chuyue, however, was enjoying having a younger brother. Her younger brother would innocently call her sister, "You're so amazing," and would worship her as a divine doctor, truly believing in her. When she was tired, her brother would bring her tea and ask her how she was doing. Especially since this brother was obedient and well-behaved. Jiyu Chuyue couldn't wait to show him off every day. Yuan Mingxiu was extremely jealous. He hugged Jiyu Chuyue and ran to bed, ready to do some adult things with her. Having a younger brother is good, but wouldn't having an older brother be good too? Didn't you say before that it would be nice for me to be your older brother? Call me brother. Jiyu Chuyue was speechless. Du Nanxing only looks young, because he takes a special medicine. Why are you acting young too? Yuan Mingxiu immediately carried her to bed, and started to do some adult things with her. On the other side, Du Nanxing suddenly woke up from a nightmare. And quickly jumped out of bed to find his cousin. He saw the general sleeping at his cousin's door. The general is really good to cousin, even sleeping at her door. He also thought of the general as a servant. Every day he would order him around. Yuan Mingxiu wanted to find out about Jiyu Chiyu's past, but Du Nanxing kept it a secret, refusing to tell him. This secret is the Du family's lifeline. Jiyu Chuyue immediately told him that she wasn't a member of the Du family. Du Nanxing wasn't surprised at all. This was also a Du family secret. Du Nanxing looked at Yuan Mingxiu meaningfully. Jiyu Chuyue said that he was her husband and could know her secrets. Du Nanxing then revealed a ridiculous thing. They said that your 3 souls and 7 spirits are incomplete, that you are a bastard and need to die once to regain your complete soul. I didn't know if your illness was cured, so I could only keep it a secret. Jiyu Chuyue was shocked. She had transmigrated here. Wasn't that the original owner's soul? Jiyu Chuyue couldn't believe it. When Dushani was alive, I was just a baby. How could he know that a baby's soul was incomplete? Du Nanxing hesitated. He only heard his mother specifically instruct him not to mention it. It wasn't the Du family's secret, but his cousin's. It was also the Du family's most important secret, because only his cousin could save his cousin. After that, Jiyu Chuyue was always a little absent-minded. Yuan Mingxiu also felt strange. Jiyu Chuyue's medical skills and martial arts were as if she had learned them out of thin air. He wanted to ask, but didn't know how to. Jiyu Chuyue, however, was very worried. What if I'm not this world's Jiyu Chuyue, but the wandering soul of the original Jiyu Chuyue attached to this body? She must want to see her family. I'm afraid to get close to them. Just thinking about that scene makes me feel painful. If she's in pain, she might not want to stay in my body. Yuan Mingxiu immediately held her hand and reassured her, as long as you can stay by my side, it doesn't matter even if you have multiple souls. Then Yuan Mingxiu asked someone to secretly take them to see the Du family's ancestral records. At this time, the Bu family was in chaos. Jiyu Yanqing was scheming and immediately wanted to go find Dai Teng, but Yao Kuang reminded him that he had already seen Dai Teng, and they all said that Su Yinyang's body needed the Du family's secret prescription to get better. Jiyu Yanqing immediately sent someone to ask Jiyu Chuyue for the prescription, wanting to enter Madame Du's medicine storehouse. Anyway, the child in Su Yinyang's belly was also Jiyu Chuyue's younger brother. It was only right to ask for something for her brother's safety, but Su Yinyang thought to herself, now I can find the prescription without alerting anyone. Meanwhile, Jiyu Chuyue and Yuan Mingxiu had read all the records and found that the number of records was significantly less. The records of the period when Jiyu Chuyue was born were missing. There were also records missing from the first 2 years after the Du family's decline. This was the record prepared for the military supplies. Only the emperor and the people around him could enter. To be able to secretly enter the heavily guarded archives, this person must be someone close to the emperor. After returning home, Jueisha came to report that Su Yinyang wanted Madame Du's prescriptions. Jiyu Chuyue immediately realized that the things in the study were very important to Su Yinyang and prepared to deliver them personally. But Yuan Mingxiu had official business and couldn't accompany her. Jiyu Chuyue directly asked Jueisha to go with her. Anyway, he's your man, so it's the same as you going. This way, Jueisha could also see with his own eyes how she dealt with Su Yinyang. Yuan Mingxiu immediately became jealous. He looked at Jueisha with suspicion. Jueisha was flattered to be able to go out alone with Madame. Could I be promoted? After Jiyu Chuyue returned to the Bu residence, Jiyu Yanqing anxiously said, why are you so late? Hurry up and give the prescription to your mother. Jiyu Chuyue was puzzled. Su Yinyang had always valued reputation and social status. Why did she no longer care about Su Yinyang's reputation? Jiyu Yanqing froze for a moment, suddenly feeling a little dizzy. He started to mutter, protect. Protect Madam. His mind was filled with one thought. Protect Madam. Only protect Madam. Then he pushed Jiyu Chuyue to go see Su Yinyang. Jiyu Chuyue enthusiastically said to Su Yinyang, I also know a little about medicine. This medicine can be good for your health. She then handed her a small bag. Inside was the scent Jiyu Chuyue hated the most. The strong scent overwhelmed the strange scent on Su Yinyang. Jiyu Chuyue quickly grabbed the largest centipede, and happily said that she would take it back to soak in medicinal wine. Su Yinyang was heartbroken. That was her 10-year-old giant poison centipede king. It was supposed to be used to test Jiyu Chuyue. but she could only force a smile and thank her for catching the runaway servant. Soon, they entered Madame Du's study. Su Inyang knew that the national treasure was in this room. She wanted to find the secret compartment, but she didn't know how to distract the other two. At this time, Jiyu Chuyue suddenly offered to help her check her pulse. With Jiyu Yanqing beside her, Su Inyang couldn't refuse and had to extend her hand. After checking her pulse, Jiyu Chuyue declared that Su Inyang was not pregnant. She was just faking it with Jiyu Chong's help. Jiyu Chong had been fooled by her. This woman wasn't pregnant at all. Su Inyang immediately started to cry and accused Jiyu Chuyue of being young and ignorant. Jiyu Chuyue was instantly enraged. Faking pregnancy is one thing, but you dare question my medical skills. Since you want to embarrass yourself, Illinois, Jiyu Chuyue immediately suggested calling a few more doctors to have a good look. Jiyu Yanqing immediately went out to get them. Now only Jiyu Chuyue and Su Inyang were left in the study. Su Inyang immediately crushed a bone. Jiyu Chuyue instantly became clear-headed and stared at Su Inyang. Su Inyang took the opportunity to ask what was in this study. Jiyu Chuyue's eyes flickered. There are only prescriptions and medicinal ingredients here. When asked who taught Jiyu Chuyue her medical skills and martial arts, Jiyu Chuyue answered vaguely. Su Yinyang's heart skipped a beat. Could there be someone else behind this woman? Her master had said that the mission here was very simple, just sneak in and steal the national treasure. The most difficult person in the Jiyu family was already dead. Su Inyang then reached out to forcibly examine the woman's belly. For secrets, the woman screamed in terror, "Don't hurt me." Just now, Su Inyang had set a trap for Jiyu Chuyue and obtained a lot of information she wanted. She had also forced Jiyu Chuyue to hand over the centipede king. But the woman, who had just seemed dazed, who knew the person who just now looked so composed, suddenly, Su Inyang cast a spell at him, or else Su Inyang would have instantly collapsed to the ground. You underestimate me. I'm very skilled. How could Bu Chuyue not add more attacks? Instead, she gave him. This is a modified version of the poison you used, Juatia. The toxicity spreads slower. This way, you can experience the feeling of being poisoned by bugs. In days, foreign forces will suddenly appear. At this moment, Bu Chuyue suddenly noticed a human face on Su Yinyang's face and immediately reached out. She pulled off a somewhat familiar face. Bu Chuyue was stunned. This face was very similar to the woman who captured her and brought her back to Guiyang sect. It seems that this woman is also from Guiyang sect. Su Inyang immediately screamed, "Don't compare me to that woman." Now, Bu Chuyue was even more certain that they knew each other. At this moment, Bu Chuyue lightly patted her palms together. I came in wanting to treat Su Inyang, but when I returned, I found she was gone. Bu Chuyue said meaningfully, "It seems your Su Inyang is just a disguise. Don't you recognize her? But she has another true face that hasn't been revealed yet." Saying that, Bu Chuyue took out and backhanded it into Su Yinyang's abdomen. Su Inyang immediately screamed in pain, "Don't hurt me." The next second, she tightly covered her mouth. I wanted to hold it in, but she still couldn't hold back and vomited all over the floor. Bu Chuyue looked at the mess with disgust. Are these things what you had been preparing for a long time? Meanwhile, Juatia was scolding Jing Xuelian. Although Jing Xuelian didn't know what was going on, she seized the opportunity. Despite her disheveled clothes, she revealed to the common people that Jiyu Yanqing's affection was not genuine. He even abused her and framed others to get Hulaching on the throne. Juatia felt his status wouldn't allow for any big scenes. It's really too much. Hell, wait for Juatia to finish before returning. However, their plan was interrupted. It turned out that Bu Chuyue had taken Su Inyang away, wanting to take her back for good. On the other side, Yuan Mingxiu discovered something strange. The Emperor always. The Emperor sighed helplessly. Actually, I didn't need to rely on him. I could have handled it myself. Yuan Mingxiu said respectfully, "This method is not suitable, Your Majesty. I am just a loyal subject. Where should I direct my loyalty?" The Emperor understood. He was completely rejecting his offer of help. After so many years, he was still unwilling to forgive me. The Emperor whispered to a hairpin. "If you were still here, could you help me?" Meanwhile, Yuan Mingxiu returned home and saw Juatia holding his stomach and crying sadly. He looked at him in confusion. Yuan Mingxiu was puzzled and walked into the courtyard. At that time, Bu Chuyue was busy barbecuing. Her body was covered in soot, like a little dirty cat. Looking at her, Yuan Mingxiu felt his wife was still. Finally, Bu Qiyu brought a skewer to Yuan Mingxiu, who was instantly shocked. The skewers were all strung with bat wings and a nose. Bu Qiyu said these were all plucked from Su Inyang. There are all kinds of insects. They are specially raised. Because of the ancient city, this medicine can resist many GU. Recently, there have been too many infiltrators. Everyone must take one. Yuan Mingxiu realized those ancient city rumors were true. They were all. He understood why Jueisha was like that just now, but looking at Bu Qiyu's pitiful expression, he couldn't bear to refuse. After all, Bu Qiyu had worked so hard. In Nankai he had to try it. But as soon as he took a bite, the explosive strange taste, Bu Qiyu couldn't help but laugh. This medicine is like eating bugs. Later, the two went to the dungeon to see Su Inyang. Su Inyang was still angrily yelling, "When I get out, I will kill all of you. I'll make you suffer for 49 days. Now you know how powerful I am. Release me quickly." Yuan Mingxiu noticed she looked a lot like Bu Qiyu, and immediately knew who she was. She is Wu Yu's daughter, Wu Linxiu. Wu Yu is the leader of Guiyang sect. I depend on the power of youth-preserving pills. Actually, I am already 40. Bu Qiyu's eyes lit up. Just how powerful was this Guiyang sect? Yuan Mingxiu knocked on her forehead. That's not a good path. You definitely don't want to. Wu Linxiu screamed at this point. And suddenly started shouting, but she was stopped by Bu Qiyu with a silver needle. Bu Qiyu said meaningfully, "Even if you bite off your tongue, I can reattach it for you." Wu Linxiu had just been shouting, but after her name was revealed, she was desperate to die. Her identity must be very important. Meanwhile, Jiyu Yanqing finally woke up. Remembering that he had been intimate with a woman covered in bugs, Jiyu Yanqing felt disgusted. At this time, the housekeeper reported that Jing Xuelian had caused a scene at the door while he was unconscious. Now everyone knew he had been with bugs. Jiyu Yanqing wanted to find Jing Xuelian, but Jing Xuelian had already left. She also left a note and a list of things that Madame Du had done. Jing Xuelian warned him to deal with these things, or she would reveal what he had done in the past. Meanwhile, General Ling Mian took Shifu to meet Hubu, but during the worship ceremony they encountered an assassin. An arrow suddenly shot from above. Luckily, Yuan Mingxiu reacted in time and pulled Bu Qiyu away, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow aimed at the head. Yuan Mingxiu was terrified. He immediately ordered Jueisha to capture the assassin, but he couldn't, because they had guards clearing their tracks along the way, so the assassin wasn't following them, but had planned this in advance. Only Yuan Mingxiu and the emperor knew about this place, but it shouldn't be them. Bu Qiyu suddenly realized the arrow was aimed at Yuan Mingxiu, so the target wasn't the emperor. It seemed the other party knew there was a substitute here, and wanted to eliminate you. Many people fit this description. So Bu Qiyu decided to play the long game. Soon, the emperor received the news that Yuan Mingxiu was attacked by assassins while leaving the capital. He was injured, and Miss Bu had been treating him all the way. Basins of bloody water were carried out. The emperor was shocked and immediately sent the imperial physician to help. The empress, however, smiled happily. That Ning Wang brat does have some guts. It turned out that Ning Wang had visited him the day before, wanting the Guiyang sect's treasure in his hands. The empress didn't care at first, but since he took Bu Qiyu's person, she immediately sent troops to cause chaos. Even Yuan Mingxiu, who was involved, felt it was too much. Bu Qiyu, however, was holding a bunch of bandages to wrap his wounds, but her hands kept touching his 18 abdominal muscles. The perfect lines of his muscles were truly irresistible. Yuan Mingxiu enjoyed being touched, and immediately turned over and pressed Bu Qiyu down. Madam has worked hard for this critically ill patient for days and hasn't left the room. It's only reasonable to rest. So the two began. When the emperor arrived with the imperial physician in a hurry, he saw Yuan Mingxiu lying weakly in bed, while Bu Qiyu looked exhausted and tired, her voice hoarse. It looked like she had put in a lot of effort in the treatment. It was like the old saying, the wife works hard while the husband pretends to be dead. It's all because he drove the bumper cars just now. It wore me out. Then, Bu Qiyu told the emperor that Yuan Mingxiu was poisoned by the sea, and this poison was rare, seemingly from a foreign land. Before he fainted, he seemed to mention Guiyang. The emperor's expression changed. There's Guiyang sect in the country. Meanwhile, Jiyu Yanqing waited until late at night, packed up the things Jing Xuelian used to refine medicine, and secretly went to the agreed-upon place. No. Bu Qiuyue and He Dai were already lying in wait, and took the opportunity to capture him. Then they replaced the package with a specially made one. Anyone who touched this package would leave a mark within 7 days. He wanted to see who was after those things. Not long after, they saw Jing Xuelian pick up the package and enter a small, and after entering, there were no lights inside, indicating there was someone else. Bu Qiuyue was already guessing it was related to Guiyang sect. She changed plans and gave He Dai a tracking powder, telling her to leave a mark, and then she left first. But as soon as she reached the main road, someone grabbed her. The man said to her affectionately, "My daughter, I've come to see you. Let's go home." Bu Qiuyue sneered. "Who is this? Meeting me and claiming to be my father?" Without a word, she continued walking, not even looking at the man. The man became unhappy. "Didn't you hear me say?" Bu Qiuyue laughed mockingly. "Otherwise, anyone on the street could claim to be your father, and you'd believe them. Then you must have quite a few fathers." After saying that, she left quickly. The man couldn't help but laugh. "What a sharp-tongued little girl. You should have heard of me. I am Wu Lingjun, king of Guiyang sect. The Guiyang sect tattoo on your back is the best proof." Wu Ling then pulled out the tattoo on his forehead. "This is the bloodline of the Guiyang sect king. You should have been my most beloved daughter, but you were stolen by that vicious slave, separating us. Now I've finally found you." But Bu Qiuyue returned to the general's mansion. She didn't care about some random. After all, she wasn't originally from this body. It all had nothing to do with her. The only one who truly belonged to her was Yuan. The next day, Wu Ling brought Bu Qiuyue into the palace. Yuan Mingxiu had recovered under her treatment. Wu Ling also gave Yuan Mingxiu the secret Guiyang sect antidote. While no one was paying attention, Bu Qiuyue secretly told the Empress, "I'll steal him tonight." The Empress didn't expect her to be so bold, but she also wanted to meet Wu Ling and ask him what he was looking for. That night, Bu Qiuyue and He Dai disguised themselves and went to This was where He Dai tracked the package to. It was the most famous in the capital. The people inside were even more famous, all skilled and secretive. Many scholars and officials liked, and based on Jiyu Kong's feelings, the package was currently on the second floor. Bu Qiuyue and Shi Jiyu Kong could only sneak in. Later, they pretended to be guests and went to the second floor. Using the unique name of the medicine, they finally found the right room. Bu Qiuyue carefully pushed the door and found it empty. She immediately located a hidden cabinet by the scent. Opening it, she confirmed the medicine inside was exactly what she had prepared. "It really is here." Bu Qiuyue was about to leave, when someone suddenly pushed the door open. The person who came in was actually the fifth prince. The fifth prince handed the package to Wu Ling. Wu Ling opened it and said, "Besides the hairpin, everything else is." He looked up at Bu Qiuyue, who was hiding there. Bu Qiuyue was shocked. She had been discovered. Somehow, a teenage girl suddenly gained a foreign father. Ning Wang took her to see the queen. The two looked at each other longingly. Wu Ling was confused. "Isn't it said that mothers and daughters look alike? How could she be my daughter? My daughter is clearly..." Bu Qiuyue couldn't believe she would have such a disgusting. She was grabbed by Wu Ling, who revealed the mark on her arm. The mark was identical to Liu Ying's. Why does she also have Liu Ying's mark? Wu Ling was even more curious. Who switched them back then? Bu Qiuyue still left first. As soon as she left, she gave someone a signaling flare. Yuan Mingxiu was almost. He decided never to let her go out alone again. Back in the carriage, Bu Qiuyue discovered there was another person inside. It was Wu Ling. Bu Qiuyue asked angrily, "Why did you let Wu Ling dismiss me earlier? What if he took me somewhere dangerous?" Wu Ling assured her, "You are his daughter, and his biggest enemy. He would never." It turned out that when Bu Qiuyue was born, Guiyang sect was at war. In the same year, a concubine died mysteriously, so the concubine might be Bu Qiuyue's. Later, the fifth prince heard that Ning Wang wanted to use the treasure to please Wu Ling, so he wanted to steal it first. After all, he had always been at odds with the fifth prince. Meanwhile, this involved a royal. Back home, Yuan Mingxiu found out that the fifth prince's mother was killed by Ning Wang. The fifth prince's mother was originally a low-ranking concubine, and was only promoted after giving birth to him. On the day the fifth prince's mother died, she only had contact with Ning Wang and his wet nurse. Later, a small was found in the wet nurse's luggage. The fifth prince found evidence and concluded it was Ning Wang. Since then, the two became, if today's matter was also Ning Wang's doing, he immediately hugged Bu Qiuyue and examined her injuries, making sure she was all right. He wanted to find Liu Yunfei to confirm, but Liu Yunfei had already left with. The queen was now even more certain that Wu Ling was seeking revenge. He knew Bu Qiuyue would be with Yuan Mingxiu at. The queen immediately made a series of. On the other side, Bu Qiuyue and Yuan Mingxiu had just run into Jiyu Yanqing. Jiyu Yanqing was very enthusiastic, clearly trying to curry favor with them after hearing about Bu Qiyue's, hoping to gain some benefits. After greeting the emperor, they were walking, when a maid suddenly rushed out from the corner and bumped into Bu Qi. The tea she was holding spilled all over Bu Qiuyue. Yuan Mingxiu quickly checked on her, relieved that the tea was cold and hadn't. The emperor immediately ordered the guards to drag the person out. But Jiyu Qiuyue had already seen Duan Li's scheme. The Federation was helping him to barge in. Princess Yuan, taking credit, brought Jiyu Qiuyue with her. Afterward, the princess took Jiyu Qiuyue to a palace. This was where Chu Linlong once lived. Jiyu Qiuyue didn't feel surprised at all. Wifeng Yu brought in a bowl of soup as expected. Jiyu Qiuyue started to undress without hesitation. In fact, he was holding back a question. Wasn't it just to confirm the mark on his shoulder? To actually arrange this. Finally, he saw clearly that there was no mark on Jiyu Qi's shoulder. Federation went back to report. The Empress still felt uneasy and immediately decided to personally investigate. It was a scar that was originally bleeding, and it could be seen under the sunlight. At this time, Jiyu Qiuyue was telling everyone about his childhood. He mentioned his arm. He claimed it was a scar left from an accidental injury in his childhood, so he put a flower sticker on it. Hong Yao, along with the other Wu Lingwen present, decided to take a look at it. As a result, she turned her head and saw the Empress was right outside the door, obviously having heard everything. This scar was a trap set by Wu Lingwen. Wu Lingwen originally planned to use Jiyu Qiuyue to deal with the Imperial physician. Seeing the relationship between the Empress and the Emperor, everything now was ruined. So Wu Lingwen deliberately asked Jiyu Yangjin to confirm. Jiyu Yangjin naturally knew how much Jing Shue hated hurting Jiyu Qiuyue, it absolutely. And Jiyu Qiuyue also clarified forcefully, I am Jiyu Huda's eldest son. Who dares to leave a mark on my shoulder? Jiyu Yangjin was moved to tears. Her daughter was indeed still helping her. And she didn't want Wu Junwen Wang to think that she wronged his biological daughter. She immediately swore firmly, guaranteeing that there was never any mark on Jiyu Qiyue's body. The Empress turned skeptical upon hearing that Jiyu Qiuyue was Madame Du's. Wu Lingwen quickly interrupted her, you don't think him working with Madame Du, do you? Actually, Qiuyue was stolen. I've been tracking him down all along. Someone switched Qiuyue with the child born by Bu Fusheng. As for the reason, I don't know either. But Jiyu Qiuyue thought for a long time, and always felt that Wu Lingwen knew something about Du Jiamian. But Yuan Mingxiu didn't agree to let him contact Wu Lingwen. He noticed that Wu Lingwen had always wanted to hide something. Now that Jiyu Qiuyue had disrupted his plans, he might retaliate. But that night, Jiyu Qiuyue had a dream. In the dream, the Empress said to her, who was still linger, child, I will come to find you soon. This dream was particularly real, so Jiyu Qiuyue woke up with lingering fear in his heart, as if he had witnessed it himself. Early the next morning, Du Nanxing excitedly rushed over, saying that he had found the prescription left by Madame Du that could cure memory loss. It was on the outside of the vase left by Madame Du, and it only appeared after being soaked with a special potion. Du Nanxing had heard. Jiyu Qiuyue was instantly excited. Didn't they say that dying once cures amnesia, right? It's a pity that this prescription discovered by Du Nanxing required the consequences of not taking it. He didn't remember. He was too young at that time, but Jiyu Qiuyue decided to try to formulate it and see. After all, this prescription was temporarily too little, compared to Western medicine. Meanwhile, in the capital, there was a child who had. This man even abandoned his fiancée. His younger sister wasn't married yet and already had a child. This Ching's father abandoned the child after it was born. Lin Lin heard the child, and when she woke up again, the man told her that because the child was born it didn't even cry. Yu Ren woke up every day, thinking about avenging the child. but was treated as a criminal and locked up. Xiang and immediately gave his son to Ning Wang. He had an ulterior motive. As a reward, Xiang didn't have to take the Imperial exam and could directly become an official. However, he heard that his former fiancée, Yuan, was actually the daughter of Wulingjun, the ghost-eyed marquis. That is, the most noble princess. He immediately regretted abandoning his son. If he hadn't abandoned Wen, he would have already married her. Suddenly, a rich woman rushed in with a baby in her arms, desperately begging for help. Yuan quickly treated the baby and was shocked to discover that this baby, less than a month old, had been. He quickly expelled the Jiu worms. The rich woman gratefully knelt on the ground and kowtowed. After careful questioning, Yuan learned that they, mother and son, had never left the house. The child suddenly became, "My husband said it wasn't serious, and that it was just a cold, and would be fine in a few days. I felt something was wrong and brought the child out to seek help." Yuan was both shocked and angry. Who was so vicious as to use the same Jiu worms? And that kind of Jiu was so difficult to clean. Why was there a new type of Jiu? Yuan was worried it was another Jiu epidemic. So, he took Fady out, specifically to the vicinity of that rich woman's house. If that Jiu worm was just for personal revenge, it would be simple. But if it was like last time, spreading widely, a small child couldn't survive because his life wasn't strong enough. Surviving meant another mouth to feed. It was better. Since you can get pregnant again, there's no need for confinement. Hurry up and make embroidery to earn money for the family. Yuan was furious. He immediately changed. At the door, the woman overheard the rich woman calling him a divine doctor, and immediately started cursing at him. A cold. You insist it's Jiu. You're just a quack. Yuan sneered and immediately took out a Jiu worm, forcefully put it into Popo's mouth and pressed down her throat. Popo quickly asked him what it was. Yuan told her it was the Jiu worm extracted from your granddaughter. Since you think it's just a cold, you should also take one, so I consider it as. Without knowing it, Yuan instantly changed his tone. Do you know what this is? It's the Jiu you planted on your own granddaughter. That Popo still wanted to argue, saying she didn't know. Yuan immediately threatened to report her to the authorities. Last time, there was a Jiu worm case that even involved the Empress. The culprit hasn't been found yet. Maybe it has something to do with you. If we can't find the mastermind, maybe His Majesty will just randomly arrest someone to take the blame. Be careful. The woman immediately became scared and shifted the blame to. Yuan didn't believe her. He directly had her arrested and interrogated. Soon, the old woman confessed. She said she didn't know at that time. She only heard that there was a fertility goddess outside the city who was very effective in granting children. That Jiu was obtained from the fertility goddess. That fertility goddess statue had been there for a long time. It was only recently that such rumors started spreading. Obviously, the next day, the two disguised themselves and went to the fertility goddess temple. On the way, they met a woman called Sengfuren, who had reportedly successfully prayed for a child. This time she came. Yuan pretended to stumble, and suddenly fell towards Sengfuren. Towards him. Yuan grabbed Sengfuren's wrist and took the opportunity to check her pulse. He found that Sengfuren was indeed pregnant, but her pulse was very strange. Judging by her pulse, she wouldn't be more than. But her pulse was clear and strong, like she was. Could this Seng really make people? And along the way, they met thousands of women, all going to the fertility goddess. Yuan and Yuan Mingxiu quickly arrived at the temple. A nun immediately greeted them warmly. The two of them went inside. Yuan pretended to be frail, and said he wanted to pray for a child for his husband. The nun acted very cautiously, and first asked to check Yuan's pulse. Fortunately, Yuan was prepared and used silver needles to block his acupoints. No matter whose pulse it was, it couldn't be read. Sure enough, after checking the pulse, the nun confirmed that he was indeed inherently deficient and difficult to conceive. Only then did she take Yuan to see the fertility goddess. But only women could enter, men had to wait outside. Entering the temple, Yuan noticed. Yuan pretended to kneel down, but suddenly smelled something wrong with the incense. It would make people. So, he deliberately pretended to faint and fell to the ground. Then the nun skillfully carried him to a room. This room was filled with beds, each with a woman seeking a child. The nun took out a dried herb. It was a slightly modified version of the. Then, the nun took this group of women, including Jiu Chuyue, out. When they woke up, they were wondering why they were. The nun then told everyone that the ritual was complete, but the goddess was unwilling to be disturbed, so she had everyone leave. Before they left, she gave each of them a sachet, telling them to take it back and, as soon as Jiu Chuyue left, he found Yuan Ming. During this time, Yuan Mingxiu also explored the surroundings and discovered this temple back home. Jiu Chuyue was showing. Du Nanjun came to urge Jiu Chuyue to eat. He saw, and immediately exclaimed, "This thing can't be. This is Bansheng Jiu. It lives on other animals and relies on absorbing other people's." Jiu Chuyue quickly asked if this Jiu worm could make people